Members of council, if you can please take your seats. This meeting is now resumed. Members of council, we will now review and confirm the order paper. To this point, council has completed 132 items. There are 82 items left on the agenda. Our first item of business this morning is Planning and Growth Management Committee, item 8.6, and North York Community Council, item 10.39 on Tippett Road. These items will be considered together. Our second item is Planning and Growth Management Committee, item 8.13 on the Davenport Community Rail grade separation. That will be followed by Board of Health, item 8.1 on action on intimate partner violence against women. And council has asked the medical officer of health to make a presentation on that item. I will now take the release of holds. If you have any release of holds, please put your name under request to question staff. And I've also reviewed a number of urgent motions to be added to the agenda. Yeah. So do we have any release of holds? Well, if you don't hold it, you can't release it. We have no release of holds.
I think there might be one. Councillor Davis wanted to release EX, I think it was 26, the stormwater management study.
Yes.
And I asked to hold it, and she said, I'll keep it. So I've talked to staff, I don't need to hold it. So I know Councillor Davis isn't here, but I think she just wanted to release it.
Okay, I know she did try to release it yesterday, and then you held it.
Yeah, and I don't need to hold it now.
Okay, so on page 3, EX 10.26, the top of the page, funding options for paying for Toronto's water stormwater management capital program. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Good morning, Speaker. On page 7, TE 12.54, City of Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 918, parking on residential front yards and boulevards. 918-7, Canadian National Exhibition, temporary parking, Ward 14. I'd like to release that.
Okay, on page 7, TE 12.54, Councillor Perks is releasing. All in favor? Carried. That's it? No more? Councillor Shiner? I understand that you would like to reopen an item that was at Planning and Growth yesterday, which is PG 8.3, 916 and 920 Caledonia Road official plan amendment. Councillor Shiner?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I do. I had some further questions on it, so I'd like to just reopen that, and I spoke with a local councillor about it.
Okay, all in favor to reopen? Okay, thank you.
And Madam Speaker, I had held an item, and my apologies. If you want to release, I have to find it.
What committee is it?
It was Public Works and Infrastructure. I'm looking on the blue sheets.
5.3.
Thank you, Councillor Moser. Page 5.
Right.
Item number 9.3, PW 9.3, agreement with Enbridge for the installation of compressed natural gas refueling stations at city facilities. And I spoke to our acting manager and just asked if there would be one considered at this time at the yards at Leslie and Shepherd. And my understanding is not without coming back to council for that. And he's shaking his head. So with that in mind, and that's because we're looking at the use of the yard, I'm more than happy to release this.
Okay, so on page 5, PW 9.3, agreement with Enbridge. Councillor Shiner is releasing. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Any more?
No.
Okay. Sorry, Councillor Shiner, you had another one?
While I'm on the floor, I had asked council to deal with 2 items from Planning and Growth as the first items today, PG 8.6, also on page 5. And PG, and the one that came from North York Council. Staff are currently just writing some revised motions on that, which I think will allow us to deal with it without debate, so I can, council's permission, stand that down until the motions are finished and then come back with you and ask you to deal with it then?
Sure. So our first item was Planning and Growth 8.6 and North York Community Council 10.39 on Tippett Road. So we'll hold that item down until you're ready with the staff report.
Okay.
And, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All those in favor of adopting the order paper? Recorded vote.
Councillor Carroll, please. Thank you.
Councillor Mamalidi, please. Councillor Fragadakis, please. Councillor McConnell, thank you.
Councillor Perks, please.
The motion to adopt the order paper carries unanimously, 28 in favor.
Okay, thank you. So our first item this morning is on page 5, PG 8.13, Davenport Community Rail grade separation in Wards 17 and 18. It's here without a recommendation. Councillor Shiner, you held the item down. Do we have questions to staff? If you do, if you can please put your name up, request to question staff. Okay, Councillor Shiner.
Madam Speaker, my apologies to council, but did we get the report yesterday when I wasn't here?
It went out on Friday.
Okay, would it be possible for staff to please show us what Metrolinx is proposing? I think it's important that we hear and see from them first, and this wasn't, and didn't have the ability. I asked for that of my colleagues because at committee I was asked to put in a placeholder report to committee, which was walked on by myself, so we could have a report to council. And members of committee, and I don't think members of council, have really had an opportunity for a staff presentation on this to understand what it is and the opportunity to ask questions. And if we could have that first, that would be appreciated.
Okay, are the staff ready?
Through the speaker, we don't actually have a presentation, but we can speak to the proposal.
Do you have any pictures or photographs of what is proposed?
We have some on the way downstairs right now, should be here within a few minutes.
I'm in your hands, Madam Speaker. I think a
Well-
picture says 1,000 words in this case.
Well, okay, it's going to be here in a few minutes, but does anybody else have questions so we can go on to a second person ask questions?
No one cares about this except you and I.
Nobody has any questions on this item?
Anna? Anna, this is your item. You're okay.
Councillor Bylaw, do you have any questions? No?
So as they're coming down, if staff could explain the history of this and why we had to have the report here to begin with before the pictures come up, that would be appreciated.
Okay, does the staff have anything on this item? Okay. We're on the I want to move this agenda on, so do you have anything? Okay, go ahead.
Through the Speaker, in the spring of 2015, we were advised by Metrolinx of their intention to conduct an environmental assessment under the TPAP process, which is a streamlined process for transit projects. The study area is up on the screen in front of you. The intention to bring forward an overpass rail that would respond to the implementation of RER, Regional Express Rail, along the Barrie Corridor. The infrastructure that is proposed is an overpass approximately 1.4 kilometers in length, beginning just north of Bloor Street West and rising to a height of approximately 8.4 meters above the CP corridor, and then returning back to the existing grade just south of Davenport Road. There are a series of issues with this proposal. We, in fact, became aware of the proposal as a result of a request from the area councillor for an opinion or a position on the proposed infrastructure. We were also at that time invited to speak at a reference panel which was looking at ways to mitigate both the noise and the other onerous impacts of this overpass going through a residential community. We subsequently worked over the course of approximately 6 months with Metrolinx to understand their engineering process and their assessment process. At that time, we requested multiple materials related to the assessment of a tunnel versus a trench versus an overpass in order to assess the impacts on the community of this infrastructure. At that time, we also identified, in the context of our official plan, that RER had in fact been anticipated, and a station had been identified on the Bloor line as a location to integrate access to Regional Express Rail for residents living in the neighbourhood. In the report that you see before you, we identify concerns with the process. We also identify concerns with the recommendation, given the due diligence did not in fact include consultation with the community or with city staff pertaining to an overpass versus a trench versus a tunnel, and given that that due diligence process did not go through any kind of technical review by city staff.
Okay, so do we have any questions? Councillor Moser.
Just trying to understand jurisdictionally what role the city plays in this. We find out late within the process that they're going ahead with this. Seeing it's a provincial jurisdiction, what role does the city play as far, can we say no, absolutely we don't want this, and that Metrolinx can still proceed, or can you tell us jurisdictionally what rights we have within this process?
Okay.
Through you, Madam Speaker, the options for the city right now before the TPAP is formally commenced is to provide our input to Metrolinx and to state our position as best as Council can do with respect to the analysis taken so far. It's a proponent-led process, so Metrolinx is the proponent. They get to decide which background studies, what type of public consultation, etc., is to be undertaken. Once they actually start, they call it the commencement of the TPAP. The TPAP is then formally in play. It entails the nature of the proposal, and there is very limited opportunity once the commencement of the TPAP, which is intended by Metrolinx to happen in January, for us to do anything other than comment and for it to be anything but approved by the province.
So there's obviously a lot of concern within the community with the process and so forth. So can Metrolinx just say we're doing this, and thank you for your input, we're proceeding, this is necessary? At the end of the day, is it just a provincial jurisdiction?
Madam Speaker, yes, the Metrolinx has the ability to proceed with their commencement of a TPAP, and as I said, it's very unlikely that you would get a different result than what they start out with. So if they decide to go ahead with an overpass, it's likely they can prevail in that opinion.
Can you give me an idea what their timing is on this? What their timetable is at this particular time? When they're going to start, and approximate idea of timetable on proceeding with this project.
Madam Speaker, Metrolinx has announced this project back as far as early as 2008, 2009. They then went out to the public and had unfavorable reaction from the community on the overpass. So they went back inside. They came back out again here in 15. They had indicated that we might have a bit of a timeout while we were exploring the tunnel and trench options, but they feel that they're running out of their contingency, they're running out of time. They've already made certain commitments to their board and to the residents north on the Barrie line, and they want to proceed. So they have told us that they are going to now issue the TPAP in January, which made it necessary for us to come today to council seeking a direction from council.
Do you know what the main concern is? Is it the scale of the project, the looks of the project? What is the main concern from the community generally?
From the community, I'll leave it over to Jennifer to articulate those concerns. They're mainly noise and aesthetics.
Through the Speaker, there are a variety of concerns from the perspective of the community, including the number of trains. Currently, there are very few trains on the line, but with 15-minute service, there would be hundreds of trains, in fact, during the day. The proximity to residential houses, the proximity to employment, and there is concern with the spaces underneath this structure. It's important to know that Metrolinx, in fact, undertook a consultation process using a reference panel of selected people who live in the community, and through that process generated 89 recommendations for ways to mitigate the overpass. That being said, there continues to be concern with the noise, sound, vibration, as well as access to the transit infrastructure.
In the future, would this have anything to do with Smart Track? If we were to look at Smart Track in the future, would this have anything to do with the possibility of?
No, it's unrelated to Smart Track.
Okay, thank you. That was your last question. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. May I ask, have we looked at the impact to services that the city may own, which run east-west? And is it major dollars for us? And I'm going to assume that we would be on the hook for any changes to services related to a tunnel or a trench.
Through the Speaker, just a point of clarification. Do you mean transportation services or community
sewer,
services?
Water pipes, anything underground that's owned by the city that could be impacted by a tunnel or a trench?
So Madam Speaker, we were catching up in 2015 by asking Metrolinx to look at a tunnel and trench options. So we were in the process of looking at some of those detailed impacts. As you will recall, Council has been familiar with the grade separation cost issue, where typically there's a formula depending on the nature of the previous rail agreements in place at the time, some dating back to the 1800s, where we typically have obligations to provide 15% of the cost for relocation of utilities, etc. So we can expect that with any undertaking here, we're going to be having to calculate some additional dollars from the city as a result of the claim under those grade separation agreements.
Okay, as a councillor that represents a ward immediately south of the airport, I'm familiar with concerns over noise and vibration associated with transportation at night. What do we know about possible train schedules that are either early in the morning or late in the evening? And are there any risks associated with a tunnel or a trench that aren't mentioned in the paper? Is it safe to say that those two options are much better from a noise perspective?
Madam Speaker, yes, the tunnel option is obviously best from a noise perspective. There will be some operational issues that we would have to look at and design around ventilation, egress, and exit, where the expropriations may or may not occur for those additional widenings, because the tunnel option will require some additional land over the overpass option. But we have not had that detailed level right now. We're trying to establish the principle of the options, and we think we have enough evaluation material to determine whether it should be a tunnel, a trench, or an overpass.
Given if a trench option was selected by Metrolinx, although it may not be the preferred option in this report, is that worse or better from a noise perspective compared to an elevated trackway?
Tim would probably best answer that, but I believe it would be better from in a comparison to an overpass and less desirable relative to the tunnel.
Okay.
Through the Speaker, it's important to note that Metrolinx is not currently considering other options. Those options are not, in fact, on the table. The TPAP is beginning in January, and the assumption is that it will, in fact, be an overpass. We have not been privy to any technical due diligence that, in fact, explores the impact of the tunnel or the trench, so anything that we would say with respect to that would, in fact, be speculation. But, in fact, we would expect that the noise, the vibration impacts could be mitigated better through a trench or a tunnel, although there are also disadvantages associated with them as well, which is why, from our perspective, a due diligence process is required.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm looking for clarification because we have before us 8.13, which talks about having the chief planner engage with Metrolinx to seek clarification with respect to the commencement of the grade separation. And then we have a supplementary report dated December the 3rd, which is 8.13A, in which the recommendation is that City Council communicate to Metrolinx that it opposes the overpass grade separation.
So, Madam Speaker, back in the fall, we were engaged directly with Metrolinx on looking at the various options, and we'd asked them to include a tunnel and trench option. We're in the process of trying to assess those options. And we had an understanding with Metrolinx that we would come back in the spring after further work and more consultation with the public. We subsequently received a letter, it was in that first report, from Metrolinx saying they wanted to revisit that timeline because of their concern about contingency and other things that I've mentioned earlier. And we hope between that last report and this one that we might have been able to reconvince them to take the time necessary to look at the options in more detail and have further public consultations. I think they still will have some public consultations, but we haven't seen the dates on that yet. But basically they said they are going to go out with a TPAP in January, hence we had to crystallize our report and recommendations to you for council so you would have a position prior to the issuance of the TPAP.
So we're not today, are we today, there's two recommendations. There's the recommendations 8.13A and 8.13. Which is before us?
The supplementary report recommendations.
8.13A. Someone has to move. So we're waiting for someone to move one of these.
Yes, it's here without recommendation.
Okay.
It came from committee
so
without recommendation.
we have two options, whether to just to.
Yes.
I see. Okay, thank you for that. All right.
Thank you. Councillor Bylaw.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, to the Chief Planner. So with the information that you have, that you've been given to this date and the short period of time, you've been able to assess that the tunnel would have the least community impacts, correct?
Through the Speaker, we have undertaken an assessment exercise using our feeling congested framework, and based on that assessment, looking at considerations such as the visual impact and the noise impact, at this point in time, it is our position that the tunnel would have the least impact on the community.
Have we been able to get any commitments from Metrolinx on the stop or any of the mitigation measures that even the community talked about through the reference panel when they were only looking at the bridge?
Through the Speaker, at this point in time, there have been many conversations and many meetings, but there has been, at this point in time, no explicit commitment to those matters.
So the only thing that is really in front of us is the bridge the tunnel and the trench in plain forms without a stop and without the community benefits for the local immediate community that is impacted by this infrastructure. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, what's before us today is simply the overpass option. The other options are not, in fact, options that Metrolinx has indicated they're continuing to assess. But absolutely, those other matters have been pushed into the future.
Yeah, and your recommendation had to take that into consideration, obviously.
Through the Speaker, that's correct.
Yeah. Is it true that there's about 18,000 people that live within about 500 meters of this new piece of infrastructure, with 3,000 employees, actually?
That's correct.
So wouldn't it make sense that being in between the bus, the Dufferin bus, the Jane bus as well, two very busy bus lines, that we take advantage of a stop in here that could actually connect with our subway stop?
Through the Speaker, one of the considerations and concerns that we've raised from a city planning perspective is, in fact, the opportunity for once of the residents who live in the densest area of this corridor to, in fact, have access to this new infrastructure, which will have an onerous impact on the community. Another second and just as important concern is a recognition that the Jane bus, in fact, is one of the busiest bus routes in the city and is prioritized for an LRT route under our feeling congested criteria. The opportunity to have a station on the Barrie corridor would, in fact, alleviate some of the pressure that we currently see on the Jane bus line.
Correct. And is this an area of town that is going through huge revitalization, attracting major employers like Ubisoft, which pretty soon will have 800 people working right beside this corridor, and attracting organizations like the Museum of Canadian Contemporary Art just beside this line as well?
Through the Speaker, that's correct. This community is right now in the midst of profound transformation.
And if this bridge is not designed, if Metrolinx decides to go with this project, or even another project, but it's not designed taking consideration this revitalization, this local community, could this infrastructure actually jeopardize the revitalization that has been happening in the last few years in this community?
Through the Speaker, we have concerns in city planning about the visual impact and the noise impact. The frequency of the trains is obviously excellent for regional transit and commuters outside of the city, but it will in fact have impacts that are negative for the community.
Okay. So we should strive to have a position that actually benefits the corridor, but benefits the communities along the corridor. That's what we're trying to achieve in here, correct? In our recommendation.
Through the Speaker, one of the concerns that we have from a city planning perspective is the local versus the regional impacts and how you trade those off against one another. And our concern is that the impact on the local community should not be onerous to accommodate the regional transit infrastructure, despite the fact that, of course, we recognize the importance of regional transit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a quick couple questions. There's a sense that the tunneling option has the least impact on the local community. Is that a fair assessment to you, Madam Speaker?
Through the Speaker, that's correct, although it's important to note that the length of the infrastructure is significantly longer with a tunnel because you need an approach for egress and regress.
Which perfectly tees up my next question. There's been a suggestion from Metrolinx, that wasn't rehearsed at all. There's been a suggestion from Metrolinx that, in fact, while a tunnel may diminish local impacts, it may impose very negative impacts on the communities to the north, and say Councillors Palacio or my own wards. Is there a sense of what those kind of upstream impacts might be through the tunnel option?
Through the Speaker, the elevated overpass is 1.4 kilometers of infrastructure, whereas the tunnel is 4 kilometers of infrastructure. At this point in time, our concern has been that we've needed to go through due diligence process in order to be able to answer the questions like you've asked. We were, in fact, as a result of the TPAP being initiated in January of 2016, put in a position where we felt we needed to provide a response prior to having completed that due diligence process. In an ideal scenario, we would have in fact had a process that allowed us to go through that assessment, and there is a possibility that the overpass would have been the preferred option. With the information that we have in front of us today, we felt that a tunnel is in fact going to have the least impact on the adjacent community. But you're absolutely correct, there are impacts of a tunnel that need to be considered as well.
But it sounds like we're in a position where the staff recommendation, if we want to call it that, will have an impact that we don't know on other communities.
Through the Speaker, if in fact Metrolinx was to change course as a result of the recommendation in this report, we would in fact expect a due diligence process. We wouldn't in fact expect that there would be a direct outcome as a result of this. There would need to be further assessment undertaken, to your point.
And if that further assessment determined that there was as equal a profound negative impact on communities 4 kilometers away, would that change the position, a recommendation of city staff on this infrastructure?
Through the Speaker, absolutely. Part of our role is, in fact, to constantly negotiate the impacts in various communities, as well as to negotiate the local versus the regional tensions and implications. And this is precisely why we were so committed and interested in a broader due diligence process. For example, there has been no community consultation in many of the communities that are in fact impacted by either of these recommendations. That's problematic and runs contrary to how we in fact implement major infrastructure in the City of Toronto.
But fundamentally, is it safe to say for the people living in Councillor Palacios' ward at Caledonian Rogers, we don't know what the impact of a tunnel would be, and in turn our recommendation of Metrolinx to pursue that option as it stands right now?
Through the Speaker,
or do we have a sense of what those impacts would be?
Through the Speaker, I would have to say that we do not have a good understanding, because we don't really have clarity as to what the detail of the infrastructure would actually look like, because we haven't been privy to any of that analysis.
Great. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Now, there were 2 members of council that had their names up to ask questions, and unfortunately, they were erased. So if you can just put your name back up. Okay, Councillor Pasternak, and then, yeah, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Shiner, you already spoke.
No, I didn't. I didn't ask any questions.
Oh, okay.
I only asked for the presentation.
All right. Okay.
It felt like questions.
Okay, Councillor Pasternak, you're up.
Thank you.
I'm enjoying everybody else asking their questions.
All right.
Yes, no, mine will be great.
Yours will be great.
When it comes to Metrolinx's current proposal, in other words, what they want to do with the grade separation, who pays? Are they absorbing the entire cost of this infrastructure project as it's been presented to the City of Toronto?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, they are the proponent and expected funder of the proposal, save and except that caveat that I mentioned earlier about us being on the hook for any grade separation work that typically is embedded in the agreements that are across the city.
So, some of us were under the impression that the Union Pearson Express was a fully funded Metrolinx project, and then we got a bill for $100 million. Are we protecting ourselves a little more on this project so that there isn't a repeat of that, or what is the strategy going forward?
Madam Speaker, we brought a report to Council previously on that, tried to present a global solution around a 15% formula. We've been asked to come back and revisit that. There are the outstanding agreements that are enforced and in place, and they were the ones that both sides would rely on in any settlement around a cost allocation, and you may want to ask the solicitor for any further observations on this, but as I say, there's a variety of instruments across the city, depending on the corridor, depending on... Yeah, and we don't have a lot of leverage in those instances because of the nature of the Canadian federal system.
Well, no, thank you for the political science brief, but when it comes to the fine print of these agreements, are Are we protected?
We are doing everything we can to protect the city's interests. As indicated, the city is not always in the strongest position to impose terms on another level of government. It becomes very difficult. It is often a take it or leave it situation. We will not make changes. To the extent that we can negotiate something, we do our best to protect the city.
So if the tunnel option, which clearly is something that is appealing but not on the table currently, if the tunnel option is pursued, could Metrolinx come back to us and say, you want the tunnel, you pay for the tunnel?
Madam Speaker, yes, I think you could fully expect them to make that kind of demand on us. And our response to that would be to do the right thing. You should do the right thing. And you should look at all the beneficiaries along the line, including the Barrie, Aurora, Newmarket, other riders that the service is providing service to.
Thanks very much.
Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, through you to the Chief Planner. Metrolinx created the Residence Reference Panel to focus mainly on the overpass option. And by then, the City of Toronto, through your division, we're seeking for more information in terms of the trenching, the tunnel, and so on. So my question to you is, have they ever consulted with your division in terms of even creating some mitigation options?
Through the Speaker, following the initiation of the reference panel, we in fact initiated an internal working group with Metrolinx and requested to see the technical due diligence analysis related to the trench and the tunnel. And we received some materials and we began a conversation around a process for beginning to resolve those issues. And during that process, it was made clear to us that the tunnel and the trench were no longer under consideration by Metrolinx. So the point at which we were brought into the process, the decision had already been made about the infrastructure.
So the overpass was the only option for discussion at that point in terms of community consultation overall?
Absolutely. That was the starting point with the reference panel. And in fact, I have had considerable correspondence from residents in the area, some of whom participated on the reference panel, who in fact do not support the overpass, but saw it as a given, and for that reason, we're trying to mitigate its impacts.
Thank you. In terms of the tunneling, if the tunnel was one of the options, would that free up some of the adjacent lands along the corridor?
Through the Speaker, the land impact where the infrastructure is in fact placed is in fact similar between a tunnel or a trench or an overpass. The difference is with respect to noise and the visual impact. As I indicated earlier, the tunnel option requires considerably more land, but the noise and vibration is mitigated because the extension of that land is either in a tunnel or on either end in a trench.
Does the official plan, and in terms of principles of planning, does the official plan support this kind of vision in terms of going with the proposal by Metrolinx?
Through the Speaker, there's two considerations. The first is that our official plan, in fact, anticipates regional express rail and recognizes this as an excellent use of existing infrastructure. We also identify certain station locations so that residents within the City of Toronto can access that infrastructure. The second point is with respect to urban design. And with respect to urban design, we conducted a significant detailed analysis of what was being proposed and, in fact, presented that correspondence back on several occasions to Metrolinx. The preference from an urban design perspective would, in fact, be a tunnel, mostly because of the visual impacts and the impacts on connections along the corridor.
There has been a discussion about the missing link, and I understand that the City of Toronto, in conjunction with Mississauga and Milton, the commission, and study to look into the possibility of creating the missing link. Can you just speak to that, and please?
Through the Speaker, there has been work underway that is a partnership between the City of Toronto, Milton, and Cambridge. Consultants have been retained to undertake a feasibility study and to look at the costs and the business case for constructing the missing link connection between the CP rail line in Milton and the CN bypass line in Bramalea. The intention is, in fact, to potentially divert the vast majority of freight traffic from the existing CP North Toronto subdivision line through Toronto, therefore making this line available for additional GO RER service. We reference this in our report because we believe that this, in fact, would mitigate the impact for building this infrastructure within the City of Toronto.
My last question, any negative impacts in terms of the tunneling, if the tunnel was an option, in terms of expropriations or whatever else?
That was your last question.
We wouldn't expect that there would be some expropriations required, but we don't have that detailed analysis.
Okay. Councillor Shiner.
Go ahead.
I'm here. The Deputy City Manager. The Barrie GO line became an all-day service, a line extended to Barrie just a few years ago. When was that?
It originally started, I think, about 1983, and then it ceased, and then it was resumed about a decade ago.
So, and that was to stop some of the traffic coming into the city. And the number of trains, Madam, that are going to be on there daily now, is it 60 trains?
Right now, there's, I think, a total of eight or nine, Tim, trains in each direction.
And it's going to about 60 trains, if I'm right.
Yeah, it's a 4.5-point increase.
Now, when you measure the impact, and I'm trying to be brief in my questions, the noise impact talks about the noise difference between a freight train and a GO train. And a GO train short makes a lot less noise than a freight train generally, right?
Generally, yes.
But it doesn't really measure the number of trains going by a house every day. It doesn't really give the impact, does it, to the fact that there's going to be over 100 trains going back and forth on a continual basis?
Correct. So that the increases in both frequency and the difference in noise levels are mitigating that somewhat. But there's a greater increase obviously with the increased frequency that GO is proposed.
If you have a freight train go by once an hour every 2 hours, it's one thing. If you have a GO train going in each direction, hour every 15 minutes, it's a heck of a difference, isn't it?
Correct. That's correct, Madam Speaker.
Now, the Bloor Street GO station is something that the city's planned for to connect to this line?
That's correct.
But with an overpass, it's extremely difficult. There's no plans right now to do that?
We've been asking Metrolinx to include that in the work. They say they're doing separate station analysis and would catch up with that, but have not yet agreed to include a station as the official plan indicates.
And there's also a part of the report here talks about the missing link, the ability to actually take some of the freight traffic off of this line and move it out to other lines. That's not being considered now to the same extent, is it?
Well, that process for the missing link is a long and complicated process. When you ask CP and CN to co-locate in the Vaughan subdivision north of the City of Toronto, that's not an easy nor quick exercise. We explained the report. You know, it's 8 to 20 years out, but we believe it's very important, Councillor, to state our position to see that advance, because it basically would free up CP lines in the city for uses like Metrolinx trains.
So of the Chief Planner, you've also got a letter here that you've sent to Mr. James Purkis. And if I'm correct, it says that they said you had meetings back and forth, and they were talking about that from July 2014, but in fact, the first technical meeting was actually in April of this year?
Through the Speaker, that's correct, and that was following Councillor Bylaw coming to me and asking me for the planning position on this infrastructure.
So if the bottom line is there hasn't been many meetings at all to discuss this between the city and Metrolinx?
There have been a series of meetings that followed the community reference group.
Okay, but really, the issue just came up spring of this year.
Correct.
At Councillor Ballow's insistence.
Correct.
And then you say the TPAT process is not intended to circumvent good planning.
which means you think it is circumventing good planning in this regard.
In this instance, yes, because the due diligence required in advance has not been undertaken.
And you're saying as a partner on transit initiatives in the City of Toronto, Metrolinx should have engaged the city on the options and policy issues at that time, which was a while ago, instead of prior to moving forward publicly in this project. So we really haven't been partners in this.
That's correct.
And you're concerned about that.
And I'm also concerned about the precedent it sets, particularly when there is such a significant impact in a local community.
And then you go on to say the 4-month period to produce the policy document was necessary to undertake a similar assessment for the tunnel options, which was never completed in any of the earlier work. So they really haven't done much work on the tunnel options.
Through the Speaker, in our working group sessions following the request of the City Councillor, we requested materials, and it was our understanding they were being produced specifically for our meetings.
And then it says here, city staff were continually assured by Metrolinx representative this would be discussed at the next meeting, only to find it being postponed on a regular basis over a 3 to 4 month period. What's that, the project delay?
So what has been positioned as a project delay from a city planning perspective, we would actually say it was a missing step. So it appears as a delay, but only because it wasn't worked into a project schedule. We've requested on multiple occasions the 10-year project schedule so that we could understand the impact of taking the additional 4 months we require to do this due diligence.
Thank you.
That was your last question. Okay, Councillor Cho.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Following up the Councillor Pasnick's question, I have a question through you to our legal head. Now, or whether Deputy City Manager. So, as we understand, the Metrolinx, they go for the overpass. But if the city insisted that we like the tunnel rather than overpass, then what's going to happen if the Metrolinx West, that's your option, you have to pay, and it becomes a legal issue?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Metrolinx has the ability to choose the option they want to put in play for the TPAP. They have the ability to stipulate what they think they should do and how they should request city cooperation dollars or whatever. We're simply recommending to you today you support the tunnel option and have a strong city position to articulate to them so they understand the nature of the concerns of the community and of City Council.
Okay, when I read the most recent letter dated December the 9th from our chief planner, I think the second page is somewhere, the Metrolinx position as of now, they just go for the overpass. And I'd like to ask our lawyer, what kind of protection we have from the Toronto City Act 2006? We have some weapon to fight at the court if it becomes a legal issue?
Well, I'm not sure that we have much that we can rely on in this situation. As was explained earlier, it becomes a matter of negotiation, and it may be that should council want something different than Metrolinx is proposing, that the city may have to put up some money to do that.
We've got to put up money anyway.
But if we don't have money, if we have money, it's all right, but money is very rare. Then is it going to become a legal issue eventually if there's no compromise agreement in negotiation?
You know, you go through a negotiation process. We would have to, depending on what actions are taken and how negotiations proceed, we'd have to look into that. I think it's a little premature to start talking about legal action at this point.
Okay, our chief planner. So the negotiation will continue between city and the Metrolinx, and then you bring the issue back to us?
Through the Speaker, that's not our expectation, quite frankly. We will continue to advocate for the station, and we will continue to advocate for measures to mitigate the impacts. But it is our understanding that Metrolinx will be proceeding with the overpass as per is their jurisdiction.
despite the fact that the neighbors and the residents in the community, they're deadly against the overpass. They have that kind of right, and we just listen to them?
Through the Speaker, this has been our concern with the process. We would have preferred to have worked through a process towards a consensus position, as we have done on many other projects.
So eventually the issue should come back to this council again, right, in the immediate future?
Through the Speaker, it's not in fact required to come back to this council. Metrolinx can proceed with the environmental assessment. It's their jurisdiction.
It will not come back, then the Metrolink can make a final decision?
That's correct.
But do we know then if the issue doesn't come back, then this go ahead? This is final?
Through the Speaker, this is one of the reasons why we felt an urgency in bringing forward this report to City Council, so that City Council would in fact be aware of this infrastructure project.
So it's up to us now that we go for the tunnel no matter what. And then that we give more kind of weapon for you to negotiate with the Metrolinx.
Through the Speaker, depending on the position of Council, we will need to evaluate what the most appropriate next step would be. We have a recommendation before you today based on the work and analysis that we've done to date and taking into account the impacts on the local community. But we would need to, following a decision of Council here today, make a decision as to what the best approach would be to advance this.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, some of the questions have been asked, so if we can just, if the question's already been asked and the answers, if we can please ask new questions. Councillor Burnside.
Thank you. Through the Speaker to the Chief Planner. So my understanding of this area is that there's a fixed bridge, a fixed overpass at both DuPont and Bloor.
That's correct.
So do we, sorry, it's just a little bit loud behind me, Madam Speaker.
Okay, members of council, please.
Thank you. So do we know if we can get the slope low enough, or are we going to have to take out those overpasses to accommodate a tunnel?
Those would in fact, through the Speaker, be raised in order to accommodate a tunnel. So for example, Rogers Road would be raised.
Okay, thank you. Well, do we know the cost of that? Sorry.
We do not have costing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Speaker. To the Deputy City Manager, we had before us last year a proposed formula for dealing with all of this type of infrastructure with Metrolinx. Have there been further negotiations on that front?
Madam Speaker, we've had one discussion with them on that matter, but we've not had any progress, so no, we have not advanced that file very much further.
But it's likely we will have to pay for this.
Inevitably, in any of these expansions to the rail network where they alter grade separation works, we are obliged through the agreements to contribute a share depending on the nature of that agreement.
And where is that obligation?
It's rooted in rail crossing agreements and rulings of the rail authority.
Oh, these rulings, there's a whole bunch of them. Some of them are 75 years old.
That's correct.
They are not reliable, and the idea was we were going to negotiate a new deal with Metrolinx.
We'd, as you remember, we had a set of principles for that negotiation before Council. You asked us to go back and have further discussions. They haven't moved much, and so we're pretty well where we were a year ago.
So if there's no agreement yet on the costs, there has always essentially been a principle: you pay, you say, you have some say. I presume we have some level of say in this project if we're going to pay a portion of it.
Should the Metrolinx agency ask us for a contribution to a solution here, this would be entirely a matter of City Council deliberation. The timing and the amount would be before you, and you would have to make a determination on the appropriateness of that time and amount.
No, my question has to do with the say about what it is that is being built.
So,
won't the city have...
Strictly speaking, the say rests with the proponent here under the TPAP process. Metrolinx has had some consultations and undertaken a process to have the elevated portion evaluated. We asked to have other options considered. We'd like a little bit more time to have those implications of those two other options fully. We did not get satisfaction on that matter, so we're here with a recommendation on the tunnel, which is the least offensive, in our view, to the community.
And have we learned from this that we will need to look at a new kind of approach to Metrolinx as we look at RER projects for the future?
Madam Speaker.
Either in terms of governance, decision-making, because this is a good example of what really worries me about Smart Track, frankly.
So, Madam Speaker, it's obvious that we have a number of projects, Smart Track, Relief, all kinds of things that are related to Metrolinx and their interests. So this is one of the issues. This one seems to be the most problematic that we've had lately. It seems precipitous in its timing. It's causing us difficulty in getting to yes with them. And we're seeking a strong City Council support for our recommendations so that we can enhance those negotiations and put this in an overall context, not just the one item.
So can we use, and probably we should do it in camera, but I won't move to do that, to leverage a little more influence over how much and whether we pay a portion of the costs? I mean, I know that those agreements, many of them are very weak, and I don't understand why we couldn't say, you want to build it your way, you pay, and we're not. Is there a way to leverage our contribution differently? Because there's no recommendations to that effect.
I have to deal with the expectation that somehow the city can just dictate that they would pay because it's their project. I think you have to understand that there are agreements in place, there are rulings in place. They're going to hold us to account in the case where we don't get to some common place.
What agreement is in place for this particular site and this particular project?
There are a series of agreements up and down that line. They vary. I don't have the specific ones, but I can tell you in each and every case, there's an agreement that stipulates the city is required to pay a portion of the grade separation costs related to any of these.
However, some are stronger than others. Some relate back to 1867 or something crazy. So how strong and what are the provisions of the agreement that's governed for the financial sharing portion of this project? Do we know?
That was your last
specifically?
question.
I'd have to rely on, and it's really not going to be a problem that's going to be resolved today nor in the near future. This is going to be a major item for us to resolve with them and with Council's concurrence, and I don't expect that to be quick.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Perks?
Thank you very much, Speaker, and good morning. To the Deputy City Manager, we've had a variety of problems with Metrolinx, noise walls being put in despite community concerns, the selection of diesel technology rather than electric on the airport line. Can you remind me, in terms of governance, wasn't there a period of time when the City of Toronto participated in the governance of Go Metrolinx?
Yes, Madam Speaker, there was a time when we had a political representatives on the Metrolinx board.
And why is it that that came to an end?
I think you'd have to ask the province of Ontario and their leaders on that question.
And didn't the City of Toronto take a position that there should be elected representation from the local municipalities on Go Metrolinx board?
That is my understanding, yes, Madam Speaker.
Have we followed up on that? Is it part of the conversation we're having around the City of Toronto Act or any of our other conversations with the province?
I don't think that that's been one of our first priorities.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wasn't going to ask these questions, but as the motions aren't ready yet anyway, I just wanted to ask questions of staff that are sort of preemptive of the media. I can see them now. There will be pictures of SkyTrain, and why not? Why not this elevated rail line? Were there ever conditions presented under which we would agree to have this floating island heading over Bloor Street?
So Our principal object has been in the last year to have a proper and fulsome discussion of the three options on an equal footing, and we've not had the tunnel and trench options catch up to the level of study that we would like.
Right.
So that's been our principal object, to have a proper evaluation so that we could form a fully baked recommendation for you today.
But part of the reason we can't compare it to other elevated rail lines and say, yes, we'll do that, is fundamentally the vehicle itself is quite different that would be using this track. Isn't that the case? We can't compare it to other quieter, lighter, elevated lines and say, yes, we'll say yes?
Through the Speaker, if we look at best practices, quite frankly, the world over, building overpasses for infrastructure is something that has fallen out of favor, particularly because they do create very tough conditions at grade.
Right.
And because of the visual impacts as well as the noise impacts, you tend to sterilize the areas around this elevated infrastructure. Yes, Vancouver has a SkyTrain, but in fact, all of their future transit projects are underground. They are not building more of that elevated infrastructure, to my understanding, precisely because of the impact that it does have on adjacent neighborhoods.
So it's noise and environmental impact, but it's also that sterilization effect. And the neighborhoods that it would be elevated in our area would in fact be sterilized, where in other cities you see it going over parklands or through industrial belts where you wouldn't have to worry. Here it's actually going over avenues that would be sterilized and in effect business killed.
Through the Speaker, to the point that Councillor Bylaw made, this is actually an area that's in the process of revitalization. There's parks adjacent to the corridor, there's new employment being added to the corridor, and there's new housing being built along this corridor as well, which is very different from putting elevated infrastructures through industrial areas.
Right. So fundamentally, we don't have a comparator here with what is being proposed.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions. I hope the motions are ready now as a result.
Councillor Shiner to speak.
Thank you, sir.
Councillor Shiner, okay.
Madam Speaker, if you could just wait a moment so they can get my motions. There they are on the screen. So, Madam Speaker, I am moving the supplementary report, and that's the recommendations 1, 2, and 3. And I'm going further because this is a huge issue. It's really a very important issue where you have now a public organization being Metrolinx running on with a project in this area to produce a structure which they could be doing in other areas without the appropriate concern with the city. So I'm asking as well that the Premier intervene and the Mayor meet with her, and I'm going for the tunnel option to be looked at. But let me speak to those because my motion is there. Madam Speaker, it, as a public organization, Councillor Moser, please. Councillor Moser, as a person who always asks for us to be quiet, if you could.
Councillor Moser.
As a public organization, the board at Metrolinx has, in my opinion, a fiduciary duty to think about the public, to think about the communities, to look at how the impacts of their decisions are affecting others, and to be sure that a proper public process is initiated. That is not happening here. April came to us with this year, and now going forward without even considering the tunnel. What are you looking at here? You're looking at a Gardner Expressway for trains flying over this community. I saw pictures of what it could be. Imagine an elevated trail corridor going up in the air. That's not what anybody wants to have in their community. The noise impact are being measured based on the noise of each train. But think about it. You're going from 7 GO trains going by every day to over 100. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth in a community that's growing within the City of Toronto. You have members of the board like Robert Pritchard from the University of Toronto that knows what communities are. Ann Golden, Janet Ecker, Carl Zeit, who was a former mayor of Kitchener. They wouldn't want these to be happening if it was going to impact them. Why are they doing it on Councillor Ballow's area?
and the communities along that rail corridor. That's completely wrong to not allow all the options to be on the table.
What's your motion, Gord?
We all work for the same taxpayers and the same voters, except in this case, the board doesn't stand for anyone at the city to elect or appoint them. They're appointed by the province, and the Premier has to remember this. We're not saying do the tunnel. We're saying look at the tunnel. Don't avoid looking at it. We're talking about a huge transformation and revitalization in this area that could get severely impacted if you put this Gardiner Expressway in the sky flying over this community with trains going back and forth all day long. And then we're looking at building infrastructure. We're talking about an all-day GO service up and down that corridor, going right over our Bloor-Danforth line and no connection to it. Where's the short-sightedness coming from in here? How do you connect to the bridge in the sky? There's no plan. But the city's looking at a Bloor Street GO station. We'll have a station, but no way to get to the rail cars, no way to get to the line. What a ridiculous lack of cooperation between Metrolinx and the City of Toronto. And then there's still the option of what's called in the report the missing link, the fact that many of these rail lines might actually be able to move over a longer period of time out of the city. So there's more capacity on this line when you electrify it. So what I'm moving is I'm moving the staff recommendations in the supplementary report, and I appreciate you all allowing the staff to do a presentation and then to ask your questions, because we walked this onto the committee without that and didn't have that information in front of us, and that's why I thought it was important as chair of the Planning and Growth Committee that we have a chance to ask questions, have a chance to better understand that, and have a chance as a council to make a decision, to be sure that we look at it. I'm putting right on the table that the tunnel has to be looked at. It's an option that should not be discounted, and I'm saying that the Premier herself should be involved in this. Absolutely should be involved in this, and the Mayor has to speak to the Premier about it to explain to her how important that is. And I know that's difficult, because we have quite a number of asks of the province at this time. But every one of our asks is not for us as the City of Toronto. It's for the residents and the taxpayers that live in the City of Toronto and are represented by all of them, so they are not and should not be considered Toronto's asks. They're not an ask of a council. They're asks of the residents of the City of Toronto to get good public transit in the city, which isn't there. It's a result of all the intensification that we have in the city.
Councillor,
And I have a minute extra as chair.
yeah. Oh, okay.
2.
Okay, go ahead, go ahead.
And my rural assistant, Councillor Perks, knows that. Otherwise, he would have been shaking his hand at me, possibly. But we are sitting here as elected officials that represent the same people. We have to work together in representing them. Our asks, whether it's Smart Track, whether it's subway expansion, whether it's LRTs, or whether it's working with Metrolinx on their projects, are all for the same people. They're all the same taxpayers. And we are supporting intensification in the city to the point where it is terrible to get around because of the traffic that's there, because we've got hundreds of thousands of new people, almost 500,000 in the city, and no increase in public transit. And the only project that's on the table now, being the east-west line along Eglinton, is going to do nothing but ruin the Yonge Street line because there's no other way to get downtown. We have to coordinate these things together. We have to work together. We have to be a partner, and we have to look at them all. We have to look at them and see what the impacts and the costs are. And to go forward as a board at Metrolinx and to say, with less than a year's notice, we're going to rush this process to stick the Gardiner Expressway for trains up in the sky. We're not even going to consider the tunnel is not a way a public board should be operated. And I look upon them and say, you have to reconsider that now and give new instructions to your staff to look at all the options.
Thank you. Councillor Moser, clarification of the motion.
Yeah. We've heard from staff that's a possibility if we get involved to any point, there may be costs involved where Metrolinx comes back and said, well, if you're that concerned about it, help us pay for the tunnel. And we've always also heard there's other impacts if we do a tunnel that impacts communities further to one side. I'm not sure if it's east or west or north or south, but we've heard there's other impacts. So would you be concerned about, the Metrolinx coming back and saying, well, if you're that concerned about it, pay 50% of a tunnel, or that kind of reaction from Metrolinx?
So in clarifying my motion,
Yeah, it's
okay, I'll answer it. I don't think the question of cost is the first question we should be looking at. And I don't think a cost sharing is the first question we should be looking at. What I'm saying is, in the motion, let's look at all options. Let's see what is best for a burgeoning, growing downtown community which is going through extreme intensification as well. And when we look at the options, then that's the time to consider whether there's a cost sharing. And most definitely, I have no problem sharing a third of a cost with the province if they'll share with us the 2/3 of the cost that we need for the rest of the public transit infrastructure in the city and the federal government. You want us to put in 1/3 funding for a tunnel? I'll do it if you give me 2/3 funding for our smart track between the two other levels of government. I'm there. I would support that. Because let me tell you, our ask for public transit in the city and the shared funding on a 1/3, 2/3 basis is much greater than what this tunnel may cost, and even better, I would rather not ask for the 1/3. Being a long-serving member of council and a political activist since I was a teenager, I would go back to the Bill Davis days. 75% of the capital budget and 50% of the operating budget from the province. That's the way this should be, but we're not there. So of course I'd share it if they were sharing our projects.
Okay, Councillor Moser, it's clarification of his motion.
I understand that, but with this motion, we also have to consider what possibilities of costs down the road. So it's something we're obligated to do. Do you know what the cost of the tunneling is versus the overpass?
It's in the report. I think you're talking the neighborhood of, and I'm looking over at the chief planner, but I think it's in the neighborhood of 600, am I right? 600 and some odd million compared to about 200 million? Oh, 140. So if you were talking our 1/3 difference, you'd be talking the difference if it was shared funding $100 and something million for our third. I give them that if they'll give me 2/3 of the Shepherd subway.
Okay, that was your last question. Councillor Bylaw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion. As the chief planner alluded in her when she was being questioned, the TPAP may or may not continue despite our it should be coming up. May or may not continue, depending if they accept our request or not. And basically, we're just making formal it that our city manager, chief planner, continues to ensure that whatever the project is, the mitigation measures, the public realm improvements, the stop at the station are there. So we will be making our position known as of today's council, but we're definitely want to make sure that that the work continues to protect the local community. What we have in front of us is a lot of work from the staff since April, and I want to thank staff. I also want to thank the chair of the Planning and Growth Committee, because we found out about this project since April, and we had to look at the different options without much information. And that's the suggestion that you have in front of you. Madam Speaker, can I have just a little bit of silence in the chambers?
Please, if I can have members of council to please try to keep it down.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, if we could put the motion back on the screen, please.
So what we have in front of us is basically the recommendations on limited amount of information that the city had after repetitive requests to have a look at the tunnel and the trench option. You have to understand that this is a community within 500 meters with 18,000 residents, 3,000 employees, going through major revitalization. And we need to ensure that this piece of infrastructure is actually not something that is going to deter that revitalization that is happening, but actually something that is going to help our communities. And let me tell you, on behalf of that community, I feel very confident I can speak on their behalf on this. They were very supportive of the RER project. We are very supportive of transit. We just believe that all the communities along these lines need to benefit from this. We don't want to be the community known as the train watching community. What do you want us to do? To set up a watching station so people can watch trains 8 meters high and not be able to get on it? Is that what you want from the community of Davenport? You asking us to put 1.5 kilometer bridge 8 meters high in my community without access to it and without benefits that we know in public realm. There has been no commitments done. And we're basically saying it, have a second look at this. We deserve to be part of this project. We, the residents of Davenport, the residents of Toronto, deserve an infrastructure for the next 100 years that is going to benefit this city on a transit and on a regional basis, but is going to benefit our local communities as well. That's what we're asking. Take the time to ensure that this is a good piece of infrastructure and that it is connected to a network. Stop working in silos in this regional transportation versus local transportation. We're all the same taxpayers. We elect all the same members of government. We want to make sure that we benefit from this piece of infrastructure through good public realm improvements and through access to the line. We want to build public transportation. We just want to build it right.
Thank you. Before we go to the questions, I just want to acknowledge the grade 5 students from St. Bridget's Catholic School. The group is visiting City Hall to learn about their local government. The school is located in Ward 31, Beaches, East York, and their local counselor is Counselor Janet Davis. The group leader is Sarah Ford. Welcome. Okay, Councillor Shiner, questions, clarification of the motion?
Sorry, Councillor Bylaw.
Yes.
I appreciate your concern if, and that's the thing, if the province refuses to look at the tunnel option that this be done. I think you're right to be sure this happens. Would you be okay if this was, if staff were asked to come back by one of my colleagues in 2 or 3 months and let us know if the province will be looking at that, and then we could put your motion forward at that time?
Sure. I just want to come back. I just want to make sure that this council chamber has the opportunities to continue monitoring this project and to continue to direct staff to have an impact on it. We can't just say if it's not a tunnel, we're going to throw our hands in the air. We want to make sure that we continue to put pressure and to continue to deliberate on the project.
Okay, so hopefully one of our colleagues, and you won't mind then if they put a motion to work with you on that to send this to get a report back in a short period of time where we're at, and then that motion can be placed then?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Carroll, clarification of the motion?
No, Madam Speaker, I had the same concerns, but it sounds like there's a change coming.
Councillor Palacio, clarification of the motion?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor Bailao, is the intention of your recommendation is, in spite of the residents' reference panel discussions that they had in terms of creating community benefits and all these discussions that have taken place in the past, from Metrolinx has been no commitments at all. So your recommendation talks to that.
Yes, what we're saying is that despite whatever option they have, and we are going to be making our official position, I hope, that by supporting Councillor Shiner's recommendations, staff recommendations, but what we're trying to say is that whatever option they take, there has to be mitigations and there has to be the stop, and so we're asking staff to continue to work on that. And obviously to report back so that we have an opportunity in this chamber to continue to follow the work that is being done, to deliberate on the work, and to also see the impacts that it has on our communities.
So this, in essence, will give us an opportunity as members of council, in this case you and myself as well, and other members of the community who have been leading some aspects of this, to have that kind of discussion with Metrolinx.
Yes, and so what Councillor Shiner said is, can we just have a report in 2 or 3 months saying what has happened, what will be happening, and I'm fine with that as well. I just want to make sure that this chamber is closely following what is happening with this project. This obviously has a great impact in my community, but I believe that this is a project that it's a legacy for the city. It's a project that will impact the city as a whole, and I think it is important that the members of the chamber have an opportunity to follow what's going on.
Thank you, Councilor Bailão.
Thank you. Councillor Palacio to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do support the recommendations of the Planning Division, and also I do support the recommendations of Councillor Shiner and Councillor Bailão. I think we need to, as City Council, we have to send a strong message to Metrolinx. We all know that Metrolinx is not under the city jurisdiction. It's a provincial agency, and as it was noted by the Deputy City Manager, they can do what they want. But in terms of process, community consultation is something extremely important, I think, for all of us, for our local communities. And that kind of consultation has to be open, transparent, and inclusive, and that hasn't been the case. In this particular case, the environmental assessment, that would be well for all the stakeholders to consider multiple options before any preferred alternatives are chosen. To a degree, Metrolinx, and I give them credit for it, they did create the residents reference panel to focus on one option, and that's the overpass option only. And city staff, the planning department, they've been looking for opportunities to have discussions in terms of probably other options, including the trench and the tunneling options. But we haven't been successful from that perspective. And the idea was how to mitigate some of the negative impacts that our communities will have if this goes through. Members of my community, they've been very active, very effective, very passionate in terms of bringing forward something that's important to our local communities. And actually, we do have the president of the Ratepayers Association here on the with us, and they have done an excellent job trying to create a formula for community benefits. Unfortunately, those commitments have not been honored in any way whatsoever. So it is clear that Metrolinx have already chosen the preferred alternative, and that's to build an elevated bridge that's 3 stories high, and that will run from Bloor Street all the way to Davenport, affecting 2 wards. My friends, this is going to be a permanent structure, a major infrastructure project that's going to be built in the middle of people's backyards, literally speaking. And the one of the most affected ones is going to be Councilor Bailão, in the lower part. In the northern part that I represent, it has taken 12 years to build and to revitalize a great community that we have there with about 4,000 newcomers, great people that we have, professionals with young families. An area that the community is proud, that we are proud of. It has become the jewel, an area that's vibrant to that part of town. And Councilor Miheviki, He's very familiar with that area because he's been in that community a number of times. So he understands how great this community is. This project, as is proposed, it will be a long-term gain for Metrolinx and for communities that are going to benefit from the north. But it's going to be, if approved, a long-term pain for our local communities there. And that's not fair. As we all know, we have this CNR and the CP. This is a rail corridor in the section of the Diamond. That's the busiest intersection in the country.
Councillor Palacio, your time's up.
So at this point, I believe that this community that doesn't need another Gardner Expressway in people's backyards.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Matlow to speak.
Madam Speaker, I want to speak very briefly, simply to acknowledge the work of our colleague, Councillor Bylaw, on behalf of her community. Councillor Bylaw has personified what I believe is the best of what a city councillor can do under a situation when another order of government is making decisions over our heads, and in this case, literally. But also as a community advocate when those governance boundaries are there, but she needs to kind of push the envelope and make sure that their voices are heard. So if there are residents of Davenport who are listening today, you have a remarkable city councillor in Anna Bylaw. She has been ringing the alarm bells on this issue. She brought this to the attention of the chief planner. She's been speaking with her colleagues, and she is doing everything she can to push back and ensure that Metrolinx actively listens to the community. So good job, Anna, and we are standing with you.
Thank you, Councillor Matlow. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. I do have a motion, if I could get it up on the screen. Thank you. It is a very small but very profound change to recommendation number 1 from the staff recommendation. And what I'd like to say is it deletes a line and replaces it to search for other options. It removes the tunnel out of the statement. What I want to say is in Ward 3 we've got a lot of concern with transportation-related noise. It has to do more with the airport. But I understand what this community is saying, and I also respect the lead that the local councillors have provided about representing the concerns of their community. And I also respect the staff report that talks about the harms coming from noise and vibration, and that coming out of the construction of an overpass. But what I didn't get, excuse me, was staff advice on the other options, specifically about the tunnel. A number of councillors asked questions today. We asked about the impacts on infrastructure. We asked about what could happen to the other bridges that are over Davenport and Bloor, and I think I heard something about them needing to be rebuilt. We asked about price, and we don't know. So I have a lot of difficulty standing behind a tunnel option, not going in with my eyes open and understanding not only price, that's the simple one, can we even afford it? And what does it bump off of our capital infrastructure list? But what's the broader impact to the neighborhood? And could it cause harm to others that are down the line because of that need for a longer slope? We heard that it could be a 4-kilometer undertaking instead of a 1.5 one. So my change is small, but I think is important. I'm not sure as a council we can stand behind a tunnel today. Let's hear more about what it means. But I think as a council we can say we're not satisfied with the proposal as it is right now, and that we would be glad to work with Metrolinx and come up with a better solution, whatever that solution is. I hope you understand that and accept those changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I understand there's a motion coming eventually that is is a different approach to the if scenario than the local Councillor Bylau's initial motion, but Councillor Perks will move that. I just wanted to speak to the reason I was asking the questions about you know, is there ever a scenario under which we would say yes to the elevated? I have an experience every time I visit my relatives in Vancouver, and it speaks to what the Chief Planner, Jennifer Keesmaat, is saying about the sterilization of the area around the station. My in-laws live by the oldest line, the line built for the Expo in the 80s, the oldest of the elevated lines. And well, it's a boon to the community to have transit. Heaven knows. It's a much smaller community than ours. People forget that. We are still larger than Vancouver by the entire size of Montreal, and yet they have this great transit system. But that sterilization of the lands around the station that can happen around elevated is worth heeding. That is good advice from the planner. In the older lines that are all elevated there, my in-laws' station is in an area that's not on the main avenue. It's actually a 15-minute walk away from the main avenue. And where you might have thought 15 minutes over, yet another major avenue would develop around it, it hasn't happened there. It just doesn't make sense to the fabric of the city. And so 15-minute walk away on the Kingsway, that's where the density is developing. But there's still this need to walk over to what is kind of an uncomfortably dark and unsafe place if you're taking that station at night. Another stop down, my sister-in-law says to me, look, if you're coming back to the house and you want to get something, just get off a stop early and go to the Safeway, because we have a 2-hour zone ticket. So you can get off, grab your Safeway stuff and get back on. That's an innovation in transit that we might want to look at. That's an innovation that ought to be in the integrated fare initiative that we undergo with GO in the coming years. But when I did do that integrated fare ability to get off and go to the Safeway, I thought I should grab something to eat here. I think I'll have dinner in this neighborhood. It's an actual avenue and an elevated rail transit line that has been there for now almost 20 years. There's nothing around it. This little avenue grew up around it. Graded retail at grade where there wasn't any before, moved in with enthusiasm around this elevated rail station, as it might do in that sleepy part along Bloor Street where this is proposed initially. But over time, it's simply not an attractive place. It didn't turn into the Leslieville restaurant strip or anything like that, because in actual fact, that elevated rail line is an impediment to that becoming the beautiful magnet retail. And so what's around it is a dotty little group of shops, none of which are really high earners. The only thing really earning money at that station is the Safeway itself, and then people are going around the corner of it and getting into cars because they've parked their car in what is a grocery store parking lot to get on the transit system. So there's a whole lot of unrealized potential, not very well thought out pieces happening on what can be a great transit system. But what the Chief Planner is telling us is it's that over time that has led us to believe that going forward, we should actually get away from those elevated rails where we have what are now filled with potential avenues. You actually kill the potential with that elevated rail if you're building it into that avenue. That's why we're doing this. We're doing this with those 20 years of hindsight from comparable systems in Canada. And that's why we're taking this position. We want to be solid in that position. That's why Councillor Perks' motion is a better going forward motion and is agreed to by the local councillor and by the chief of the committee. And it will make sure that as we leave this council chamber today, we're taking a solid position on why this is good planning with the benefit of hindsight of all other elevated systems of why we need a tunnel here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I do have two motions. The first motion, I'm not sure which one staff's going to put up first.
John Libby was working.
Oh, Okay, so the first motion is a replacement for what Councillor Bylaw was attempting to do. The idea being that should Metrolinx take a bad position, something comes back here and we can rethink what our fallback is, or if they're willing to have the conversation with us, we have an opportunity to give more detailed instructions. What it does is give us an opportunity, frankly, to make this a conversation rather than shouting into the wind. I understand Councillor Bylaw is going to be withdrawing her motion because she feels that this would be a preferable way forward. The second motion I'm moving is that we direct staff to reiterate Council's position that elected officials should have a seat on the Go Metrolinx board. I want to speak to this one in a little bit more detail. It is only 7 or 8 years ago that members of this council sat on the board of directors of Go Metrolinx. By unilateral move, the province said no more elected officials. We want to make sure that there is expertise instead of politics governing how our transit system works. And I think there's a lesson for us in that. Many of you join Councillor Cole every month to participate in being on the board of the TTC. The thing about having elected officials in that role is that we are not monomaniacs, limited focus, who are concerned only with one outcome. We're responsible for understanding all the competing demands on public space and how we negotiate and balance and look for win-wins in that public space. Someone who's appointed merely to get the trains to run on time has no broad mandate or broad understanding for the very important fact that the only reason we build transit is to improve people's quality of life. That's the only reason you would do it. You would never build transit for any other purpose. And yet here we are with an agency that is not publicly accountable, where no one who was elected to public office sits on their board, where, frankly, community concerns are routinely ignored, looking at a neighborhood and saying, and all they see is a line on a map. They don't see that people live there. They don't see that people take their kids out and play in that neighborhood. They don't see that businesses try to get established in the area. They don't see a community, a neighborhood, a place. We defeat the entire purpose of transit if we allow it to destroy places. Frankly, a city where no one enjoyed where they lived, but the trains ran really quickly, is not a city that anyone would move to or live in. We live in our communities because they provide a variety of amenities. They provide a variety of services, and they're pleasant, attractive places to live. It is entirely possible to design a transit system that fits that, but it's only possible to do it if the leadership of that organization is broadly accountable for more than a single value, moving trains. So we used to have that kind of governance at Go Metrolinx. I would encourage you to support a motion that would remind Metrolinx that things worked much better when those of us who are elected to have broad accountability and to understand multiple layers of public interest were back in the leadership role at that organization. Thank you.
Okay, we do have a question for you by Councillor Cole.
Campbell.
Oh, sorry.
I get them mixed up all the time, too.
JC and JC.
No, I was looking at Councillor Cole as the next speaker, so sorry. Councillor Campbell.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Perks, I wholeheartedly agree with your motion. I'm just wondering if we just leave it as it is, will it just be forgotten? Why not direct council to send a letter to the Premier and the Minister of Transportation, I believe Mr. Glenn Murray, for purposes of being a little bit more forthcoming and direct? I just think that might have a little bit more...
I appreciate your thought. We have sent such correspondence in the past. This is asking staff to remind when the original decision was made to take elected officials off, we did send correspondence. This is directing staff to go and say, you know, we're still waiting for a response. But in addition to that, Councillor, it's fully my intention to communicate directly with the ministers from my own office, and I would encourage you to do the same. And in fact, it might be beneficial if each of us took advantage of our Facebook pages, our Twitter accounts, the blogs that we put out, our newsletters, and remind Torontonians that they're badly served by this unaccountable agency and they need elected officials to take the helm again.
So you don't want to amend your motion to send a letter?
No, I don't.
Okay. Tweet it.
Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I may sound like a broken record here, but I have to strongly agree with Councillor Perks. I know.
That's not a broken record.
It's not a broken record. It's the wrong image.
Yeah. Please tweet heartily. There is no doubt, and this is just one example of it, and a strong example of why Metrolinx needs elected representatives on their board. It is clear, and people have this, maybe I think sometimes rosy and at times naive vision of removing politics from transit planning and building public infrastructure with public money. Part of the reason with it being public and why you want elected officials there's someone who's accountable. Trust me, when something happens at the TTC board, I hear about it on Twitter sometimes, or in many other. That's right. Someone once said there are no real people on Twitter. You hear about it, and there's an accountability. So I think we should all support that motion. It's clear it needs to be done, and maybe we'll have that discussion another time and day. The issue here for Councillor Bylaw is a difficult one, and I appreciate the hard work she's done. And I think her motion should be supported that even if an infrastructure choice is made and they go ahead with it, there has to be a recognition for a community benefit. The transit benefit to the city and region as a whole is quite different from the benefit that a local community should have based on hosting that infrastructure. I think that's a model and an understanding that we've embraced at all levels of government in this city for a long time, and one that's not being employed here and one that should be. I do admittedly, though, have some concerns with our staff and looks like us taking a position on a infrastructure choice that we have no idea what the impacts are. And I say that with a bit of a parochial hat on for someone upstream where the tunnel may let out or let in, depending on how you look at it, and obviously the financial impacts of that. Having said that, I do think that despite not knowing that, this process and this action and this statement may actually set the wheels in motion for us to get that information, so we do know whether the tunnel is a viable option or not, how it compares in cost and community impact to what they're now proposing. And so I will also support that motion with some hesitation because of what we don't know, but my hope is that at least with this motion it gets us those answers so we can make a more informed decision, and that again, just circling back to Councillor Perks' motion, one where if there was ever an example of why, to reinforce the notion that we need a level of accountability when this public money is being spent on public projects, I would ask you also to support his motion to remind the province how important it is to have accountable elected people on the Metrolinx board. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Cole. Speaker Nunziata.
Thank you. I do have two motions. First motion is that City Council direct the City Clerk to forward a copy of the Council decision on this item to the local MPPs. And my second motion is that City Council, in acknowledging the good work of Metrolinx in the province in constructing the Weston Tunnel, requests them to adopt a similar approach that integrates community concerns and mitigates the local impact of this initiative. The reason I want to move this motion is for members of council that in Weston, we were fortunate. We've been dealing with the train for a number of years, the electrification, and the community. My community has been very active in advocating on behalf of the two Metrolinx on the electrification and as well as the grade separation in Weston. And we were fortunate working with our local MPP a few years ago and having a number of public meetings that we got a tunnel in Weston. and Metrolinx built the tunnel. It's the tunnel that was built in partnership with the school board, because at the same time we were demolishing a school, a Catholic school, St. John's School, and the new school was being built. The partnership was that the new school that's being built, the tunnel would be leveled out, and they would put a playground. So the kids are using the tunnel as a playground for the school. So they're sodding the whole tunnel, and the kids are using it as a school. But they had to close John Street, which just recently we approved this wonderful project on John Street, the pedestrian bridge and the John Street Cultural Hub. Metrolinx contributed financially to the Weston Cultural Hub with Artscape. So we were very fortunate. We worked with Metrolinx and we got our tunnel. But we worked with the local MPP, and she was able to bring that forward at the legislature, and it was supported. And I think that if we did this with this project, hopefully if the local MPPs work with the two councillors and with council, I'm sure that we would be able to get the same project that we did in Weston on Davenport. So I wanted to bring that up because I was just very surprised that the Davenport community has had to go through this, being that in Weston we were able to work in partnership with Metrolinx, and it was not an issue. But officially, we have never acknowledged Metrolinx for that tunnel in Weston, and I wanted today to acknowledge them. Thank you, and hopefully that we can continue that partnership with the initiative in Davenport, and that's the reason why I wanted to move these two motions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor Davis?
I have a motion, but I'm not sure it's prepared. Am I the last speaker?
No, I forgot it.
Yes. Oh, goodness.
Her motion is not ready and she's the last speaker.
It's just about ready. Okay.
Councillor Davis is the last speaker, and her motion is not ready, so do we want to hold it down? Oh, there it is. Okay, Councillor Davis?
Yes, and I've checked with the Deputy City Manager, and he's quite happy to include this in his report. So what this report requests is that in his subsequent report, he will include information about the existing cost-sharing agreements for this site and the cost-sharing expectation of Metrolinx for this project. Many of you will recall that we got delivered a $98 million bill for outstanding payments to Metrolinx out of the blue from long-standing and old agreements. And we were asked to go all the way back to amalgamation, pre-amalgamation, to pay for grade separation costs, bridges, public realm costs associated with Metrolinx projects. We were asked as well to consider whether or not we ought to institute and take a position, and it was in camera, so I won't say what that position was that was recommended to us, but we were recommended to say, let's put aside all of those old agreements, and you heard the city solicitor say there are many and they're complex, many of them are old, they're not workable. Put aside all those old agreements and enter into a new one with Metrolinx for all of these projects that are coming our way as part of RER, and a certain contribution, cost-sharing formula be established for all new projects. Everybody's just chatting away. And we did not adopt that. We did not adopt that, so we are still in exactly the same position as we were 2 years, maybe 18 months ago. We have old historic, complex, multiple federal and provincial old agreements, that Metrolinx will come after us to pay for this. We will be asked, no doubt, to pay a portion of the cost.
One moment, please, Councillor Davis. Councillor Shiner, Councillor Cressy, members of council, Councillor Jamari, please try to keep it down. Thank you.
So we will no doubt be asked to pay a portion of these costs for this project, on a project where we have had virtually no input. And I think will set a very bad precedent for future RER projects, Smart Track, for all of the work that we do with Metrolinx. And I think before so that we don't end up in the same situation as we did before, where we get served up with a bill many years later and then have to cut a deal with Metrolinx, we should be talking about this up front. And we should understand the cost implications and what Metrolinx expectations will be of us. So that's the purpose of this motion, and I hope you'll support it. Thank you.
There's a question.
Councillor Coe has a question. Councillor Coe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the motion, Councillor Davis. I think it's got some wisdom to it. Would your obviously, the concern is that after the fact, we make a decision on a big, ribbon-cutting infrastructure announcement, and then we could be stuck with a bill with all the nitty-gritty, moving pipes and things that have to happen. Is that what you're trying to avoid?
Absolutely. We got presented a surprise, huge bill last year for projects that went back to the beginning of the formation of Metrolinx. And we do not want to be in that position again, and they, no doubt, will expect us to make a contribution on all of these projects for the public improvements, bridges, pipes, all of the stuff that comes in the public realm. We don't want to be caught by surprise.
Seeking clarity on kind of the real cost of a project, not just what the line costs.
Absolutely. And the same, we talk about Smart Track, we talk about all these RER projects, but we have not talked about the public realm costs that we will be saddled with. And the history has been, it's been after the fact. We need to know up front. We've got a capital pressure that we keep hearing about over and over again. And when you ask our city manager, are we considering the costs from any of these Metrolinx projects? We have not. We've got to begin to build into our budget the projected costs for these types of projects.
Could you envision, and I'm thinking about this one now specifically that's in front of us, a scenario where the province/Metrolinx says, great, you want a tunnel? That's 500 million more. We're happy to accommodate you, city, if you pay the difference. And would you like to kind of know that going into us making a decision?
I understand, and the chair of the committee spoke to this too. There has always been a kind of notional assumption, you pay, but you have a say. So if we want it to be a certain type of infrastructure, then yes, we will likely have to make a contribution. And in the past, it's been a percentage kind of approach. I don't know what it would be in this instance, but we should know what it is in advance.
Great.
And deal with the real costs before we make a decision on which, and if we get to make a decision on what type of infrastructure it will be.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you. So we're ready to vote.
File a grievance.
What was it?
Okay, I understand. Okay, I understand, members of council, that Councillor Bylaw wants to withdraw her motion. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay. Councillor Shiner?
Oh,
Councillor Shiner?
did Councillor Holiday have one motion or two?
One.
Okay.
Okay? Okay, thank you. We're going to be voting. If we can put the motions on the screen. All right, yes. Motion number 3 by Councillor Holiday first. Yes, recorded vote.
Councillor Wong Tam, please. Councillor Bylaw, please.
The amendment does not carry. The vote is 15 to 22.
Pardon? We have to reopen. All in favor? Councillor Perks. Okay, so let's vote on it again. Recorded vote.
Councillor Fillion, please.
The amendment does not carry. The vote is 11 to 28.
No, there's been a request that we vote on them separately and recorded vote. Councillor Palacio, you asked for that, right? Yes. As a package? Okay. No. Okay. Please, let's just put up the motions on the screen. Our next one is motion by Councillor Shiner, recorded vote.
The motion carries 38 to 1.
Okay, our next motion. By Councillor Perks, 4A, recorded vote.
Councillor Karagianis, please. Councillor Matlow, Councillor Davis, Councillor Layton, please, and thank you. Councillor DiGiorgio, please. Councillor Matlow, please.
Motion 4A carries 38 to 1.
4B, recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor DiGiorgio. Councillor Pasternak, please. Councillor Doucette.
Councillor Fillion, please. Councillor Robinson. Councillor DiCiano, please.
Motion 4B carries unanimously, 39 in favor.
Motion 5A by Councillor Nunziata, recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Lee. Councillor Davis. Councillor DiGiorgio, please.
Motion 5A carries unanimously, 39 in favor.
5B by Councillor Nunziata.
Councillor DiGiorgio, please. Councillor McMahon. Councillor Perks. Councillor Matlow. Councillor Kelly, please.
Councillor Ainsley and Councillor Grimes, please.
Councillor Karygiannis, please.
Motion 5B carries unanimously, 39 in favor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we'll go back to the first item we were supposed, pardon? Oh, okay, Councillor Davis's motion. We didn't have a copy of it, that's why. Okay. Motion 6. On favor? Carried. Okay. So now we'll go back to the two items that we're dealing with this morning, planning and growth. Items management, item 8.6 and North York Community Council 10.39 on Tippett Road. So Councillor Shiner, you held the items down. Do you have questions to staff?
So I have to apologize to council because over the last little while I didn't get those motions finished. I don't know what I was doing. There was a little bridge item that we were dealing with. The staff have the instructions and are drafting them now. I should have them shortly, and then our floor staff will have them. And we may just be able to put those motions on the floor and vote with it, but I'm still waiting for them to be finished.
Okay, so let's continue with the other item, which was the Board of Health. HL 8.1, Councillor Wong Tam held the item down, and there was a request for the Medical Officer of Health to make a presentation, and this is the action on intimate partner violence against women. Okay.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Members of Council. Intimate partner violence against women is an important issue. It deserves the attention of the Board of Health and of City Council, but it has a special significance for my colleagues and I in Toronto Public Health because of the murder of Zahra Abdil and her two sons, Faris and Zain, almost exactly a year ago. In this report, intimate partner violence against women is defined as the WHO defines it, the World Health Organization, and that focuses on the fact that it is gender-based violence that it can encompass a range of behaviors from physical violence, sexual or psychological harm, psychological abuse, and controlling behaviors, and that it can occur in a range of different types of relationships, including dating partners, sexual partners, spouses, and same-sex relationships. This report focuses on intimate partner violence against women because it is both more common and tends to be the more severe types of violence that women experience in intimate relationships. But it's important to recognize that men also experience intimate partner violence, and they can do so both in same-sex and opposite-sex relationships. 1 in 3 women has experienced IPV in her lifetime nationally, and that means that all of us know someone who has experienced intimate partner violence. In any given day, about 6,000 women and children are living away from their own home in shelters to escape abuse, and every 6 days in Canada, a woman is killed by her intimate partner. This problem starts early in life. A recent Ontario survey showed that about 1 in 10 teens reported experiencing abuse, and amongst grade 9 to 10 girls, between 1 and 2 and 1 and 3 had experienced different forms of intimate partner violence, even at that early age. We don't have a lot of data about intimate partner violence in Toronto, in Toronto's population, its distribution, and who is affected. However, we do have some police data which shows that overall, police-reported IPV rates are higher in Toronto than in the rest of Ontario, although somewhat lower than in Canada as a whole. And homicide, the most severe form of intimate partner violence, is also more common in Toronto than the rest of Ontario. Over a recent 10-year period, 58 women were killed by their intimate partners here in this city. Now, women who've experienced abuse can suffer immediate short-term effects, including injuries and death, but also longer-term chronic physical, psychological, social, and economic problems that can persist long after the abuse has ended. And I'm reminded of the account told by an Alberta provincial representative of her experience with abuse, which continued long after her relationship ended, and really only she found relief once her partner, her former partner, had died. There are also health consequences for children who are exposed to intimate partner violence. They can experience a range of physical and mental health issues that may put them on a negative developmental path, including becoming future victims or perpetrators of abuse. And of course, there is an economic cost which has been estimated at about $7.4 billion each year in direct and indirect costs of intimate partner violence across Canada. Now, we recognize that this is a complex problem, requires a comprehensive approach with a lot of collaboration between different sectors and organizations. There has been, over the past 10 years, increased focus on this issue, heightened attention, with several important government and community-led initiatives to address the issue, to raise awareness. Some of them are pictured here on this slide. Recently, the Ontario government launched an action plan to eliminate sexual violence and harassment, which is a part of this new attention to the issue. In developing this report, we looked at available data on the extent of intimate partner violence, and I presented some of that here this morning. We did an environmental scan of initiatives attempting to address the issue. We talked to many divisions and agencies of the city, as well as community organizations, and we conducted a review of the evidence of what types of approaches are most effective. The result has been an action plan which really lays out things that we can do as an organization within Toronto Public Health, within the public health mandate, in order to address the issue in the areas of prevention, early identification, and response. And there are 10 goals, each of which has a number of specific actions within it. We've also made a number of recommendations which were adopted by the Board of Health for actions that other agencies and governments can do in order to address this issue. I'm just going to very briefly speak to the action plan and the recommendations. In the area of prevention, this is really the upstream prevention of intimate partner violence. We aim to expand parenting education and support. We're often working with families that have violence within them and are, in a sense, the precursors of violence in the lives of those children. We want to expand education on healthy relationships. In those years when children are beginning to form relationships, often the dating violence that occurs is a precursor to more severe forms of intimate partner violence later on. And throughout our work, we want to address the social and cultural norms that underlie and perpetuate intimate partner violence. In the area of early identification, We aim to increase the capacity of our staff as they deliver a range of different services in the community to identify and have a meaningful response to clients that they encounter who are affected by intimate partner violence. We want to make sure that all of our programs and services which may be helpful are free of barriers and are equitably accessible. We want to increase our capacity to address IPV in the workplace. And we want to, through public education, increase the public's capacity to identify and respond. What do members of the public do? What can they do when they encounter a friend, a neighbor, or a family member who they believe may be a victim? In the area of response, and this is really because of our mandate more an area of advocacy and collaboration for us, we want to work with others to increase access to resources and services that can protect, support, and empower women who are experiencing intimate partner violence. We want to work through coordination and collaboration, and we want to try and address some of the gaps that currently exist in the information available to help our understanding of this phenomenon. Recommendations directed to others include increased funding for parent education and support to enable us and other local public health agencies to do more. We're asking that those who are responsible for training teachers in our society include information on HPV in that training to increase teachers' capacity to recognize early signs. We want increased access to housing, particularly transitional and emergency housing, improvement and reviews in police and justice responses, and improved legal support for women who are at risk. Lastly, we're asking for increased access to social supports and mental health services, particularly for the many diverse communities that exist within Toronto. We're asking for local data gaps to be filled, and asking the new federal government to implement the promised national action plan to address this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. With respect to the presentation that you've just provided, Doctor, what are the existing gaps in the city? I recognize that you're asking for to close the gaps in other orders of government, but what can the City of Toronto do as an employer to close the city gaps?
Well, the recommendations that are contained in the report and the action plan, the parts of the action plan that call for Toronto Public Health to collaborate, really are designed to address those things. We've highlighted a few. We've highlighted the importance of mental health services and social services availability. We've highlighted the importance of housing, because women who are at risk, often for their lives, need a place to go for themselves and their families. And there are some challenges we understand in the access to safe housing.
So with respect to, because the report is dedicated to Zara, and I don't think that we can actually avoid that, one of the reasons why this report is before us is because a member of the Toronto Public Service was murdered by her domestic partner, her husband. So let's just talk for a little bit about circumstances that exist today. So we have an employee of the City of Toronto that was residing in a shelter while she was waiting for housing. And somehow we didn't get her into housing, special priority housing fast enough. How can we close that gap? How can we ensure that women who are fleeing domestic violence, gender-based violence, are able to get to shelters in a timely fashion and then get into housing, safe, affordable, reliable housing in a timely manner? That does not mean that she has to go back to her abuser.
Well, the first step is identifying that the risk exists, and a number of the recommendations are designed to try and increase the likelihood that both professionals as well as just people in the community will identify and be able to provide support. The availability of the services once that identification is made can be a challenge. Our approach at this since we're not usually at Toronto Public Health the provider of those services, our approach has been that we want to try and work with others to use what we've learned about this issue to inform enhancements to those services, particularly around housing, mental health services, and legal services.
So my understanding is that Zara Abdil had to obtain a second job in order for her to afford legal supports and court supports in her case to try to retain custody of her children. And obtain a restraining order against her husband. At the same time, she didn't qualify for legal aid. So we have a program that's set up that's failing members of our public service. How do we close that gap?
I think we understand that women in this situation often do have challenges accessing services. At this point, we have general directions, we have identified needs. We really would have to work with other agencies in order to identify the specific solutions to enhance access to legal services, to enhance access to social services, and particularly housing.
Do you believe that the City of Toronto as an employer, and we were just recently ranked the top 100 employer in the country, do you believe that the City of Toronto and the corporation, that we did everything we could have to prevent what is now identified as a preventable death, not just of Zara, but her 2 young children?
Looking forward, I think the city has a responsibility both as an employer and as a service provider to do everything that it can to assist with intimate partner violence and its consequences. An example, I think, of what we're talking about is that there are some employers who have developed funds to provide legal support for employees who are facing intimate partner violence. That's something that the city could look at. There is limited legal assistance which is available through current municipal programs. More could be done in that area.
With respect to developing those legal supports that are available in other workplaces but not available in the City of Toronto, was it at one point available in the City of Toronto? Those legal supports for survivors of sexual domestic violence?
I can't answer the full history of those services of the city. We do know that there have been, as I say, other workplaces have developed these kinds of programs to a greater extent than we have at this point.
Would it surprise you that in 2012 that those specific supports that were available to Toronto, City of Toronto employees regarding legal supports and education supports, preventable supports around prevention of domestic violence were removed during the collective bargaining?
That was your last question.
As I say, I don't have the full history of those services. We've identified that there is a need for more.
Thank you. Councillor Cho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Dr. McQueen. That's a good presentation, but I kind of missing a lot of data. We have any kind of database that tells the ethnic background, cultural background, socio-economic background, educational background of a intimate partner who deliver all this violence?
There is a lack of information at that level of detail that would tell us about the incidence and prevalence of intimate partner violence in different communities within a very diverse community. That's one of the things that we're calling for, because I think that would help with the design and implementation of programs which could be supportive. There is some work being done in terms of neighborhood studies which may shed some light, but more work is needed to have specific information for the City of Toronto population.
I remember some 20 years ago, in Scarborough particularly, we had a lot of gun violence amongst the people who came to Canada as refugees. I will not mention the name of the country, but now this is much better. Actually, they are doing way better. Now we are expecting
Hold on, Councillor Cho, hold on. Councillor Karygiannis has a point of order.
At your request, I would ask that you might want to listen to what my fellow councillor said regarding the refugees. I don't think that was appropriate, and I was through you. I just wonder if you would like to withdraw that reference that he made. It was an inappropriate reference. People that come to this country from whatever reason should not be singled out.
Here. Okay,
I understand your concern.
Councillor Cho, can you please withdraw that comment?
Yeah. No, I'm mentioning that because we are getting over 10,000 refugees, and the
Okay,
people...
Councillor Cho, please just stick to the item.
Yeah.
Just retract
Okay, I will
your
not mention
comment.
refugees, but no, I try to be very frank. The diversity is strength, but sometimes we bring baggages from our old country. I'm one of them. And, people from the very violent areas, the children suffer, and they have learned behavior. So what kind of measure we have to people who need more help? That's the question that I try to raise. I'm not accusing any single group, by the way.
It's important to recognize that all communities experience intimate partner violence. There may be some communities for whom there is less availability of culturally competent services to meet their needs.
Okay, do we have any, I don't think we have, but we have any plan? At least we try to reach out to different multicultural communities, faith communities. We have a lot of language barrier. Over 50% is not born in Toronto, so naturally we have a language barrier, cultural barriers. We have any plan to reach out to different communities to effectively fight against intimate partner violence?
Well, all public service agencies in Toronto, including Toronto Public Health, make efforts to better serve the diversity that exists within Toronto, and that includes having language-appropriate services, culturally competent services, services which address differences in socioeconomic status. That is one of the needs in terms of delivering any kind of service in the City of Toronto, and that's also true for services which address intimate partner violence.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Right off the top of your presentation, you said that largely we have to work on police data here. Is there any attempt on the part of our public health, or indeed the medical officer of health provincially, to try and embed the need to at least do check-ins, at least begin to gather some sort of information from the actual medical system? If people are showing up in the medical system, is there any check going on there so that that data can be gathered in other than a law and order and very scary context?
There are a number of opportunities to improve the data and information that we have. Clearly, law enforcement statistics is one source. We do a number of surveys and other data gathering on a range of different health behaviors. It can be embedded there, both for youth as well as for adults. We can look at healthcare statistics. Each of these approaches has its strengths and limitations. If someone comes to an emergency room with an injury, it may or may not be identified as having come from intimate partner violence. And so we would expect to be undercounting significantly if we looked at health service data. However, it may contribute to building the overall picture.
And so in the outreach and education strategies that are part of the actions proposed here, can there be outreach to the health system in that regard?
Yes.
Is that within our purview?
Yes, we can certainly do that. The health services that we deliver for the city can be made more effective at identifying women at risk, but so can our partners in the health care system be made more sensitive to this, to identify it. There is an approach of sort of universal screening in which it becomes a routine part of a health care interaction to ask about intimate partner violence risk.
Okay. And the other thing I wanted to ask is about the reporting and disclosure. Even in the police data, you mentioned that even that is not accurate because lots of women don't report. But we know that it's 1 in 3. That means in this room, you don't have to be from somewhere far away. You don't have to be a particular socioeconomic status. There are 14 women on council. 1 in 3 means that some of us have experienced this. And I'm sure if it wasn't such a public room, we'd be saying so. But the non-reporting, what we know, particularly in those communities that are struggling with poverty or lower income, we know that one of the overarching fears is that they live in a community where they see from time to time throughout the course of the year mothers being separated from their children, the children heading off to Children's Aid, and that the fear of that happening is the biggest impediment, I think you might agree, to reporting IPV. In your outreach strategy, in your education strategy, are we going to find a way to tackle that with all of the responders to reports? That your first step is to make sure that that person feels they're safe in reporting, and that our first step is not going to be to try and remove them from their children.
There are a number of barriers to reporting. The fear of family breakdown and loss of custody of children is certainly one of them. Fear of retribution from the perpetrator is another. Stigmatization is another. Lots of barriers, and I think education and provider training can help to get past some of those barriers. We do work on a regular basis with children's aid societies, so there are opportunities to make sure that their policies and practices are aligned in a way which doesn't discourage reporting.
So can we get to and this is my last question, Madam Speaker. So is it possible that we could get to our guiding principle is first we take your report and do what we can to keep you safe, and second, we do everything we can to make sure that wherever possible we keep you together with your children?
I think that's an appropriate principle. We'd have to work with partners on embedding that in areas where it may not be fully embedded.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis, questions?
Speaker, I have been waiting for our HR staff to be here who are responsible for occupational health and safety, because the occupational health and safety policy of the City of Toronto includes a policy on violence in city workplace, addressing domestic violence in cities' workplaces policy, and I wanted to ask about that. Speaker.
Staff that are not here?
The public health report is now before City Council and makes recommendations about city divisions and implementing policies. And one division that is responsible for domestic violence policy in the workplace is our Human Resources Division and the Occupational Health and Safety staff who aren't here.
Well, do you want to hold the item down until you get them here, and let's continue with the agenda?
Unless I can, the Deputy City Manager is able to answer those questions.
Can't.
No, it's not her area of responsibility.
It's not her area. So,
whose cluster is it then?
okay, Councillor Davis, we'll hold the item down and we'll continue on the agenda.
I hate to hold the medical officer of health, but
what would you
I
like
think
to
it's
do then?
frustrating. I will do what I will ask. First, I'll ask the medical officer of health. Your recommendations are intended to address as well the city divisions. You are making recommendations to us as a corporation as well about workplace and dealing with domestic violence in the workplace.
Yes, that's correct. In our conversations leading up to the production of this report, we did identify a number of policies, both city policies as well as provincial requirements to address violence in the workplace and through the workplace. We also identified that those policies could be better understood and more awareness would be helpful.
Okay, so the city's policy itself, which is addressing domestic violence in the workplace that we approved in 2013, has a set of policies and guidelines and training attached to it. Can you tell us how you think we ought to be improving it?
I think the HR staff, as you indicated earlier, are probably in a better position to speak to plans in that area.
Maybe we should hold it down. Thank you.
Okay, we'll hold the item down. So you have another 2.5 minutes, Councillor Davis, when the staff come. All right. Is the Tippett one ready yet? No? Councillor Perks, you held down on page 3, EX 10.27, operating variance report. Do you have questions? Yes, I do. Okay, Councillor Perks, questions.
I see no staff. It's becoming epidemic. I need the CFO, who I think is not here today, or the city manager, or...
Matt.
He's just in the hallway. Oh, no, he's not. He's gone. We got a firefighter. Here we go.
Is the city manager around?
Or the CFO, or Mr. Farag, I believe, was here today on behalf of the CFO.
Where are they? Are they all
Maybe we
upstairs?
should just run the government on our own. Oh, here's a brave soul.
Okay, here we go. Here's the city manager. Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much. I've been reviewing the operating variance and I have a couple of questions. First, on Table 5, which lists the gapped positions and then the positions on top of the gap positions that are not filled. Am I reading it correctly that within our divisional staff, at Q3 we were 2,500 positions that were approved by this council unfilled?
I believe that to be correct. Although I'm just trying to find the table itself.
I think it's like page 5 or 6 or 7, somewhere in there. Table 5. Well, while you're looking that up, just broadly, I forget, how many people do we employ across in the divisions, not in our agencies? What's that number?
Roughly 33,000.
33,000. So this is a substantial portion of the approved complement, isn't it?
That is correct.
Yeah. And we've had this issue before, and we've been assured by your predecessor that measures were being taken to ensure that we had speedier hiring, that we had call lists in place for certain kinds of jobs so that these vacancies didn't persist. Are we going to do better on this next year?
I would hope and expect to do better. There are areas of structural friction involved in recruitment. We are an extremely attractive employer in general, and relatively few people do leave our employ. However, we do have some areas, engineering in particular, where it is difficult to hire to fill positions in a timely manner.
Yes, we've had that discussion about engineering staff before. I note also on, I believe it's page 10, that facilities is adding two new positions that weren't in our approved budget for the Scarborough Subway and the AODA. Is that correct?
That's what it indicates on the page, yes.
Okay. Now, if we haven't approved those positions, are we approving them by virtue of approving this operating variance, or is there some council decision that actually does that? How does that get amended?
I'm going to give the technical question to Josie Levita.
Through you, Madam Speaker, this variance report would actually amend the complement in year.
Thank you. I note on page 9 that several key program areas are identified as being places where the complement really isn't up to what we approved. One of them is PF&R. And I was wondering if the General Manager of Parks, Forestry and Recreation could spell out for us a little bit why it is that that complement is so low compared to what we approved.
So through you, Madam Speaker, we do have this year a projected variance of just over 200 in our complement, with a few explanations for that. Should note that our projected year-end variance is 150.
Well, I appreciate that the year-end, but I mean, if we approve a position to provide a service for 12 months, hiring them in December doesn't really achieve our goal.
So some of them are permanent positions, will have impacts on future years. So an explanation of some of the variance this year, about 80 of those positions are part-time recreation worker positions that were impacted through, and these are full-time equivalents, so represent a number of part-time staff and employees that were impacted through the closure of both the Etobicoke Olympium and the Toronto Pan Am Games Sports Centre, as well as a number of small other facilities during the Pan Am Games, as well as the delayed implementation of both the Regent Park Community Centre and the York Community Centre. So that's impacted those complement numbers for this year. In addition, on the parks complement variance, which is about 40 or 45, I believe, We have extended some, we have posted all the positions that are approved within the budget. Where we've been unable to fill those positions, we've extended contracts. So we may have less people, but we're using the full complement of hours that are available to
I just want to
insurance
get one
services.
more in. I note that there are a number of forestry staff that were short. Later, we're going to be looking at the tree protection bylaw. I'm wondering, and I know there's an issue around clearances from the forestry department. I'm wondering if we staff that department up to the approved complement, will we be able to do that more speedily?
Through the chair, we persevere to have full hiring within the forestry operations branch. Filling arborist positions continues to be a struggle for us, and in some cases, especially in emergencies, we've used our existing contracts to offset some of those vacancies. But we have, as I understand, 30 positions that have been filled in the last few months, as well as another 20 positions that are on the board right now looking to be filled.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
So, Madam Speaker, following on that line of question, when you have 2,200 on just the tax levy supported divisions, the question is this just an issue of the HR process being too onerous, or is it a combination of, in effect, a hiring freeze? Are people being asked to gap as long as they can, and then when they ask to hire, then we end up with this lag? So are we ending up with a combination of we are in fact still delaying hiring when we know that when we finally say hiring, it's going to end up taking 3 additional months? Are we asking too much of divisional staff in this regard?
There is no instruction, Councillor, I'm pleased to confirm, to deliberately slow down hiring or use gapping beyond what's been approved by Council as a budget management strategy.
So if the budget calls for a position to be filled, the minute the budget is adopted, they're not being told, but if someone retires, wait. They can trigger HR to begin helping them find that person right away.
That is correct. There is no generalized instruction. It may be that from time to time within the context of a divisional or subdivisional budget, as they size to fit in that context, there may be some situations in which individual decision makers are making that, but there is no generalized instruction. There is no need for that generalized instruction. It has not been provided.
Okay. And because today we're looking at what happened last year, but next week we're looking at what is to happen. We say there is no effective hiring freeze, and it's a level of detail that does not appear in Council's budget. But where we're setting a gapping target on a percentage basis, is there a detailed look at where that gapping is likely to occur in the staff-to-staff conversation about proposed budgets? I'm concerned about the impact on service, and when we just look at a percentage in Budget Committee, we don't know the impact on service of a percentage of gapping.
And I appreciate the question, Councillor. The staff-to-staff conversations start from the perspective of respect for the guidelines we have, and the guidelines we have are clear. They start with and they end with service levels. So those always start from the perspective of how to best meet service levels. Then we have the financial constraint, but they start and end with service levels.
Okay, thank you. Those are my comments. Thank you.
As a council, we are now on operating variance report because some of the, I believe that the names on the speaker list, Councillor Wong Tam, is on this item? Oh, okay. I thought it was from the previous list. Okay. Councillor de Bearmaker, questions?
Through you, Madam Speaker, following up on Councillor Perks' question either to our city manager or financial staff about the variance for the real estate services for the Scarborough Subway and Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act. It's 100% funded by the approved capital and TTC's budget. So you're comfortable with this variance?
So through you, Madam Chair, yes. Essentially what we're doing here is increasing the gross budget to account for funds that we're getting from TTC to do work on behalf of them for those projects.
And that at one level, I would assume makes us more efficient?
So these particular positions are being added to their complement to undertake real estate work that will support those particular projects from TTC's capital budget.
And if I or any other councillor was recommend not to fund these positions or not to accept them, you would say that's probably unwise for our corporation?
Given that those are both requirements of this council, those projects are proceeding.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Davis?
So I'm just learning to read your new format. It would be helpful if they were in color. I presume it would be helpful. What I did want to ask Mr. City Manager, two things. One, you raised in your presentation the other day the need to look at gross as opposed to net. And I'm wondering, in terms of accountability and budgeting, so I'm wondering if you could comment on the differences between net and gross and why we should pay more attention to gross, and whether there's something in here that should have one of these new symbols.
So as a matter of general principle and policy, both net and gross are important. Net relates most directly to what City Council is, through its tax mechanism, putting on the basis of the tax-supported basis and what our citizenry feels most directly. But gross includes a lot of other stuff, and in order to understand in particular what can be happening with underlying growth or underlying shrinkage in a program, you need to break that out on a gross basis so that underlying shifts in revenue do not disguise the actual service impacts.
Right, so the overall, the revenue variance on the net side is 1.2%, and on the gross it's 2.6, which is significantly different, which presumably points out that we have more revenue than expected.
Yes.
So once again, and in the past, I can tell you that as a councillor, finding at the end of the year significant variances with respect to revenue and underspending on the staff side, could you point out if there's any difference in the trend in terms of revenue?
So
in terms of, for instance, the land transfer tax and the assessment growth and the income from investment, which were all lines that we have relied upon over the last several years.
So in general terms, I think Council's aware that our land transfer tax revenues have been growing at a fairly quick pace, and we see that in year in the variance reports. Our interest income is pretty well flat. Assessment growth is captured at budget time, and that's the number for the entire year. And really other key revenue drivers that we have would be around transit fare ridership revenue, as well as any associated swings in revenues from provincial subsidies based on ups or downs in caseload, for example.
And can you please explain to me this notion that you raised, Mr. City Manager, that I was quite taken aback by at your presentation, and how it's reflected here, if it is, on the lower expenditure costs, the reduced costs of lower levels of borrowing or debenturing. So in 2015, did we budget for so much for our debenturing costs, and we then borrowed less, and therefore we have savings as a result? Is it reflected here, and can you show me where it is? Because we look at these all the time, and I never see a line that says debenture costs.
I'm going to ask Joe Farag to offer the detailed response to that you, Councillor, deserve. But in general, what happened, as I understand it, is that as projects were completed, they were not debentured as quickly as they might be. That offered the appearance in the 2014 budget of under expenditure.
So can you show me where I can find the information about debenture costs in relation to our projected budget in this document?
So every year, Madam Chair, we in fact disclose as part of the budget process the expected debt costs in 2016 and beyond. We show that projection. It's often the case, though, as the city manager indicated, that projects are in fact completed. They are funded internally and permanently financed at a later date. And so there is this time lag between a temporary funding and permanently financing a project.
Okay, Councillor Davis, that was your last question. Thank you. Councillor Campbell? Councillor Campbell?
No, sorry, that's a mistake. Sorry.
Pardon?
No, I'm okay.
Okay, we have 5. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I just want to remind Council that at the end of the third quarter of this year, 2,500 positions out of 33,000 were vacant. That's just roughly, about 8%. So of what we approved, the services that we approved at Council when we had our budget deliberations, about 8% of that work didn't get done. Or staff had to work overtime in order to get that work done, and that's more expensive. We need to be much clearer, much stronger, and much more vigilant that the work that we approve as a city council is getting done. I can think of many, many instances in my ward with recreationists, with planners, with frontline service delivery staff saying, there's an issue in my ward, there's a public process we have to go through, and having to wait and wait and wait until somebody is trained up and able to move that process forward. It is no wonder we have difficulty convincing the public that we need to raise the revenues to pay for services when the services we've approved are often delayed or implemented to only a fraction of what it is that we approved. We have seen some improvement in this area, but I also want to note that these vacancies are on top of the approved structural gapping, which is the next mountain, frankly, we're going to have to climb. We have to continue to be vigilant with Toronto City staff saying, Council has directed you to hire this many people to deliver this service, and we expect it to be done.
Thank you. On the item, on favor? Carried. Recorded vote? Okay. Recorded vote.
It'll be up soon.
Councillor Karagianis, please.
Councillor Papadakis, please. Thank you.
The item carries 26-3.
Recess to 2 o'clock. Thank you. Members of council, this meeting is now resumed. If you can please take your seats. Members, before we do the run-through of the member motions, I would take the release of member holds. Okay, do we have any release of holds? Councillor Fillion.
I have a few, and I would ask.
If you sign that, you can have that.
Okay, thank you.
There you go.
Page 8, North York Community Council, North York 10.25.
What page?
Page 6.
Oh, 6?
It's regarding construction staging for construction at the Shepherd Center. So I have a motion, if it can be put up on the screen. City Council approved the use of the east curb lane on Yonge Street from a point 23.40 meters north of Shepherd Avenue East to a point 30 meters south of Greenfield Avenue, and the north curb lane on Shepherd Avenue East from Yonge Street to a point 170 meters east from December 9th, 2015 to June 30th, 2018 for a construction staging area, provided that 3 northbound lanes are maintained at all times. And 2, City Council prohibit northbound left turns at all times from Yonge Street onto Harlandale Avenue.
Okay, so this is on page 6.
Speaker, I'd like to hold that item, please.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Fillion, do you have another one?
All right.
Page 6.
It is Public Works 9.7.
Okay, just a sec. Yes, on
Page
page
5.
5, yes.
And this refers to the mayor, who's not in the room, but I showed him the motion and he is in agreement with it. And it has to do with the Yonge 401 interchange. City Council requests Mayor John Tory to convey to the Premier of Ontario and to the Minister of Transportation that the relief of traffic congestion in the Yonge Street 401 interchange, Yonge Street, Shepherd Avenue area is a high priority for the City of Toronto, and that City Council requests the Province of Ontario, in consultation with the City of Toronto, we're missing a that there, proceed expeditiously with the construction studies and the commencement of design and construction work to complete the much-needed improvements to the Yonge Street 401 interchange.
Okay, so on page 5, PW 9.7, Councillor Fillion's got the motion on the screen. All in favor? Carried.
There's a slight typo in there, if the clerks can, we're missing a word, that.
Do you have any more?
He writes books, he knows what he's talking about.
I do, but I'll, perhaps we could do this again at the end of member motions.
All right, okay. Do we have any more quick releases? If you can, Councillor DiCiano.
Releasing members' motions?
No, we're not there yet.
Okay, can I release item,
What page?
it's a good question.
Page is mine, Joe?
What committee is it?
Can I release item PE 8.5?
Which page?
Page 4, PE 8.5, just as a release?
There-
Okay, I'll keep holding it, and maybe Councillor Fillion and I can chat a little bit on that. Thank you.
Thank you. On what, his item? Okay, it's being held.
I know, Madam Speaker, and with the forgiveness of council, if other members have issues on that's a tree bylaw, and they could deal with Councillor DiCiano, I'm trying to get back up to the family for the evening. I'd like to be here for that item, so if they could let them know what they are, and maybe we can deal with it as a quick item, it would be appreciated.
Thank you. Councillor, I thought Councillor Robinson, your name was there. Okay, Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Page 6, Top of the page, EY 10.54, request for final reports, or for reports regarding the potential methadone clinic at Lakeshore Boulevard and 6. So I understand you ruled 2 and 3 out of order, correct?
Redundant.
Yeah, redundant. Okay, so we're just doing number 1. So I'll just release that, and I know Councillor Platzer's got a good handle on that, so I'm good with that.
Yes, the reason it's redundant because the report is coming through licensing.
Yeah, I understand. I talked to Councillor Platzer. I'm good.
Okay, so on page 6, EY 10.54, Councillor Grimes is releasing. All in favor? Carried.
Recorded vote on that, please.
Recorded vote.
Page 6, top of the page.
Page 6, the top of the page, EY 10.54, methadone clinics.
Councillor Filion, Councillor Fragadakis, please.
Councillor Wong-Tam, please. Councillor Lee, please.
The item carries 31 to 3.
Councillor Matlow.
Madam Speaker, on page 5, PW 9.17, lane designations, Yonge Street at Eglinton Avenue, both Ward 16 and Ward 22. I just would quickly say it would be helpful if transportation staff would come to the local councillors before it goes to committee, or at least this councillor, I don't know about the other, so that we can get the heads up and maybe learn about it before it goes through the process. Thank you.
Okay, so you're releasing, right? On page 5, PW 9.17, Councillor Matlow's releasing. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've got item PE 8.7. It's page 4.
Yes.
And I've got a motion if the clerks could kindly put it on the screen. Just to let people know, I just want to again thank Councillor Doucette for her hard work on this issue. It's a very difficult one, and she's in complete on board with this.
Councillor Robinson, Councillor Perks has an issue with it.
Oh, I couldn't hear him say that.
Yeah.
Councillor Doucette was, and I've been talking about it all morning, and she's...
Thank you. Do you have any more, Councillor Robinson?
I do. I'll keep going.
Okay.
This is a purple sheet about a development. It's a settlement.
Which page?
It's CC 11.2. I don't think it's on a page.
Page 7.
Oh, thank you. Page 7. So page 7, and again, it's CC 11.2. And
your motion was circulated yesterday.
That's correct.
Yes.
So this has been a long-standing issue in the Yonge Eglinton area. It's 1830 Erskine. It went to the OMB in August, and with all the stakeholder involvement, this was the outcome that both the developer and the neighborhood wanted, and so this is before council today. So
okay.
I'm asking for your support. With reluctance, correct.
Okay,
another tower at Yonge and Eglinton. Yay.
On page 7, CC 11.2, Councillor Robinson has circulated her amendment motion. Pardon? I'm sorry.
I want to declare an interest.
Oh, okay, and reason?
I own property in the area. Thank you.
Okay.
Are we voting now?
Yes. So on the item, CC 11.2, on favor, recorded vote. On the amendment, Councillor Fragadakis has asked for a recorded vote.
Councillor Palacio. Councillor Burnside, please. Mayor Tory. Councillor Mamalidi. Councillor Mahevik, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Layton, Councillor
Mayor Tory, Councillor Mamalini, thank you. Councillor Fillion, please.
The motion carries unanimously, 36 in favor.
Okay, and that's all there is.
Okay, thank you. Any more quick releases? Councillor Ainsley?
Yep, I held an item on economic development, ED, I'm looking. Page 4, ED 8.14, the economic dashboard. I had my questions answered, and I want to thank staff for all the work they did in making the information available through our open data system. Thank you.
Okay. On page 4, ED 8.14, Councillor Ainsley is releasing. All in favor? Carried. Okay, now members of council, there were some motions to be added in. Councillor Mamalini, point of privilege.
Madam Speaker, this morning I'd asked you to consider a motion for myself, an emergency motion that dealt with a circumstance that I think can get a lot worse in the city, and that's the circumstance of the taxi drivers in the city. I'd wanted to move a motion, an emergency motion at 2 o'clock, that had asked for a number of provisions to be made in a hurry, temporary bylaw perhaps, that would deal with the fees that they're asking for us to drop in the interim until a new report surfaces by the city. The Speaker said no to me. The Speaker said that it's not an emergency, and I wanted to stand up and very clearly ask you to change your mind about that particular motion. I think it is an emergency based on the level of emotions that are going on. I'm afraid that something might happen in the city over the next few days, and I'm asking that you change your mind on my request for an emergency motion.
And Councillor Mamalini, I will not change my mind. I advised you this morning. Thank you. Councillor Shiner. Councillor Shiner, your name is up here. Is it up here for a reason? Okay. Okay. Do we have the motions prepared that we're going to introduce? Before we do that, I'd like to welcome the grade 5 students from Beaches Alternative Junior School. The group is visiting City Hall to learn about the local government. The school is located in Ward 32, Beaches, East York, and their local councillor is Councillor Mary Margaret McMahon. The group leader is Rebecca Hansel. Okay, Councillor Shiner, you have a motion you'd like to introduce?
No, Madam
Okay.
Speaker. I'm back on quick releases with Tippett Road.
Oh, quick releases, okay.
So what I have is a one-page and a little bit motion on one, and I have a very long motion on the other one which simply repeats the zoning bylaw.
What page, Councillor Shiner?
I don't, to be circulated to you. So my question is, do members of council want these circulated while we're doing members' motions so I can then move it after?
That's fine, yes, yes.
So then if we could do that, as soon as it's circulated, I will move it, and please, all of you, it's Councillor Pasternak's ward. It's not even my ward that these items are in.
Okay, thank you. Okay, who's, Marilyn? Deputy Mayor Min Wong, do you have a motion you'd like to introduce?
Yes, I guess I do.
Oh, yeah.
It's an urgent motion without notice concerning a proposed settlement of litigation regarding the development charges payable for a development at 160 Vanderhoof Avenue. And it's urgent as the city solicitor needs instructions on this settlement.
Okay, on favor? Carried. Okay. Councillor de Bearmaker?
Yes.
You have a motion you'd like to introduce?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I do. Clerk can put it up. Just asking council's permission to introduce a notice without motion about creating a dog meet and greet area in the proposed Albert Campbell Park. It will not be a polar bear one, but a dog one.
Okay, on favor? Carried. Councillor DeGiorgio. You're up.
I'm not on the list.
You are on the list because you have a notice of motion you want to introduce.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. That was the request. The request that that the city is putting into appeal at the C of A decision. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, on favor? Carried. Councillor Robinson.
What?
You have a motion you'd like to introduce.
Not the right response.
I didn't think they were ready. I'm impressed. This is another development in Ward 25, Don Valley West. We're very excited about all the development happening on Bayview Avenue, and this is another one to add to the mix. And so we'd like to introduce this and deal with this today because the OMB hearing is in January.
On favor? Carried. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have an item I'd like to add onto the agenda.
The chair stood her ground and said,
And once it's up, I'll read it. It's about an item that we're dealing with later on in the agenda. It's to include 2 more members onto the Theatres Board. It's urgent because we're actually having decisions on the item today.
So here's how you say.
On favor? Carried. That's it. Okay. So we'll go through the members' motion. Councillor Ainsey.
I just want to let everybody know when you get the munchies in about 3 hours, Councillor Ajamari's brought cake. It's on the back table. It's very delicious.
Okay, members' motion MM 11.1. And Councillor Ajamari baked the cake last night. MM 11.1. Please, members of council, we have to go through the members' motions. 11.1, notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario and has been deemed urgent. All in favor? To waive referral? Carried. On the item? On favor? Carried. MM 11.2. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject, I'll just wait a minute for this motion to go. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote. Yes, this is a recorded vote to waive referral.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Davis.
Councillor Mamalidi, please. Councillor Crisanti.
Councillor Shiner, please, on waiving referral.
Mayor Tory, please. Mayor Tory, may we have your vote, please? Tiziano's not there.
No. The motion to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 25 to 15. The required 2/3 majority has not been achieved.
MM 11.3. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an OMB hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. Recorded. The referral. You want a recorded vote? Okay. All in favor of waiving referral? Yes, I know. Okay, on the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Wong Tam, please. Councillor Davis, thank you.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
The item carries 40 to 1.
On the item, oh, we voted on it, okay. MM 11.4, notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Davis, please. Councillor Bailao. Councillor Karygiannis.
Councillor Robinson and Councillor DiCiano, please. Councillor Mamalidi, please. Councillor Robinson, please.
Councillor Karygiannis, please.
The motion to waive referral carries 40 to 2.
On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 11.5. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor, waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 11.6. Notice if this motion has been given. Councillor Davis, please. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Okay, Councillor Carroll would like to hold. MM 11.7. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote to waive referral.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor McMahon. Councillor Moser, please. Councillor Perks. And Councillor Matlow, please. Councillor Karygiannis, please.
Mayor Tory and Councillor Mamalidi, please.
The motion to waive referral carries 35-7.
Councillor Burnside, do you like to hold it? Okay. MM 11.8. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 11.10. 11.9 was withdrawn. Yeah. 11.10. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an OMB hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 1111. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Growth Management Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor DiGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Moser, please. Councillor Lee, thank you, and Councillor Pasternak.
Too late.
Councillor Burnside, we close the vote. Could I have your vote verbally, please?
The motion carries 33-10.
On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 1112. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote to waive referral.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Perks. Councillor Carroll.
Councillor Robinson, please.
The motion to waive referral carries 40-3.
On the item, all in favor? Who is that? Oh, Councillor Thompson? Okay. MM 11.13. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. 11.14. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an OMB hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 1115. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an OMB hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Pardon? I'm sorry? Recorded? Okay.
Councillor Karygiannis, Councillor Thompson, please. Councillor Perks.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
Councillor Matlow, please. And Councillor Shiner. Councillor McMahon and Councillor Perruzza, please.
The item carries 40 to 2.
MM 11.16. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral. I'm not even finished in yours. This motion is subject to a referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote to waive referral.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Davis, and Councillor Karygiannis, please.
Councillor Mammoliti, Councillor Bordinetti, Councillor Crisanti, and Councillor Burnside, thank you. Councillor Mammoliti, thank you.
The motion to waive referral carries 35 to 8.
On the item, who said it? Councillor DiCiano wants to hold. MM 11.17. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Please, it's hard for me when everyone is talking at the same time, please. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 11.18. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Recorded.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Davis, Councillor Matlow, please. Councillor Carroll.
Councillor Mammoliti, please.
The motion carries 37-6.
MM 11.19. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor? Waiving referral? Carried. On the item, I would like to ask for a recorded vote. Yeah.
Councillor Perks, please. Councillor Davis, Councillor Shiner.
This is on the item.
Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Cole, please.
We're voting on the item. This is with Metrolinx. Yes. Yes.
The item is adopted 40-3.
MM 1120. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All. You want to withdraw it? Okay. Councillor DiCiano would like to withdraw it. All in favor? Carried. MM 1121. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote to waive referral.
Councillor Perruzza, please, and Councillor Wong Tam.
Councillor McConnell, please. Councillor Fillion. Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Broadenetti, Councillor Palacio. Mayor Tory, please.
Motion to waive referral carries 20. Sorry, the motion does not carry. The required two-thirds majority has not been achieved. The vote is 24-19. I told you.
We're building a movement.
MM 11.22. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 11.23. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote to waive referral.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor Layton, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Perks. Thank you.
Councillor DiCiano, Councillor McConnell, Councillor Cole, please. Councillor DeBaremaker, please. Councillor Mammoliti, please. Councillor McConnell. Councillor Cole, please. Councillor Mamalidi, please. Councillor Mamalidi, we have your vote, please. And Councillor Cole, too, please.
The motion to waive referral carries 39-4.
Okay, on the item, on favor, recorded.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor Layton, Councillor Moser, Councillor Perks, please. Councillor Matlow, please.
Councillor DiCiano. Councillor Crawford, thank you. Councillor Broadnetti, please. Thank you.
The item is adopted 42-1.
And ma'am, 11.24, notice if this motion has not been given, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an OMB hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. You want to hold? Okay. On the item? Recorded. Okay.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Karygiannis. Councillor Bylaw, please. Councillor Perruzza.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Shiner and Councillor Perks, please. Councillor Perks, please.
The item is adopted 42-1.
And ma'am, 11.25. Notice if this motion has not been given, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an OMB hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor to waive notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. And ma'am, 11.26. Notice if this motion has not been given, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. So, all in favor of waiving notice, you want a recorded vote? Okay.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Moser, Councillor Carmichael Grab, Councillor Shiner.
This is waiving notice.
Councillor Pasternak, please.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
The motion to waive notice carries 31-12.
Okay, all in favor on... Pardon? Yeah, that's what I was going to say. All in favor of waiving referral, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor DiGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Doucette, Councillor Shiner.
Councillor DiCiano, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Filion.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Karygiannis, Councillor Pasternak.
The motion to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 20 to 22.
Okay. MM 11.27. Notice if this motion has not been given, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Oh, sorry. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor to waive referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 11.28. Notice if this motion has not been given, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Yeah. Okay, MM 11.29. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. All in favor of the item? Carried. MM 1130. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. All in favor of the item? Carried. MM 11.31. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. All in favor of the item? Councillor Carroll, you want to hold the item? Yes. MM 11.32. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 11.33. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. All in favor of the item? Carried. MM 11.34. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 11.35. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Who requested a recorded vote? Councillor Holladay, you want a recorded vote? On the item, we're only voting on the item.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Carroll. Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor McMahon.
Councillor Palacio, please. Councillor Cole, please. Councillor Robinson, Crawford, and McConnell, please.
Councillor Shiner, please.
The item carries 41 to 1.
MM 11.36. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the recorded vote, Councillor Holliday? On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Kelly, please.
Councillor Mamalidi and Councillor Crawford, please.
Councillor Wong Tam, please, and Councillor Perruzza.
The item carries 40 to 2.
MM 11.37. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. Recorded vote. On the item.
Councillor McMahon, please. Councillor Shiner, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Cho, please. Councillor Matlow.
Councillor Holliday, please. Councillor Mihevik. Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Broadenetti, please. And Councillor DiCiano, please.
Councillor Kelly, please.
Councillor Mihevik. Thank you.
The item carries 39 to 2, or 3, sorry.
MM 11.38. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. Recorded.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Carroll, please.
Councillor McConnell, please. And Councillor Burnside, when you're seated, please.
The item carries 41 to 2.
MM 11.39. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carry. Recorded? Okay. Recorded vote.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Carroll. Councillor Thompson, please. Councillor Bailao. Councillor McMahon, please. Councillor Shiner and Councillor Matlow.
Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Cole, and Councillor DiCiano, please.
Councillor Shiner, please.
The item carries 39 to 4.
MM 11.40. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda is before council for debate. On the item, on favor? Carried. We just voted on the item. No, it's before us. Well, on these motions, I am saying that it's before us. So when I say the item, we're voting on the item. Yes.
Planning decisions in a member's motion on a whim today, I think it's not the best. You're right. And I asked for this to be reopened.
Okay,
and
hold
perhaps
on.
This should go to committee for to make a decision about our priorities based on what we'd like to ask the province for lots of money for.
Okay, Councillor Matlow. Okay, hold on. Councillor Matlow, you would like to move that we reopen? I would. Okay, so there's a motion to reopen the item. It's on MM 1140. Members of council, please. Pardon? Yes.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor Layton.
Councillor Robinson, please. Councillor Cole, Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Baranetti, please.
Councillor Karagianis, when you're seated, please.
Councillor Cole, please. Thank you very much.
The motion to reopen carries 32 to 12.
Okay, Councillor Matlow, you would like to hold? MM 11.41. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. On the item, on favor? Carry. MM 11.42. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda as before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Okay, Councillor Wong-Tam would like to hold it. MM 11.43. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Well, there's been a request for a recorded vote. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Layton, Councillor Shiner, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Thompson, please. Councillor Karagianis.
Councillor Robinson, Councillor DiCiano, Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Shiner, thank you.
The item carries 41 to 3.
Okay, so the rest of the motions, members of council, were just circulated that we just...
reopening of MM 11.41. I believe that that has been moved and adopted, and I need to hold that along with MM, and I apologize, I was speaking to another, I was distracted at that time. And I believe it's the next item.
Well, you held that one. You held the 11.42, Councillor Wong-Tam.
Okay, so then I apologize. I need to reopen MM 11.41. The two items should be dealt with together, and there may be an amendment coming. We're still resolving matters with planning and legal staff. It is still rather urgent because we have an OMB hearing this Friday.
Okay, all in favor of reopening it, and Councillor Wong-Tam is holding. Thank you. All right, so the rest of them were just circulated, and you have them on your desk. So 11.44, we'll put them on the screen. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion's been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 11.45. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion's been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. It's your motion, Councillor Robinson. Okay, we'll hold it. All in favor of reopening? Okay. MM 11.46. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Councillor Carroll is holding. That's 46, yes. MM 11.47. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion been added before council for debate. Okay, yes, Councillor.
I love members' motions. I have to admit that I did not second this motion. Councillor John, and it's in Albert Campbell Park, but it was John Burnside that seconded the motion. So,
But you do want to
for
rename
the record,
park. You do want to rename the park to
but
John
I will,
Campbell Park.
in honor of my colleague, Councillor de Bearmaker, you can leave my name on the motion. So
Okay.
I might even support it.
On the Councillor Shiner?
Really, I don't know what I'm voting on because I don't know what a dog meet and greet is.
Okay, do you want to hold it down?
It's not pretty, he says.
I don't know if I really want to vote on something that's called a dog meet and greet area. I don't know the color of the lights around it.
Okay, Councillor Shiner, would you like to hold it down?
Yeah, I would to find out what it is.
Okay.
But I won't. So I said I would like to, but I won't.
Okay, it's the meet and greet for dogs. Wine and cheese, right? On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 11.48. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is subject to a reopening of item EX 7.15. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. Okay, so recorded vote to reopen.
Councillor DiCiano? Councillor Cole? Councillor Fragedakis?
Councillor Shiner, please, and Councillor Davis.
The motion to reopen carries 41 to 1.
Okay. On the item, on favor? Carried. Okay, members of council, we'll now go back to the item we were dealing with this morning, which is on, just one sec. On page 3, the Board of Health, HL 8.1, action on intimate partner violence against women. If we can put the speakers list up. Councillor Thompson?
Madam Speaker, as I was out of the room just prior to breaking for lunch, and you're dealing with this particular item here, I have a 3 o'clock meeting with the Consul General of Japan, who is in the building at the moment. I wanted to ensure, because it's the second day of council, that I'm holding ED 8.9, that we don't arrive at that particular item and simply that it be dealt with while I'm away from the chamber. So I simply wanted to request the council's indulgence in order to excuse my absence in case you arrive at this particular item, in order to allow me to be able to deal with it on my return. I am in the building. I'm just meeting with the Consul General, and I will be back as quickly as possible.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so if we can put up the speakers list from the previous, Councillor Shiner.
Sorry, I had asked in quick releases if we could deal with the one that I've been popping up all day on, which was Tippett Road. Advance circulated the motions. They're in front of us. Staff are here. Local councillors in agreement. Staff have written these motions and are in support of them. If we could just deal with the 2 items that would get it off the agenda, would be
Okay,
appreciated.
so let's, members of council have the copy of the motions on page 5, PG 8.6, Tippett Road. All in favor?
Of the amendment.
On the amendment, on favor? Carried. Item is amended, all in favor? Carried.
And North York 10.3.
Yes, yes, yes. Let's just give the staff an opportunity to get to it.
It's getting...
Yes, I know. We did one, and now we're going to do the North York one. We did the planning and growth. Now we're doing the North York one. So the next one is page 6, North York 10.39. Okay, and you have the copy of the amendment. On favor? Carried. Clause is amended. On favor? Carried. Okay, so we dealt with both of them, right? Marilyn? John? John, we dealt with both of them. Yeah, okay. So on the Board of Health item, we'll go to speakers. Councillor Wong Tam.
Speaker.
Okay.
Speaker,
Yes.
on a point of order, if you recall, you had made a commitment to Councillor Davis that she could ask an additional, I think, 2.5 minutes worth of questions once HR staff were present on this
yes.
item.
Yes, that's right, yeah.
And I believe she's just one minute away from, no, 10 seconds away from being in her seat.
Are the staff here? The staff are here? Yeah?
Staff are here.
Okay, where's Councillor Davis?
I believe she's stuck on a phone call for 1 second. Councillor Cressy, in his usual intrepid way, is trying to resolve the circumstance right now. And Councillor Davis, I believe, will be here before I'm finished talking, which, of course, will be very, very, very soon. There she is.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Davis, you have 2.5 minutes. You had questions to Human Resources. Councillor Davis.
Hi,
So we have before us a proposal that addresses workplace, domestic violence in the context of the city's workplace. And I wonder if you could explain to us what our policy is and how it's being implemented.
Through you, Madam Speaker, our policy was developed in response to amendments to the Occupational Health and Safety Act that required that the employer, if the employer becomes aware of domestic violence that may have an effect in the workplace, that we're to take every reasonable precaution in those circumstances. The nature of our policy is such that it outlines the responsibilities of the various workplace parties, especially the city as employer, management and supervisors, employees who learn of domestic violence which may have an impact on the workplace, as well as those employees who may be victims of domestic violence. And it is intended to ensure that in the event that there is domestic violence that may have an impact on the workplace, that both the health and safety of the potential victim of domestic violence as well as other workplace employees are protected.
Okay, so the policy, and I have it in my hand, it calls on managers to understand and uphold the policy. It calls on managers to ensure the policy is explained to employees. It calls on employees as well who are learn of or witness domestic violence to take action as well. The public health report seems to suggest in its interviews of employees, and someone made reference to the union contract, in fact, that being amended to eliminate this provision. So those are kind of two things I'd like to ask about. The first is, how is this being implemented and what training exists in the city, and who is responsible for making sure that training is taking place?
Okay, initially in terms of communication, when a new policy is developed, what happens is that it is distributed to all division heads, to all occupational health and safety staff, with the request that both the division head and occupational health and safety staff forward it through the various divisions. It is also distributed to all
and that took place.
Joint Health and Safety Committees, health and safety representatives. That took place in March 2013.
And so every health and safety committee would have seen this, and every manager involved in health and safety would have been made aware of it.
Okay, Councillor Davis, that was your last question. You only had 2.5 minutes, because you already asked 2.5 minutes. Thank you. Speakers, Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I do have an amendment and a motion on the item. And the clerks will help me put that on the screen very shortly. But and while they're doing that, what I'll do is try to describe the amendment. I'd like to direct this to the city manager so that he can actually work with all the divisional heads. I think that this is a matter that goes well above and beyond what is taking place within Toronto Public Health. Zara Abdil and her sons.
Okay, I'm sorry, Councillor Wong Tam. Members of council, it is way too noisy in here. Please.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
So I would like to escalate this matter up to the office and into the capable hands of our new city manager. I believe that this is actually a situation that we need to deal with across the board, across the corporation. Dealing with violence against women and domestic violence is something that we have a responsibility as employers. And as you can tell from the recommendations from the Board of Health, this is actually a very important step. Trying to raise awareness and provide additional supports for city employees, but it doesn't really go as far as I think it needs to go. And over the past decade, there have been domestic violence sort of review and committees in the province ongoing, and they don't seem to cease. But the work doesn't cease is because the gaps continue to exist and the service continues to not meet the needs of those who are trying to access those services. So what I'd like to do is try to take another step at the report by trying to close the gap. Zara Abdil and her children were members of the Toronto Public Service family. Let's just say that. So that means that she would have worked side by side with other public health nurses at the City of Toronto. They in turn would have worked side by side with other workers at the City of Toronto. She's no longer here before us today, and neither are her children. Her death is entirely preventable, and this is what's so tragic about what has happened here at the corporation. If I can just have a minute of your attention, please. She's no longer here today, and I think it's very important for us to take note at when our systems fail. Here is a woman who is a City of Toronto employee tasked with working in Toronto Public Health Services, where she's going into families through the Healthy Families, Healthy Baby, Healthy Children's program. She's going into homes to assess Torontonians' living situations to make sure that mothers, new mothers, can provide the care for her kids. At the same time, she's going home to an environment that is unsafe for her. She found herself in a shelter that was not able to give her the extended stay that she needed because she was repeatedly going back and forth to her abusive partner. What she also ended up having to do was take a second job in order to pay for her legal bills because she doesn't qualify for legal aid. So we have some system gaps. While Zara was waiting for affordable housing that was safe, that was going to be secure for her, we weren't able to secure that. While she needed legal aid and legal and court supports, we weren't able to secure that for her. And why is that the case? It's because we have gaps in the system that need to be closed. So her death and probably 80% of those who are facing domestic violence could have been preventable and could have been prevented. And Zara would be here today if she had access to court supports and legal aid. Zara would be here today if she was able to get into an affordable housing in a quick and efficient manner that didn't leave her exposed to harm, where she was left to a situation where she was where she had to choose between losing her kids in the custody of her children or finding safety and refuge. So before us is a recommendation that tries to close those gaps. In 2012, there was some language that was removed in our labor agreements. That language would have provided the city employees additional court supports and training. And there has to be programs around awareness. As employers, we have oftentimes adopted policies that speak to the language of service. But how do we know that we're actually successful in our service delivery to the rest of Torontonians if we weren't even successful? If we weren't even successful in delivering this service to one of our own. So the report was written in honor of Zara and her family, and I think we as City Council need to do all that we can to make sure that we don't necessarily let her death go unnoticed, and that we keep her memory alive, and we double and triple our resolve to end domestic violence, not just across the city and across the country and around the world, but specifically in this corporation. Thank you.
Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start off by thanking our staff at Toronto Public Health for bringing this report to us and commending the words that were just spoken by my colleague, Councillor Wong Tam. The context and the numbers that were described in the presentation and in the report are shocking and astounding in their frequency. 1 in 3 women have experienced physical or sexual violence by a spouse in their lifetime. 1 in 3. Every 6 days, a woman is killed by a partner. Every 6 days. The numbers are shocking, but there is a human face and context to it that Councillor Wong Tam so eloquently just spoke about right here in the City of Toronto, and that's the fact that a woman named Zara Abdil, a City of Toronto staff member, a Toronto Public Health staff member, was murdered last year, and her 2 children by her partner. That's the context we're dealing with. Councillor Perks, if you could be quiet for a second, please. Gord? Come on, Gord. Hold up there. I just want to also note that there is a disproportionate impact on not just women, but low-income women, on Indigenous women, on women who are disabled, on women who identify as lesbian or bisexual. The recommendations that have been put forward here are important recommendations around an action plan for all levels of government, and I think the amendments that Councillor Wong-Tam has brought forward to close some of those gaps as it relates to housing and legal aid are important, and they're important because it starts here at the City of Toronto. They're important because, as we saw in the case of a death of one of our own last year, it starts at home with how we take care of our own employees. But I also want to note that the cause when we're talking about intimate partner violence or gender-based violence, the cause is power and inequality. These are power imbalances and the social norms that are associated with them that we must root out. And I want to follow on Councillor Wong-Tam's words by saying that as men, for those of us who are men in this council chamber and anybody listening, it also starts with us. December 6th was a week ago, the anniversary of 14 women who were murdered by a man. And as men, we have a duty and an obligation to never commit, to never condone, to never remain silent in the face of violence against women. It's all of those, not just to not commit violence, not just to not condone it, but to not be silent in its face. And so as distressing a presentation as we've just seen, with an action plan that I hope goes in some small way to address some of those inequalities and that violence, I think as a city we can do more. And if the case of our own staff member who was murdered last year by her partner doesn't instill us and provoke us to act, then nothing will. And I hope that this report and the amendments Councillor Wong-Tam have done will indeed save more lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Aljamari.
Thank you. I want to echo some of the thoughts that Councillor Wong-Tam has already spoken about, mainly because there were only 6 members of council listening to her. And I want to say that those few words, that language that was removed from our labor relations protocol, could have made a big difference in this woman's life if they had not been removed. As a former chair of the Women Abuse Protocol Committee, I want to bring to your attention 2 things that we were able to do in the public realm to change women's lives. One, if you'll remember, those of you who were sitting around this table with me many years ago, we changed the 911 protocol so that the second call, the call that a woman invariably makes to say, never mind about the first call, I'm okay now, the second call is ignored by police. So all 911 calls are followed up on. And the second really important thing that we were able to accomplish is to stop the use of children at the site, to stop the use of children at an abusive site as witnesses. So even in translation, even when you need translation, we were able to stop the use of kids as translators for one of their or both of their parents. And that's a very important protocol that we were able to change because, of course, we all know now that children should not be used in that mode. So when you say, what can we do as public body? We can do lots. Those are 2 simple things that were done that took a decade to do that we were able to accomplish in order to make these life-changing things to women and children's lives. I want to thank the Public Health Department and the Medical Officer of Health for his continuous work on this and many other topics that really change the lives of Torontonians. And again, I just wish that there had been more than 6 members of council listening to Councillor Wong-Tam. Thank you.
Councillor Doucette.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will be very quick. As a member of Board of Health, I read this report and was shocked. I learnt a lot by reading this, but I was encouraged by the 10 goals we have set ourselves and for the city. What concerned me one of the most, though, was as we'll go back to our emergency shelter. In the report, it actually says that we turned away a total of 20 women who had 15 children in a period of time. So those 20 women either had to go back to their homes where this violence was happening, or they had to find somewhere else to live. We as a city should not be letting this happen. We should be going to the province, we should be going to the federal government saying that we do need the funding to have shelters, so and if someone has to get out of a situation, there is somewhere for them to go. This report gives, as I say, there's 10 goals we are working on, and I hope that we will look at these. And I know when we come to budget time, we should look at these items. It even mentions some of the goals which are happening. The White Ribbon campaign, which I know several of our councillors work very hard every year on. That is something to bring to educate people, to let men speak up and say that they don't accept this and this is unacceptable. I encourage councillors to read this report. It's very informative. It's good. I want to thank the staff for all the work they put into this. It is a very good report. It can be a positive report if we do what we say we're going to do. We can't abandon these women and children. One of the other areas we just mentioned quickly in this report is when the mandatory charging system. We're working with the police, as Councillor Arjamari says. We've got to do this because what sometimes happens is the victim is arrested because they maybe fought back. That gives them a criminal record. That makes it hard for maybe the woman to find a job. It makes it very difficult if she wants to get custody of her children. These are the things which we as a city can do to help these women in this situation. So I encourage you, as I say, read this report. Let's move forward on the recommendations and let's help people in need who need us as City Council. Let's support everything in front of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wasn't going to speak on this item, but after the speeches that were made by the last couple members, I felt compelled to not let an opportunity to speak out against gender-based violence pass me by in this position. I think I would be doing my residents a disservice. I'm quite proud that one of the first acts we did together as a City Council on the day that we were taking our photo up in the Members' Lounge last year, all of us signed the White Ribbon Pledge. That's the White Ribbon Campaign's pledge to end violence against women. That was something we all did, probably our first act that we all did together as a chamber. And that makes me very proud to be a member of this council, that I have colleagues that will sign that pledge. It also makes me very proud to be a city councillor from a city that takes time and effort to put together a plan to try to eliminate gender-based violence in the home. This is probably one of the most difficult types of violence against women to talk about. Because it's very easy to talk about it when we see it in the news. It's very topical. But when it comes down to taking a stand against gender-based violence in the home, it's hard for a lot of people to have that discussion. But when you have a council like this, when you have a city staff working on this issue, hopefully we can start to overcome those barriers we have for people speaking out. I think probably the strongest message I get from the White Ribbon Campaign's push is not only to focus on the gender-based violence throughout society that's very public, but it's those private moments. It's those conversations between family members, fathers and sons, brothers, your grandparents. It's the conversations between friends that happen in locker rooms and elsewhere. It's the conversations between colleagues that happen. They're uncomfortable conversations because you're challenging someone on something that they're doing is wrong. And it's important that we have this discussion, and we as councillors, but in particular I'm speaking to the men out there, that we talk to our brothers about this, because that is at the core of some of the solution around this. So again, I would just like to say I'm proud that this council both signed the pledge a year ago, almost to the day, and will hopefully, and I really expect it to pass unanimously, that we take as strong action as possible in order for us to address this violence that's going on in our homes.
Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I too will rise in favour of the recommendations both in the report and from Councillor Wong Tam. But I do want to acknowledge that we do have a policy in the City of Toronto on domestic violence, and it is a policy that was developed through the Joint Health and Safety Committee, and it was communicated and training has been put in place. It was done jointly between the union and management, and it is a gold standard in terms of public policy. But just as we have many, many other policies, we have to ask ourselves if they're being implemented consistently in all divisions. And in a corporation this large, we far too often say it's up to the divisions. And there's very little accountability back to the center about whether or not those divisions are providing the kind of training and support and awareness and to implement the policies that we approve. So yes, absolutely, we have an obligation as an employer to make sure that every manager and every employee who works at the City of Toronto knows it is their responsibility to take action if they should find out through a casual conversation in the cafeteria or any other way that one of our employees is struggling to protect themselves, their family, and we have an obligation to help. So I will support that we put a new emphasis on this issue and that it is going to be referred back to the Occupational Health and Safety Coordinating Committee, and through that and other means, we will have the opportunity to look at how it could be strengthened, and that we would have an opportunity to look at how we ensure that each manager in each division has communicated and is ensuring that adequate training is taking place in each of our divisions. I also believe that we offer a number of supports to employees, and we do that in many ways, some under the collective agreement and some that are outside of the collective agreement, and that we ought to make sure that in the next round of bargaining, that the letter of intent that was included in a previous collective agreement is actually implemented. Now, the letter of intent committed the parties to work to develop and implement a joint policy. That policy has been developed. It was developed jointly. But we have to make sure it is implemented jointly. And for that reason, and many others, because I will be supporting these recommendations. But we also have, as a public agency, the obligation as well to ensure that we are working with multiple partners to make this city as safe as we can possibly for women who are experiencing violence in their homes and in their communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so can we put the motion on the screen? We have the one motion by Councillor Wong Tam. That hasn't been circulated, right? No, we didn't. Okay, the motion is on the screen, members of council. The amendment. We have to vote on the amendment first, Councillor Hevik. Yes? Yes. Has everyone had the chance to read it? It's on the screen. Okay, on the amendment, all in favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Crawford? Councillor McConnell, when you're seated, thank you.
Motion 1A carries unanimously, 35 in favor.
Okay, the second amendment on the screen. Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Bylaw, please. Councillor Ajamari.
Mayor Tory, please. Councillor Burnside, when you're seated, thank you.
Motion 1B carries unanimously, 35 in favor.
Clause is amended. All in favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Bylaw, please. Councillor Lee.
Councillor Robinson. Councillor Cole, please. Councillor Mamalidi, please.
The item is amended, carries unanimously, 35 in favor.
Our next item is on page 3, EX 10.29, 2016 interim estimates. Councillor Perks, you held the item down. Do you have questions?
Yes, I do. Speaker.
Okay.
To the Chief Financial Officer, I was reviewing the interim estimates for this year, and I noticed they're presented differently than they were any other year. Every other year contained 3 recommendations, one on our own operating, one on our transfers to agencies, and one on capital. And I see here there's no transfer to agencies recommendation. Could you explain why that's suddenly not here?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes. So I took a different approach on the estimates this year. We used to put a lot of work into the estimates, looking at each divisions and what the cash flow would be. The Act says you can do up to 50%. And on the interim tax levy, we do 50%. Every municipality where I've worked for, putting together the interim estimates reports takes about 5 minutes. It's 50%. And I moved the report to that way because we were spending a lot of work for what I thought was of very little value. We've got so much work here that we're doing, and so I questioned is why are we putting all this effort into what is really just a straightforward housekeeping report? So we adopted the 50% maximum rule that the City of Toronto and the Municipal Act sets out for all municipalities, and we simplified the report.
Well,
that's the reason.
We can review whether authorizing $6.3 billion in spending is housekeeping. In terms of the estimates, are we authorizing here expenditures by the various divisions to maintain the service standards as they are, to extend the current rate of expenditure as they are? What are we authorizing?
Through you, Madam Speaker, it has nothing to do with service levels. Those will be set at the budget. This is just authorization to spend.
I understand that. This
That's
is
all it is.
authorization to spend before the budget is approved.
Correct.
So, the divisions, will they continue spending to achieve the existing service levels?
Until such time.
There will be no anticipating a reduction or anything like that?
No. So the interim estimates provisions in City of Toronto Act and Municipal Act are quite simple. They just allow for a certain dollar level of expenditure. we will approve that upset limit, and it's all in accordance with existing programs as approved by council until such time that they are changed by council.
Okay. In addition, there are some agencies which have passed their budgets which, excuse me, call for a higher level of expenditure through 2016 than they had in 2015. In fact, one of them I'm particularly aware of said they needed to make that decision in advance of us making our allocation. Does this give authority for us to transfer more dollars than they were receiving month by month, say this month, in next month?
No, through you, Madam Speaker, no. Everything is based on 2015 approvals and 50% of your total gross spending limits on 2015. If council, during the budget process, approves those changes, then those would be implemented. And it's really getting us authority to get us through to February 19th, I believe.
I understand that that's what it's for. I do, believe me. You don't have to tell me again. The council has taken a number of policy decisions since the 2015 budget without including changes in expenditure as part of the most recent variance report. The refugee settlement program, for example. How are those treated in terms of the interim expenditures?
They would not be affected by the interim estimates. Giving an upset limit of 50% should give us ample latitude to carry out anything that council has already approved.
I need to be more precise. So if council has taken a policy decision which we have not varied the 2015 budget to introduce that expenditure into the base, whose decision is it whether a division or an agency can start spending on that in January prior to the February budget approval?
We can only spend on those things that have been already approved by council.
Where the expenditure is approved, not the policy.
Where the expenditure and there's a budget, because everything's just based on last year's. 50%, what do you need to keep the organization going?
Councillor Davis, question.
I just wanted to ask Mr. Rossini about the purpose, if you could clarify a bit more about the purpose of the interim estimates, and maybe Councillor Perks could stand away there for a minute.
Absolutely, sir. So through you, Madam Speaker.
So what I wanted to ask, last fall you brought to us, I believe, a report that asked to add $800 and some odd thousand in the interim estimates to fund the research required for Smart Track. Do you recollect that?
That was cash flow appropriations for the capital budget. That was to advance cash flows for the capital budget. Yes. Interim estimates primarily affect the largest part, as you see on page 2, is operating authority to continue spending and maintaining services and maintaining the operations of the city. And then we also do, because we have a cash flow budget, we may make estimates on cash flows for capital as well. And those would all be captured in here as well. So generally the purpose...
Just I didn't understand your answer.
So
what did we do? Did we not amend the interim cash flow or the interim estimate through the interim estimates report? Was it through the interim estimates report that we essentially pre-approved an expenditure for 2016?
I'd have to go back and check, but I believe that was in the Smart Track report that we did in the fall last year. We brought forward the program and we got approvals for that spending. I don't believe it was in the interim estimates report. I believe it was in the Smart Track.
Did it not recommend that we include in the interim estimates the cost of the Smart Track consultation contract?
Yes. So there's two sets
so
to the
are
estimate,
we
operating and capital.
So, to me, that was a precedent. I had never seen that before. So, are we able to then approve, a council can approve, pre-approve, an operating expenditure by including it in the interim estimates as we did with Smart Track?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I believe that was for a capital project. The Smart Track is being funded, and all the analysis that's being done is funded from the capital budget.
I'm just asking yes or no.
So if the previous decision that you're referencing didn't amend or pre-approve the operating budget. It was a capital.
It pre-approved the capital budget.
Capital, yeah.
Okay, I mean,
So council made a decision.
so I could
start
move
that
a
project.
motion today, or council, should council approve it, that says, include in the interim estimates $1 million to build a playground in my ward. And if council were to support it, I could include that in the interim estimates and pre-approve that capital expenditure for 2016.
Through you, Madam Speaker, the interim estimates aren't intended for that use. That's a clever, that's an interesting question, because generally brand new things aren't included.
Well, then,
So
if you're
I've never
saying-
really thought of it that way,
Davis,
but I
allow
would
the
ask.
staff to answer.
I would
think
ask for
Mr.
the clerk for
Rossini was-
guidance on that.
I think Mr. Rossini was very clear. He said, yes, we did it last year, and that it's not the intent. However, you did not say it was not possible.
I did not say that it's not possible. It's what we did in the Smart Track report. We approved the project. I believe at the time it was 1.6 million, and then I think we did another report and added some monies. And as capital projects normally, or it's quite customary for us, we have a cash flow, and it was done over 2 years. Absolutely. So it was done
So
under
we can-
that and the approval of that portion.
So we can pre-approve a capital project and include it in the interim estimates. We can pre-approve a 2016 capital project.
I would have to go back through you, Madam Speaker. I'd have to go back and look at the exact wording that we did on the Smart Track.
I can tell you what it is.
Because I don't have it in front of me, so I don't know if it was approval as a forecast for a cash flow. I'd have to go back and check. Okay, they're going to bring me a copy. But generally, the intent of interim estimates set out in legislation is provide enough money to keep the things that you normally do going.
And not pre-approve a capital expenditure like Smart Track.
That was your last question.
Yeah, so we did do it. Yeah, so, do you want me to answer that?
Okay, answer the
Okay, so I've now got this in front of me, and the councillor is correct that in recommendation 1, we did add that to the 15 interim estimates. We did add that project. You're correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Yes, Speaker, as you may have noticed in my questions, the interim estimates are being provided to us in a different form than has ever been the norm in this council. Prior to this, we would get a detailed breakdown of where the money was going to be spent, what it was going to be spent on, and therefore we were able to grant the authority to city staff to go ahead and spend that money. This time we're simply being told, give us authority to spend up to 50% of what you spent last year, and it's cool, trust us. I have no complaint about the professional capability and the level of responsibility from senior staff, but I would point out that we discovered 2 weeks ago that staff had not issued close to $1 billion worth of debentures that we had directed them to issue. I would point out also that, as you saw during the operating variance, staffing levels in the operating divisions were 8% below what council had directed they ought to be. I think we have a duty to be a little bit more precise in the instructions that we give staff, and I would encourage the CFO to revisit his decision to remove that level of precision for this year and instead to reinstate it for next year.
Okay. On the item, on favor, carried. Our next item is page 3, EX 10.31, Toronto Complete Streets. Councillor Fragadakis, you held it. Do you have questions to staff?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, the recommendation talks about concerns related to pedestrian safety and accessibility raised in public presentations and by the Disability Access and Inclusion Advisory Committee at its October 27th meeting this year. I was wondering what some of those concerns were that were raised.
Through the chair, some of the issues that are raised are obviously as we are getting more and more demands on our streets. When we take one action, it often has negative consequences for other user groups. So particularly some of the ones that I think are most in the forefront of the Disabilities Committee were things like when we're putting in cycle tracks, how that potentially impacts accessibility, wheel transloading, those types of things. So again, this is a complex one. We have a lot of users who are often demanding more and more exclusive space, and often that has potential negative impacts to other user groups.
Okay. Should any of those concerns be addressed with measures beyond consideration in the complete street guideline?
Yeah, obviously the one thing we're trying to do is sort through this, and I think the commitment we're trying to make is to figure out ways to balance the needs of all users, but that may mean that we're not necessarily exclusively accommodating every user group on every street. So we have 20-meter right-of-way that goes building to building in much of the downtown core, and everyone wants to be out there and everyone wants use of that space. So we're trying to sort of come up with a strategy and a process for determining what gets priority where.
So how any of these concerns, do they inspire any proactive steps on your part that could be done to improve pedestrian safety and accessibility?
Yes,
Instead of just waiting to respond to concerns?
Yeah, I think, I mean, everything we're trying to do within this plan is trying to make better space in the public right-of-way. So, you know, layer that on with our road user safety plan. There'll be sort of, I think, multiple strategies that will be brought forward to improve pedestrian safety and safety for those with disabilities as well.
Great, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Fragedakis, you just want to move the item?
Yes.
Okay. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Page 3, Community Development, CD 8.1, Progress Report on the Toronto Senior Strategy. Councillor Pasternak. Do you have questions?
No, Madam Speaker. I'm just going to be speaking on the matter.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions? I do. Okay. Can you put your name down?
No, you know what? Okay.
Do you have questions, Councillor Davis? Okay. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
I'm a lonely voice. I have a motion, if we could put that on the screen, that City Council appoint Councillor Josh Matlow as Seniors Advocate for the City of Toronto for a term of office until December 31st, 2016, and until a successor is appointed. I have taken a look at the original reread of the original senior strategy, and I must say that this is a substantive document that covers almost every aspect of life within the City of Toronto. It is both a roadmap, a vision, and a philosophy, in the sense that it charts for us our obligations and responsibilities towards those who are aging in our society, and at the same time, as we implement many of these strategies, we are helping those with exceptionalities and disabilities, regardless of their age. I think Councillor Matlow has been a strong voice and advocate of this initiative from day one. He is fully committed to seeing this progress, and certainly when we look at the number of recommendations that are both partially or fully implemented, we can certainly commend staff for helping that through. At the same time, we must also thank our stakeholders for being very strong in their voice to make sure that our aging population are treated with respect and dignity, and that we never kick the ladder down from behind them, in particular the Toronto Seniors Forum. As a former part of the advocacy team for CARP, Canada Association for the 50 plus, before I was elected to City Council, we worked very hard to make sure that both municipal, federal, and provincial statutes were amended and changed so that seniors could move freely throughout various public right-of-ways and transportation, and sidewalks, streets, buildings, accessing restaurants. At the same time, we also worked very hard to make sure they were protected when it came to law enforcement, protecting against fraud and deceit and being victims of such. And of course, at the same time, we want to make sure that their incomes are protected, that their pensions are secure, and that they are treated fairly by all the public agencies and all the levels of government. And with that, I think we are on the right course to make sure that we are judged on how we treat our seniors, those who have built this country, those who have fought in foreign wars, and those who have contributed in the sciences, in the arts and technology, in law and medicine, and have made this country great. And I think that is really what today's discussion is all about. A most worthy strategy that is obligated to come back to Council for an update. Great progress being made, staff who are dedicated to it. And from that perspective, I'd like to commend them, the work that they're doing. I look forward to them reporting back to Community Development and Recreation. And I look very forward to Councillor Matlow continuing to be the strong voice and advocate that he can be and is for seniors, and continue to push this evolving document forward. And I think we could certainly be proud by adopting the interim report today and recognizing this update for what it is, an A+ initiative that's done the city proud.
On the amendment, on favor, carried. On the item as amended, on favor, carried. You want to record it on, okay, recorded vote. I want to remind members of council that we have a lot of items still left on the agenda.
Councillor Davis, please.
Councillor Cole, Councillor Fletcher.
Okay.
We're voting on the senior strategy. It's important that all the seniors do vote on this. Councillor Matlow.
The motion, or the item is amended, carries unanimously, 32 in favor.
Page 3, CD 8.3, Councillor Wong-Tam, you held the item down. Do you have questions?
No, Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to release the item now.
Okay, on the item, CD 8.3 on page 3, on favor, carried. CD 8.4, Councillor Mihevik, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff? Okay, Councillor Mihevik.
Thank you very much. I'm just following up on some of the stuff that happened at the Community Development and Recreation. We have a sheet that basically explains the kinds of services that, where's Steph? Oh, there you are. The kinds of services that are available to anybody that resides in the City of Toronto, regardless of status. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, that's correct. Council directed staff when they approved the Access Without Fear policy that we communicate that to all residents so they were aware of what services they could access.
And this flyer poster is posted on windows and at rec centers, libraries, community centers that the City of Toronto supports.
Community agency partners, absolutely. We tried to distribute it as widely as we could.
Now, in the back and forth between the No One Is Illegal group and yourself, you put forward a recommendation that the policing services be replaced with the words Emergency Services 911. And why is that, may I ask?
The No One is Illegal coalition undertook some research, including an MFIPA request to the Canadian Border Service Agency, and identified that fully 1/3 of the inquiries from enforcement agencies across the country come from Toronto Police Service. I am in communication with Toronto Police Service. Deputy Chief Frederico is working with me on this issue, but it is a concern that such a significant percentage was coming from one police force, that being Toronto Police Service.
So
the
would it be fair
recommendation is to change the wording to reflect the concern.
So would it be fair to say that Emergency Services 911, you still want people, regardless of their status, if there's a fire or need for an ambulance, you want them to feel free to call without having to identify their status, so to speak?
Through the Speaker, that's correct, and it also includes Toronto Fire and Ambulance Services by saying Emergency Services 911.
Okay, so the second part, I'm kind of asking these leading questions. Your staff have had a chance to review this often asking, always telling report?
Yes, we've reviewed the document.
Do you think there's enough there for us to ask the police to look further into the legality of the, right now we have a don't ask policy, but they feel that they are legally bound to tell when they find out, one way or the other. Do you think there's enough here for them to perhaps look at whether they need to be that prescriptive?
Through the Speaker, yes, I do, and in fact, my recommendation 2A is exactly intended to get at that question. What are the bona fide reasons, legal reasons, that Toronto Police Service needs to ask?
No, my read of 2A is that you're asking for clarification rather than asking them a specific research question on the legal authority to not tell. Your 2A doesn't include that, is that not correct?
It doesn't specifically include it. In my intentions of my work with Toronto Police Service, it would certainly include asking that question.
And will you be reporting back on, will you be asking them to report to the police services specifically on that question? And get it perhaps even a second legal opinion or a third legal opinion? It's an important issue, I think, for a lot of folks.
Through the Speaker, I agree with you, Councillor, that clarifying the implementation and the implications of the existing don't ask, don't tell policy is critical. And the direction in the report is that I report back to this Council in the first quarter of 2016. I can't direct Toronto Police Service, but I would assume that they would report in an aligned fashion to the board.
Okay, so a motion that basically asks them to specifically address that question of do they need to tell if they find out, that be clarified.
A request to Toronto Police Services Board to clarify that question, I believe is within the power of this Council.
Okay, now just on one last set of questions around don't ask. Right now the police policy is they are not to ask victims and witnesses. Does the police policy include not asking, say, in...
That was your last question.
Routine engagements, encounters with the public?
It's not my understanding of the policy.
Thank you. Councillor McConnell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be brief because I think my colleague asked some of my questions. I should say that I was either the chair, I think a vice chair of the board when this policy came in, so I'm a bit surprised that the implementation has been so poor. And so I was going to ask whether or not they're keeping are they keeping their own records of the 31% that they reported?
I have not asked that question specifically, although I would assume it is difficult for them to collect that information.
Yes. Although I would platform. Is it, so we know that the board has a policy. We now know that the board policy is not being implemented as rigorously as it was intended. Is there a procedure, a chief's procedure on this matter?
I have not seen any documentation beyond the policy itself.
Right.
What the council direction to me would be to review with Deputy Chief Frederico what
Yes.
are the procedures.
Yes.
They have not been able to provide anything below the policy to date.
Right, because to the members of our members on the Police Services Board, of course, every policy of the board is required to have a procedure to implement. So I hope that will be looked at. I have no objection, by the way, to the question about trying to get the don't tell, but I can tell you that at the time there was, and I think Councillor Fillion was on the board with me at the time, there was an answer, a legal answer to that question. So the question really is, how do we make sure that the don't ask is really adhered to? Is that not correct? And that if they have some legal reason that they have to report, that we look at a mitigation strategy to protect women and others who are victims of crime, particularly women assault. We've just dealt with that, to protect them from being disclosed as to their status, and therefore them not reporting.
That is the immediate concern.
Yes.
With the lack of clarity on procedures and implementation.
Thank you very much for proceeding with that.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Through you, Madam Speaker. This is a quick question. You had mentioned, Councillor Mihevik had mentioned that you were suggesting to take off the police as a contact and to put emergency services down?
That's correct. Emergency Services 911.
Right, and you mentioned one reason was to add the fire, that would encompass the fire department and paramedics, correct?
That's correct. On the current Access TO flyer, it doesn't specifically say Toronto Fire or Toronto Paramedic Services. It only identifies policing services.
So is there any other motivation for doing that? Or simply what you've mentioned?
There certainly at the Community Development and Recreation Committee, community members expressed a concern about having Toronto Police Service, or policing services rather, on the flyer, when in fact there is a question as to how that's being implemented.
Sorry, I couldn't hear that last part. There's a question of what?
When there are questions about how the policy is being implemented on the ground by Toronto Police Service.
Are those your concerns too?
Based on the metrics that Canadian Border Service Agency has released, it is my view that there are important questions that need to be answered that we don't yet have answers to.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Carroll, questions?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Quick question. It was just on I'm looking at the recommendations on the committee. Can I ask staff if they're considering it a friendly motion? Councillor Mihevik, I believe, is going to move the motion about the change in wording. I don't see it having been placed as a committee recommendation, but to make it clear that for the time being, until we resolve the issues with the police, that we're talking about making it clear to the community that it's for first response 911 calls. We have a solidarity city set of policies. That's a positive motion in staff's view?
That is my advice to council, yes.
Okay. And in terms of the action with the police, is it your view that the best course of action, because we have this active community, they have very compelling data from real sources, up to and including the CBSA themselves, do we get specific about what it is we want the police to change, or is the better course just to ask them to review the policy because the policy is not achieving its intent?
At this time, based on the information that I have received, I am recommending, and I have the agreement, and I believe the willingness of Toronto Police Service to explore the issues that are set out in the report and the recommendation too.
In a specific way, then. You're okay with that, and that matches the discussion.
And I will report back. We have to do further discussion, investigation to understand exactly what the procedures are or are not. Having gone through that work with Deputy Chief Frederico, I will report back to Council.
Okay, and then lastly, if those conversations are going well, as a police board member, I'd be interested in having professional staff opinion in this council chamber. This could well be before us in the form of a community protest or whatever at the December meeting. Is it your view that the staff to police service conversation should continue for a time, and that we should move Councillor Mihevic's motions and you should follow up on those, and we should give it till January before we actually put it on the police board agenda? Is there more work to do?
Through the Speaker, yes. I believe it would be productive to allow the review and conversation that this report directs with Toronto Police Service. As I've indicated, staff of the service have agreed with the recommendation. They reviewed that recommendation before I submitted the report and are in agreement to do the work. I think it is worth the effort before moving forward.
And they're likely to take Councillor Mihevic's motion as constructive and a continuation?
I did not specifically review that with Toronto Police Service.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just for clarity, you've mentioned a couple of times that you're reporting back to Council. 2D says you're reporting back to CDR. Is there two sets of reports?
Through the Speaker, no, that report would flow to Council through CDRC.
Through CDR. So you become report. It says report back to CDR and then up to Council. Now, there's been a number of references to Councillor Mihevic's motions. I don't know what they are. I haven't seen them. Is there? Councillor Carroll's motion questions seem to lead you to believe that you support them. Is that?
So, through the Speaker, based on Councillor Mihevic's question, I understand the question to be removing policing services from the Access Toronto information documents and replacing it with Emergency Services 911. That's what I understand from the question. I can't speak to the motion.
No, I haven't seen any advanced circulation of motions, so I was a little confused. Councillor Carroll seemed to know about the motions, but you seem to be supportive of a motion. I'm not sure what it says.
Sorry, Councillor. Based on the questions that Councillor Mihevic's asking me, that's what I assume the motion to be.
I don't have the minutes of the last CDR meeting, but my memory recalls that was defeated at committee. Committee did not support that direction. Would that be your sense of those motions losing at committee?
That's my recollection, but I would look to clerks to confirm that.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Seems like we're losing members of council. We're losing them. I know. Yeah, let's have a roll call, and let's try to stick to the topic. And members of council, I want to remind you again, we would like to finish the agenda today, and we have a number of items still left. So if you don't need to speak on an item, if we can just move it along. Is this a roll call? Yeah, we don't have quorum.
Members of council, please indicate your presence in the chamber by pushing one of the buttons. Thank you.
Councillor Grimes, Councillor McConnell, please.
Councillor Carroll, please.
Councillor Fillion, please.
Councillor Holiday.
No, you can't. You have to stay at your seat. No, you have to stay at your seat.
Councillor Layton, please. And Councillor Wong Tam.
Councillor Crisanti, when you're seated, please.
Madam Speaker, there are 29 members in the chamber. Quorum is present.
29 members. Okay, as I indicated, we do have a number of items left on the agenda. So if we can please try to move the agenda along. And okay, Councillor Mihevc to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I know we're tight for time.
Everybody got up and left when you got up to speak.
I know. I'm not taking it personally.
Okay, members of council,
we
have 34 items left on the agenda. 34. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Mihevc, go ahead.
Thank you. Just for new councillors, we debated this issue last term, and we decided that as a city, it does not do us. I have a motion. I'd like to table. There it is. I'll speak to it in a sec. First, with these introductory comments. Last term of council, for the new councillors, we had a very good conversation and made some policy decisions around those Torontonians that are residents of Toronto, but do not have status. That we called undocumented residents. And the conclusion of that conversation was that it does no good for us as a city to be actively pursuing their removal from Toronto and from Canada. That as does the school boards actually have policies in place that there will be no child will be reported to the CBSA, the Canadian Border Services Agency, if they are if they are part of a school, and they will not be asked that question when they enroll in schools. Similarly, with recreation services, of course, with library card, we will not ask your status. In fact, there's a whole list of services that are available to residents regardless of status. And they are listed on the flyer now, or a poster that is at all our community agencies, recreation, places of recreation, and so on. And it is helpful to communities and individuals. Those individuals number somewhere, the estimate now is between 100 and 200,000 Torontonians. In America, there is something like 12 million undocumented Americans. And I think there's we could have a large discussion on why that is happening. What does my motion try to do? It tries to do three things. First thing motion number 1 does, it says to replace where it says policing services with 911. That includes policing services, but really it's a little broader, and it gives staff an opportunity to discuss it with the police. But we really want to make sure that there's no one who is undocumented fearful of calling the fire department or the ambulance department if they are in need of those services. And of course, if it's a policing issue, then that's slightly different, but still 911 makes sure that is broader and is more accurate. The second motion tries to deal with the issue, so expanding the don't ask beyond victims and witnesses to all encounters with the police unless there is a warrant for the person's arrest or unless there has been an arrest. There are enough stories, anecdotes in this in the document that a number of people with an organization that is called No One Is Illegal put together that shows that the police have, in fact, the Toronto Police, this is according to Freedom of Information documents, they have been asking for status checks quite systemically. That is not really the intent of the sanctuary city policy. So if you look at what the motion states, it says it really asks the police services to ask chief of police to consider expanding. Now, if that ain't as loose as it can get, it can't get any looser than that. To expand the service, to expand not asking, not just to victims and witnesses, but to anyone unless there is a warrant for their arrest or unless they are arrested. That's what the second motion does, 2A does. And 2B deals with the issue of don't ask, don't tell. Right now, the police say that they have the authority not to ask, but they are asking sometimes when they don't need to. But it says once they do know, they are saying that they are legally obliged to tell. There is some legal opinion here in the document that's been reviewed by a host of lawyers that says that they have actually the option of telling or not telling, so that they do actually have the legal authority to not tell. So the motion here asks not that that be imposed on the police. We don't have that authority even if we wanted it, but it asks the Police Services Board to ask the Chief of Police to consider it. Now, that's pretty loose. It's pretty loose. So let them do their work, and that's what these three motions try to do. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We do have a question from Councillor Karygiannis. 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Madam Chair, appreciate it. I just want a clarification, colleague. You said in your statement that the Toronto School Services Board does not require a child to show proof that they're eligible to go to school in Canada? And if you can clarify since when that is, I would be appreciative.
Sorry, first, that's not in the motion, but the...
No, but that's what you said in presenting.
Yes, I did, yeah, I'm happy to clarify. There's no child that is not ineligible. All children are eligible to go to school. And school boards do not ask the question of a child, do you have, are you a landed immigrant or a citizen?
Okay, if I was to ask you to back that up, even if it's off the grid, would you be able to do that?
Yeah, no problem. That's,
So,
that's policy.
Let me just clarify it. Madam Chair, through you. What I'm hearing is that school board and principals will allow any child to go to school without any documentation.
Correct. Correct. Other than, sorry.
Thank you.
Councillor Karygiannis,
Without-
clarification of the motion that he has.
Sorry, without...
There was a statement that he made, Madam Chair. and
No,
I'm-
no, but you don't question his statements, you question his motion. So, can we put the motion on the screen?
The answer to your question is they will not require any documentation relative, Councillor Karygiannis, I'm answering your question. They will not require any documentation related to status in Canada. They will require documentation related to address because they have certain boundaries related to each school district, right? And age and immunization records we demand as public health, but not status in Canada. That's the truth.
Thank you.
Okay?
Okay?
Councillor McConnell to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I actually will be very brief because, again, my colleague has put forward a motion which I very much support. I'm quite concerned that other jurisdictions, Winnipeg, Vancouver, Montreal, Calgary, and Edmonton, are having a very dissimilar way of dealing with this situation, even though the law is the same. And so I was the vice chair of the Police Services Board. I understood very clearly the don't tell, but the notion of don't ask was really about protecting the victim, allowing women and children in particular or victims of criminal activities to be able to report and protect themselves. And in a large degree, it was really about saving lives. It is not about saving lives if we put something out there that actually isn't correct. And so from my perspective, I would ask a couple of things of our Police Services Board representatives. First, that you go back to the original policy and you ask about where is the procedure. Second, that you look at the implementation of that policy and how it relates to training, because I suspect that we have a policy from a board, we have a direction perhaps long ago from a chief of police, but now we have no implementation because it is not in training. So we have 57 or 6,000 police officers all out there endangering, in my view, many women, children, and victims of crime. So I support the motion. Thank you.
Okay, members of council and staff. All the staff here are making a lot of noise. It's very disruptive. Please, can you keep it down? Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
I'll pass, Madam Speaker.
Best speech so far, James.
That's the best of speech.
Oh, Councillor Pasternak, you don't want to speak?
I'll pass, Madam Speaker.
Oh, okay. Yeah, can we ask if the mics could... Okay, you'll do it? Okay. Because we're voting. Okay, Councillor Pasternak has asked that we vote on the motion 1 and 2 separately. Okay, there's been a request that we vote on 1 and 2 separately. So on number 1, recorded vote.
Councillor Campbell, please.
Councillor Karygiannis, thank you. Councillor Lee.
Part 1 of the motion carries 31-2.
Okay, part 2.
Councillor Karygiannis, please.
No, I know.
Councillor Perruzza.
Councillor Fillion, please.
Councillor Karygiannis, Councillor Kelly, please.
Part 2 of the motion carries 22-11.
Okay, on the item, all in favor? Carried. Councillor Matlow.
I want to express my sincere apologies to my colleagues. An item was released very quickly. I didn't notice that it happened, and I had a motion that I've worked on with staff that I had prepared, and I'd appreciate quickly reopening it and moving the motion. It's on the Spider initiative that you know that I was involved in, and this is regarding supporting the initiative.
So, Councillor Matlow, on item CDA.3, he's asking that we reopen the item, that he has an amendment to move on behalf of staff, and the staff have the copy of that amendment.
You don't have it.
So could I have a motion?
Oh, okay, and sorry, and the clerk has asked me to hold it for a moment.
Oh, you
so
don't-
Not ready yet.
I thought they
Reopen,
had
reopen, and then I'll hold it, yeah, okay.
Okay, all in favor of reopening it? Carried. Okay,
And
thank
then I'll
you.
hold it for the moment.
CD 8.5. Okay, shortly, yeah.
I would have made that joke. That's a terrible joke, but I would have made it. I would have.
CD 8.5, Committee Investment Funding Program. Councillor Holliday, you held the item down.
Wish to speak.
Councillor Holliday?
Thank you, Speaker. I believe there's a motion on this. It's okay.
Yeah. Do we have questions to staff on this? No? Okay, Councillor Holliday, you have a motion?
I do. Thank you, Speaker. The motion is to replace recommendation number 2. And to elaborate on this, to explain the motion, I understand year over year that the way that we handle the grants is that towards the end of the year, any unspent money in that grants fund is then reallocated to other grant recipients. And this year struck me as odd in particular in that we have a large pressure, and that is dealing with the Syrian refugees. And my recommendation is rather than allocate this to further grant organizations, reallocate the money to a pressure. And that is simply it.
Can you scroll the motion up so we can see it? Huh?
Why not?
No, I know, but, oh, there's nothing there? Oh, okay. I thought there was more to it.
I don't know what it is.
Okay, so the amendments on the screen, does anybody have any questions? Oh, Councillor Fragadakis, you have a question?
Yes, actually I do.
Okay, 3 minutes.
So, thank you, Madam Speaker. So my question is, I thought we have allocated about $600,000 towards this Syrian refugee settlement in Toronto. Is that correct?
You'd have to look at the report. I don't know.
So no, I'm just wondering if your motion is like, would this money would be extra and on top of that, or does that reduce the amount that we've already voted on to support the Syrian refugee settlement program?
I would let the executive director sort that out. I mean, this is just taking
No, but I'm asking you about what your motion, the intent of your motion, what does it do? It's not for other people to sort
The intent of
out.
my motion is to move any money allocated under item number 2 towards Syrian refugee costs.
But not to actually diminish the larger amount that we've already voted on.
That has nothing to do with this.
Well, I have to ask.
Understood.
Thank you.
Quite welcome.
Councillor McConnell, questions on the motion?
Thank you, Councillor. I just wondered, have you discussed this with staff?
I have placed questions to the CFO on this.
Sorry? No,
I have
but
placed questions with the CFO on this.
Well, right, around the amount of money, but did you discuss it with the policy and program people to know what it was and who you were taking it away from?
No, it is unspent money.
Are you aware that some of the programs, particularly youth programs, as I remember, there wasn't sufficient money to cover them all, and so some of them might be waiting, for example, for the end of the year money to get an allocation. It may not be an additional allocation to some of the others. It generally is not.
Well, it says here that they are groups that are high priority but not funded due to budget constraints. So they're not funded. So I don't believe this is taking away from anybody. And I guess it's an interesting policy question for debate as to whether the costs of Syrian refugee settlement outweigh some other programs that I'm sure are very worthy and are hoping for money. What should we do?
Well, that's why I think we would normally talk to our policy staff, our program staff, to know what we're putting in jeopardy. And so it seemed to me we had allocated enough money for our Syrian refugees. We can always add more money in the next budget. but would you not agree that we have to be very careful in balancing the needs of our young people as well as our newcomers? Is that not correct?
And I would agree, and that's why it's before council right now being discussed.
Sure. No, I just wondered, Councillor, the process that you came up with this. That's all. Thank you. I appreciate the answer.
Councillor Layton.
Councillor McConnell asked my questions.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Carroll there. Councillor Carroll.
So, without having spoken to staff,
That's incorrect, Councillor.
Oh, so which staff have you spoken to?
I spoke to the CFO.
Okay, you spoke to the CFO, but without having spoken to the director of SDF&A, who in fact the original recommendation would give delegated authority to, you're not 100% certain of whether or not the CFO and the executive director of SDF&A have worked out a true and proper funding source that doesn't hurt any other program?
I'm not really understanding what you mean by hurt.
Well, delegated authority is usually requested by staff when there's a time constraint, but the fine granular detail of exactly where the fund should come from has not yet been worked out. So by removing the delegated authority, you're in fact being very specific and saying you're deciding the funding source, no more, no less, and from only this place, as opposed to letting the CFO and the director of SDF&A work it out.
I believe that
is that your intention?
I believe that this is. Thank you.
Yeah, I can read the motion. Thank you, Councillor Prutz. I'm interested in Councillor Holliday's answer.
If I may
however.
answer.
Okay,
yes.
please.
I believe that this is fiscal policy, which is at discussion right now. And we are discussing the merits of allocating money which has been unspent towards the end of the year to new programs or putting it towards a pressure before the city.
After this, we can go to
So is it fair to say that your real issue is the delegated authority to work out the best source? It's the delegated authority? Because that's what you're removing here.
The issue here is the policy of putting money back into additional programs, so creating more, versus allocating it to pressure.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Those are my questions. I'll put my name down to speak.
Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just two very brief questions. First, are you aware that the recommendation in the report is that in the event that there is unspent funds, as opposed to assuming that there are unspent funds?
Yes, I saw those words.
Thanks. And are you aware, in your motion you refer to the city's Syrian resettlement program and taking the delegated authority away from the executive director of SDFA. Are you aware that the executive director of SDFA implements the Syrian resettlement program already?
I am, and I thought that was a very easy way to reallocate funds within the same division.
Okay, but in terms of the executive director of SDFA, he oversees both the Identify and Impact and Emerging Neighborhoods Fund, as well as the Syrian Resettlement Fund. You're aware that he oversees all three of those as it is?
I am.
Okay.
However,
Thank you.
I'm not done answering the question. The original item number 2 implies that it stays within the original program.
Thank you. Councillor Mihevc to speak.
Speak. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm rising to support the staff recommendations and to not support Councillor Holliday's recommendations, as much as they may be well-intentioned. And as much as we are supportive of the Syrian, I think that's the Syrian refugee crisis, which we'll speak to on the next item. I had a chance offline to talk to staff on the matter. There is $35,000 in it, but we allocate an envelope for a particular focus for us as a city. In this particular case, the money would go to a priority youth program in Scarborough that applied for it, was qualified, would do great work, but simply we did not have enough money in the envelope to be able to fund them in the first tranche that we decided way back last May or June of 2015. So we established these envelopes. We established an envelope for the Syrian refugees. The staff are going to make great use of that envelope. We established an envelope for youth programs decided for by, is this the one that's decided for by youth as well? We should stick to that envelope approach to it. And I think at this point, mixing it up, I don't think is fair to the CPIP program that we're trying hard to fund. So I would urge folks not to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy to speak.
Very briefly, despite the best of intentions, I rise to speak against the amendment that Councillor Holliday has moved. As the city's youth equity advocate, I'd just like to note that the Identify and Impact Awards or program that this is speaking about has to do with vulnerable youth, supporting youth in the most vulnerable situations and who are most potentially predisposed towards violence. And these are funds that are essential. We have 28 recommendations to meet. We're barely through the first half dozen of them. And the notion that we would take away any unused funds and take away the responsibility of our executive director of SDFA to understand and make a decision based on the city's strategic objectives, where those funds could best be spent, and rather for us to make that decision on, in this case, his behalf, is simply not good planning, and it's not a good allocation of funds. And I say that as somebody who worked on both Syria and these youth issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
I'll be even more brief because I think Councillors Mihevc and Cressy have pointed out the problems with this motion and the dangerous precedent that it sets. It is policy on the fly. It is decisions on the fly. It is not using reviewing thoughtful applicants and making sure that the next in line gets service, which I understand is a youth program in Scarborough, a most worthy cause. I am not disputing the importance of making sure that newcomers to our city are given every helping hand, that are given a soft landing. This city has stepped up to the plate with a very substantive $600,000 investment in addition to existing funds to make sure that newcomers are settled with dignity and given every chance to succeed. This kind of precedent could create chaos on the council floor, could open the city to litigation by various community groups who felt they weren't being treated through the application process, and could undermine our procurement and RFP policy. So I urge you to defeat it.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councillor Holliday. Put it on the screen. Yes. Recorded vote.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Karagianis.
Councillor Palacio, thank you.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
The amendment does not carry. The vote is 6 to 27.
Okay, on the item, all in favor? Carried. Okay, members of council, before we go on to our next item, which is CD 8.9, I've had a request, and maybe we can do some quick releases at this time.
Introduce a speaker as well that I spoke to you about earlier. Okay, never mind. I'll wait till Councillor Crawford gets here. but I have a quick release. Oh, of course, I'm not up. I'll get up there shortly.
So, Councillor Fletcher, do you have any quick releases?
Oh, yes, I do. I just wasn't first on the list. Did you wish to go to Councillor Layton first?
Okay, sorry. To end. Okay. Councillor Layton, you're first.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think we're ready to release the Toronto and East York Party Clause, page 7, TE 12.90, endorsement of events for liquor licensing purposes. I have a motion that includes a couple amendments from Councillor Cressy and myself to revise the list of establishments for Canada Music Week.
Okay.
And with that, I will move the this amendment and the motion.
Okay, so on page 7, T 12.90, Councillor Layton is moving the amendment. On favor? Carried. On the item as amended, on favor? Carried. Councillor Carmichael Greb.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On page 6, I would like to release NY 10.14.
Okay, on page 6, NY 10.14, Councillor Greb is releasing. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, you're next.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. TE 12.7.
Okay, what page?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh.
Okay. Okay, T 12.7.
Sorry. I'm just standing down here.
Okay, count. Okay, just one. Okay, I'm going. Okay, Councillor.
There's a motion from Councillor Perks on that tree item.
Oh.
On the previous item, I had filed a motion with the clerk.
Oh, okay, sorry. I didn't
Yeah.
know that. Okay, so on the previous item for, sorry, Councillor Fletcher, I'll get back to you after. Page 6, NY 10.14. Councillor Carmichael Greb, we'll have to reopen it because Councillor Perks had a motion. On favor? Carried. Okay, Councillor Perks.
Okay, thank you. If I could just have staff put it up. So this is denying the request for the permit to remove, which of course was the staff recommendation in the first place.
Okay. So on Councillor Perks' motion to deny, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor Lee, please.
Councillor Ainsley, please. Councillor Fillion, please.
Councillor Cho, please.
Councillor Fillion, please. Thank you.
The motion carries 18 to 17.
Okay. Councillor Fletcher, you're up.
Thank you, Speaker. It's page 6, and it's TE 12.7.
Yes?
The supplemental report is in. I have two motions that would go on the screen, please.
Okay. Okay, members of council, we're dealing with page 6, T 12.7. There's two amendments?
Yes, two. That's correct.
Okay, hold on.
They're not signed. Okay, I'll go at the end of that list and sign them, Speaker. That's fine. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I held some member motions, some of which I'm still waiting to ask staff. But MM 11.31, I can release, 122 Arrow Road. I've spoken to Mr. Williams, and I can release that one.
Okay. Members' motion MM 11.31, Councillor Carroll is releasing. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
What's the one that was full name?
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I had held one of the members' motions, and I cannot find it. It was the one dealing with Glenn Gould, and I think it was put forward by Councillor
Yes, it's one of the later ones, and it doesn't appear
Matlow.
online.
Yeah. 11.12, thank you. Thank you, on page 10. I'd like to release that. I have now had my questions answered. And Speaker?
Okay,
sorry.
just one sec.
Sure, thank you.
Let me just get to it. So, you're releasing members' motion MM 1112.
That's correct, yes?
Okay. All in favor? Pardon? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Recorded vote. Okay. Yes.
Members, we're late opening the panel. It's now open. Councillor Perruzza, please, your vote. Councillor Wong-Tam, please. Councillor Layton. Councillor McMahon, please.
Councillor DiCiano, Councillor McConnell, Councillor Fragadakis, please.
Councillor Bylaw, please.
Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Palacio, please. Councillor DiCiano, please.
The motion to adopt the item carries unanimously, 38 in favor.
Councillor Thompson?
Speaker, I want to try to see whether or not ED 8.9 can be released. For the last couple of days, we've circulated the motions. There's been some amendment to it. This is page 4, Canada 150, planning for 2017. The motion's been circulated. I don't know if anyone has any questions. If you do, I'll hold it down. If not,
Hold on. Apparently there's a couple motions. By who? Okay, so you have a motion on it, Councillor
I do,
Thompson?
yes.
And then Councillor Pasternak has a motion.
okay, and Councillor Lee had one, but we've worked it into mine.
Oh, okay, so it's all worked into one?
Did you have one specifically?
So you worked it into one motion?
Just, Councillor Pasternak is separate. Councillor Lee's been worked into mine. Do you have one? Okay, so do you want to do it? Unless anybody has questions. It has been for the last day and a half.
Okay, it doesn't sound like it's a quick release.
Oh.
Councillor Matlow. Well, he's not ready. Councillor Pasternak, are you ready to move it?
Well, my motion's ready.
Okay. So Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Pasternak, could you move your motion?
Yes, I'd be happy to. I'd be honored to. If the clerk can put it on the screen, we can all take a quick look. And I think it's self-explanatory. I think this is a very exciting initiative that can be great for the City of Toronto.
Okay, on the motion by Councillor Fletcher wants to hold.
Or done what?
It's not a quick item. It's not. Councillor Matlow.
Thank you. So a couple of items. I've spoken to the councillor who moved on page 3. I'm sorry, excuse me. I don't know what page it is, but it was the MM 11.40. They're requesting provincial funds as a result of Brampton City Council's rejection of the Hurontario Maine LRT.
Yes.
Anyway, I've spoken with the councillor. While I do take issue with process about how we set priorities for transit projects, I do recognize the urgency of the issue, and certainly asking for funding to fulfill the requirements of ADA is a no-brainer, so we should support it.
Okay, so Councillor Matlow, you're releasing members' motion MM 1140, right?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor? Carried. Thank you.
And should we do the spider item now or later?
Do the staff have your amendment?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it okay that you haven't signed it?
I approve.
Okay.
I sign. I officially, formally sign it.
Yes, we're going to put it on the screen.
So we're now going to page 3.
Page 3, CD 8.3, which we reopened it for Councillor Matlow because staff asked Councillor Matlow to put an amendment through. So here's the amendment. It's on the screen. That's for you.
Thank you very much.
That's been requested by staff. All in favor of the amendment? Carried. Clause is amended. Carried. Thank you. Councillor Fillion.
Thank you. On page 6.
Page 6.
10.25, having to do with construction. It's a slight change from the last time I got up. Would you like me to read it out?
Is it, okay, you're going to read it differently, right?
I'll read it differently. Yes, with much more gusto.
And an English accent.
Okay,
that City Council approved the use of the east curb lane on Yonge Street from a point 23.40 meters north of Yonge Street Avenue East to a point 30 meters south of Greenfield Avenue, and the north curb lane on Shepherd Avenue East from Yonge Street to a point 170 meters east from December 9, 2015 to November 30th, 2016 for a construction staging area, provided that 3 northbound lanes are maintained at all times and that extensions of the permission require further council approval. 2, City Council prohibit northbound left turns at all times from Yonge Street onto Harlandale Avenue.
Page 6, NY 10.25, Councillor Fillion is releasing the amendments on the screen. All in favor? Carried. Okay.
And next, 10.38, which I would ask that I not have to read out. It has advanced circulation. It's prepared by planning staff.
Yes, we do have a we do have a copy of it. Has been circulated. So on page 6, NY 10.38, Councillor Fillion is moving the amendment which you've received.
You moved it already?
It's on the screen. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
And North York 10.40, I would like to move referral back to North York Community Council.
Okay, on page 6, NY 10.40. Pardon? Yeah. Councillor Fillion has asked that it be referred to the North York Community Council. Correct? Councillor Fillion?
That's right.
Um,
Do you want the reasons? It's because of inability to come to an agreement on the wording with the applicant, and we've run out of time today, and it's obvious that it's not going to be concluded today, so we'll work on it for Community Council.
Do the staff have your amendment, your motion?
Actually, no,
Okay.
they don't. It's just a referral.
Okay, so on NY 10.40 has been referred to North York Community Council. On favor? You want a recorded vote? Oh. Okay, that's it. Councillor Robinson.
Yep, thank you, Madam Speaker. This one is on page 7, and it is new business. It is CC 11.6, 2425-2427 Bayview Avenue, rezoning and site plan application. It's a request for directions report. And so in a nutshell, I'm going to be voting against this. That's why I would like a recorded vote. Having said that, staff have said this is the best they can do because it was formally approved by the OMB with 20 townhomes. Now there'll be 40, but in the same footprint. So staff feel this is the best they can do at the OMB, and so this is what's been agreed upon.
Okay.
It's CC 11.6.
Okay, on page 7, CC 11.6, Councillor Robinson is releasing. You want a recorded vote,
Yes,
right?
I do, because I would like to.
Okay, recorded vote.
Members, we canceled the previous vote, so your buttons may be lit up, so please make sure you press the button. Councillor Karagianis, please. Councillor Perruzza.
Councillor Palacio, please. Mayor Tory, please.
Councillor Mallow, please. Councillor Wong-Tam, please.
How did that get up there?
The item is adopted 32 to 6.
Okay, so do we want to try Councillor Fletcher? Councillor Fletcher, you ready?
I'm trying. Thank you, Speaker. I know I'm trying again. I am on page 6 now. I'm at page 6 on the bottom. 12.7, two motions, motion A, motion B. That is motion A about the affordable housing for this site of the $5 million contribution and a matter of how it will be built. And I'm not reading them all. And the other one is for a dog park on or near the site, since there's quite a few condos. There's no meet and greet. It's just a regular park, Councillor Shiner. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to move those and the staff report and thank planners, in particular Ms. Stea. The chief planner's staff have been excellent on this, and legal staff, and as well the staff from the Environment Office have been very helpful in looking at air quality in the neighborhood. So with that, I'm moving that. Pardon? Can you hold it? Sure. Why don't you hold it, Councillor? Thank you.
Okay, so on the amendment, all in favor?
It's cold.
The first amendment, all in favor? Carried. Second amendment? All in favor? Carried. Clause is amended, recorded.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Wong-Tam. Councillor Layton, please. Councillor Davis. Councillor Perks. And Councillor Bylaw, please.
Councillor DiCiano, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Cressy, please. Councillor DeBaremaker, please.
The item is amended, carries unanimously, 37 in favor.
Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, I just have the motion requesting permission to introduce that, Speaker.
Yes, if we can put it on the screen. Okay, Councillor Fletcher? Okay. On favor to introduce. Thank you. It will be circulated. Councillor Cressy, you have a motion to add as well.
Yeah, I have a supplementary report on 500 Lakeshore Development Site. It's urgent because we need to enact the bills in order to commence work.
Okay, on favor, carried. It will be circulated. Okay, so we'll go to our next item on the agenda, page 3, CD 8.9. Councillor Mihevik, you held the item down. Do you have questions of staff? No questions? Does anybody have any questions to staff? Okay, CD, it's the update on the refugee settlement. Are there any questions to staff?
Oh, does he? Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Karygiannis, you have questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was wondering if the staff can walk us through the determination of how the some of the recipients who will be receiving the money, how was that arrived at?
Through the Speaker, with the original report in September, Council had directed that we continue to work with community-based agency partners such as Lifeline Syria. The focus of the work has been with respect to housing supports and supports to private sponsors. So those are the agencies we have focused on. Catholic Cross Cultural, Lifeline Syria, and Arab Community Center are all key agencies in providing supports to sponsors. Costi and Wood Green are key agencies in terms of providing housing supports. And the last is the Ontario Council of Agencies
Okay.
Serving Immigrants.
Hold on, I'm
Time
going
on
to
hold,
put
please.
I'm going to put your time on hold. Point of order, Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a pretty important issue. I think we could maybe get people in here and be listening to what's happening.
You want to start from the beginning, Madam Chair?
No, I put your time on hold. Okay, members of council, please. Councillor Fragadakis, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Pasternak. Okay.
I want to thank my colleague Mark Grimes for that very important intervention. Madam Chair, to staff, Madam Chair, through you, would these agencies have to meet the criteria that they must be able to issue tax receipts? I realized in my former life, anybody that the federal government was listing agencies that they were partnering up with, and there was one time a big mix-up where we had partnered up with an agency under John Baird that these people were found to be part of Al-Qaeda. Do we have to sort of make sure that these agencies must be able to issue tax receipts, whether it be federal or provincial, on their own and not be part of another organization that issues tax receipts?
Through the Speaker, there is no such restriction under the City of Toronto Act. We are able to support agencies as long as they are incorporated nonprofits. They do not necessarily have to be charitable status organizations. And in fact, the city has many relationships with nonprofit agencies that are non-charitable.
What would the criteria be through the Speaker to staff for us to partner up? This organization must be in existence 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, must have proven that they have been able to sustain themselves, proven that they have been able to that they have a track record of nonprofit. Would that be correct?
Through the Speaker, the one clarification I want to make is these are not grants and should not be viewed as grants. We are entering into service agreements for specific activity. The funding will be flowed in installments. We will have regular reporting on the service delivery against those installments.
Yeah, but I mean, when we're promoting an agency, we say we're partnering up with them. We're giving the interpretation to the world outside that this is an agency that you can partner up with. This is an agency that we are promoting. This is an agency that we are endorsing, and it's okay for you to give money to. Would I be incorrect through the chair to staff?
All of the agencies, save one, are currently funded by the City of Toronto and have already met all of those criteria. The only one that does not is Lifeline Syria, because it is understandably a relatively new initiative.
Okay.
The charitable donations for Lifeline Syria are handled by the Toronto Community Foundation.
Through the chair to staff, wouldn't it be more wiser for us to say the other organizations first, listing Lifeline for Syria first in all our communications that go out, since they are not yet proven, have a track record of meeting the criteria? I mean, by putting that out there, it's saying to the people of Toronto, you know what, give them donations, and yet they cannot issue a tax receipt.
They are issuing tax receipts through the Community Foundation. Staff have been involved with Lifeline Syria going back to March. So we attend their meetings on a regular basis.
Chair, through you.
The provincial government is funding Lifeline Syria, as is the federal government.
Councillor Karygiannis, please let the staff finish. Okay.
I absolutely thank you for being at these meetings, but promoting an organization all the time and putting them in front, I think that we're giving the citizens of Toronto the wrong message. If we were to put other organizations in front that have those capabilities to issue tax receipts and everything else, I think that would behoove us and put us in a better position versus doing the reverse. And I'm just wondering why the reverse was done. And we're promoting an organization and putting their name out there with everything that we're putting in there when they are not even able to issue tax receipts. Are we not making a mistake?
That was your last question.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor, your caution is well placed. In very rare circumstances would I ever advise council to fund an agency that had only been incorporated for 2 months for all of the reasons you have identified. This is a very rare situation, and given the amount of support, the leadership that Lifeline Syria has played, the fact that its board is composed of former mayors, deputy ministers, and significant individuals in the sector, I'm confident, and we will monitor all of the work that the city enters into with Lifeline Syria.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker. I personally have no issue with the Lifeline Syria. Mine's a more general question about not-for-profits and the work we're doing with them. Do we ever look at the remuneration or the compensation, I should say, of their executives?
We do a detailed financial review of any applicants for city support. We do look at remuneration, although it is not within the purview of the funder to dictate to an independent board what their HR policies should be. We are reviewing more to ensure that there are appropriate personnel practices. That being said, if we came across an agency that was paying wages that were significantly beyond the norm, we would raise an issue. The reality is most agencies are significantly underpaying their senior staff, not a matter of overpayment.
Thank you. So just to confirm, and it just really goes about confidence in the system, to confirm that whatever agency you're dealing with, you would see those numbers?
I believe through the review process, we would look at salary numbers, yes.
Of each of the operations? Or do you just do a sampling?
We would look at the overall salary numbers. We would look at that against the number of staff that they have. We would also review that in terms of their year-end reports and their audited financial statements.
Thank you. But my question was with each company. That's all I wanted to know.
With each agency that we fund?
Sorry,
yes.
agency, yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to make sure that the Director of Social Development, Finance and Admin has done some due diligence. You're familiar with the career and history in running organizations of Ratna Omidvar?
In fact, Ms. Omnivar and I met 30 years ago when we were both running youth employment programs, so I'm very familiar with her expertise.
And Fareed Amin is a former deputy minister of a number of different ministries at the province, but he's had another job as well that we should be familiar with, has he not?
He was, I believe, one of the first deputy city managers.
Of this corporation?
Of this corporation 7 years ago.
Yes. And so moving on to the champions, is it clear to you in doing your due diligence, and of course Mario Calla from Costi, I think, has has definitely had a lot of contact with your division over the years, has he not?
Costi has been a significant partner to the city and in fact is the resettlement assistance program designated by the federal and provincial governments for the entire Greater Toronto Area.
And moving on to, you've been going to the meeting, so if you could give us some idea of the role of the champions, or the champions, people like Ron Atke, who was at one time Minister of Immigration, David Crombie, Art Eggleton, Adrian Clarkson, and John Ralston Saul. Folks like these, as champions, are they actively engaged in the development of Lifeline Syria and getting them ready to deal with this, or are they just names on a masthead?
Having sat at the table in the early days, and my staff have been attending since, I can assure you that they are very engaged.
And Frank McKenna and Roy McMurtry, the former Mayor David Miller, these are all people that are really actively engaged with Lifeline Syria and getting things off the ground?
I believe so.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Cho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to have a bit more broader information because a lot of people in my ward, they show great interest in helping the Syrian refugees. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but generally speaking, we have two types of Syrian refugees sponsored by government and by private citizen. Am I correct to understand?
There are two, actually three, government-assisted refugees and privately sponsored, and then there's a hybrid program of the two, a much smaller program.
What's a hybrid?
It's blended visa office refugees, and it involves some direct government support, but also relies on sponsors to support the integration.
So if private families sponsor and bring the refugees from Syria or Lebanon, anyway, their responsibility is to look after the refugees only for 1 year, and then after that, government take over looking after the refugees?
In both instances, whether it's privately sponsored or government assistance, the support is provided for 12 months. The reason we are so focused on supporting the sponsors is because we need these new Torontonians to become, deal with their language issues, begin to find employment so that they are self-sufficient after the first year.
So our responsibility could be many then, right? Finding jobs for them, providing the financial assistance given by the federal government, counseling service, etc., etc.?
So we are blessed in this city to have a very strong settlement sector group of agencies that provide employment supports, other kinds of settlement supports, language training. All of those services exist. There are no new costs associated with those kinds of supports. That's what the current system does.
So what happened at the end of the year, whether it's the family who sponsored or the refugee who came under the government sponsorship after 1 year, if they don't have a job, they don't have a shelter, then who look after them?
Like any other resident of the City of Toronto, they would be eligible for any kind of support services that the city provides.
In other words, we have a huge responsibility then after 1 year. It's the federal government who bring all these needy people, which is a very good plan.
Through the Speaker.
But after 1 year, then it becomes our responsibility, Toronto City payers.
These individuals enter the country as permanent residents. They have the same rights and responsibilities other than voting as any other Torontonian. So as a city, we would have the same responsibility to provide support as any other Torontonian.
I see. So city provide, the work in conjunction with the other agencies or faith community, Or just do we try to help them directly, and then at the end of the year, then we don't know what's going to happen?
Through the Speaker, this is very much a partnership initiative on all levels. We are working with our community-based partners, faith communities, and perhaps most importantly, residents of the City of Toronto who have said they want to support refugees through the sponsorship program.
So in other words, the federal government bring these refugees. At the end of the year, it becomes our responsibility and provincial government responsibility in terms of public assistance.
Through the Speaker, I think in your question there's an inherent assumption that at the end of the year these people will not be employed, will not be contributing to our city, and I don't think that assumption's correct.
I wish I am wrong, incorrect. Thank you.
Councillor Mihevc to speak.
Thank you very much. I have a motion just to have it introduced.
Yes, you did. Councillor Mihevc, where's your motion?
I'd ask staff to put it up. They actually gave it to me. Basically, this motion, what it facilitates, if you remember last meeting or maybe a couple of meetings ago, we allocated $600,000. This gives them the ability to spend it and to report back on a regular basis to council on how they have spent it, both supporting, in number one, community agencies and specific contracts with community agencies, and number two, support resources within our own city departments. So that's what that does. And I'll just speak very briefly, echoing some of the comments that our mayor made in his introduction of the executive committee agenda. You know, I think it is worthy of reflection. Like, why is Toronto treating the issue of Syrian refugees so differently? You know, is it something that's in the water? Is it just because we are Torontonians and this is who we are? I think it's worthy of some, call it sociological reflection as to how these things happen in one city and not in another city, in one province or state and not in another province or state. And, you know, I think what we're seeing here, frankly, is the payoff of years and years of work by a number of forces or directions that have come forward in our society, in our city. Things like, you know, our staff and the good work they have done on the access and equity file since amalgamation and even before amalgamation. I remember when we amalgamated and we put the staffs together, at that time we had something like 35 to 40 full-time staff people working on access and equity issues, making sure that different parts of our community were speaking with one another, forming relationships, undertaking projects, doing the kind of community building that during the good times that have helped us now in perhaps some tough times, at least tough times on a global level. It's those access and equity awards where we bring people here and this place is always packed and there's lots of folks here saying, you know what, you've done great work on this access file, be it with the LGBT community, be it around disability issues, be it around newcomer issues, that we've done that as a city. In the community, OCASI, the Ontario Council for Agencies Serving Immigrants, so they're a council of agencies. They service something like not 5, not 10, not 20, not 50, but something like 140 agencies that work on immigrant and settlement issues. It's all those things, Madam Speaker. It's school policies that make sure that every school has a way of integrating new students as they come to our city. All of that, I think, has contributed to really a culture of inclusion, a culture that says, you know, when the world is at pain, that Toronto feels that pain, and we feel it deeply, and so we respond. So on one level, I think we're also kind of surprised at the level of the magnanimous response that Toronto has displayed. You know, in my case, I'm part of a group that's trying to raise some money. We were trying to raise $70,000, and you know what? We're at $110,000. We thought it would be 2 families, but it's 3 families. Around the corner, Holy Rosary Catholic Church, I think they're on their 3rd or 4th family. And around the corner from Holy Rosary, it's Holy Blossom, a synagogue. They're already on their 3rd family. And then never mind all the neighborhood groups, reading clubs, and so on that have come forth. And that's even beyond the groups that started collecting clothes. There's this one organization or one community effort. They started collecting clothes, and they got 95 bins of clothes within a very short period of time. Madam Speaker, I think it would be very good. There's theses in this study programs on why Toronto is the way it is and why we responded the way we have responded. Yes, it is about a generous heart, but it's also about all those investments and all those community advocates that have gotten together, not for 1 year, not for 2 years, but for 10 and 20 years to make this the kind of city that it is. So we stand proud. We're doing the right thing. And we're going to receive these folks. The first plane load, I think, of refugees coming to Toronto, I think is arriving any minute now. And of course, we're going to welcome them with a generous and open heart. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mihevc. Councillor Holliday has a question for you, clarification of your motion.
I do. If the clerks could indulge me and just put it up because we only had it for a second. If I may question about point number 2 to help me understand, does that imply that the executive director may direct additional dollar resources or staff resources or resources in general to the program at their discretion? Or is it working within the money allocated, or is that in addition to?
No, that's working within the money allocated. And number 3 says they'll report back on how they're spending. So basically, we've authorized the money, but we haven't authorized them to spend the money, and this helps them to spend the money.
Right. I don't imply or concern that I have a concern with a dollar value of $600,000 more or less. It's more of the transparency and the understanding of the ability to know how much is being allocated so that we can understand that. So you believe that this is all within the envelope and that the executive director is simply allocating as he sees fit?
I don't believe I know that to be the case.
You don't know that it's the case? So
I know that it's the case.
You do know it's okay.
That is the case. That's exactly what it is.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Cho, clarification of the motion.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very brief. I really appreciate your motion, Councillor Mihevc. Recommendation number 3, for fourth quarter of 2016. You think we need to have this report back at least 2-3 times next year, not just once? It's a little amendment.
I think it is good to have regular reports back. This is one that this is an issue that has a lot of public attention, and one that I think we want to monitor as council. Like it's in the news. One of today's major papers. Boy, if it didn't have 10 articles on it. And so I think it's a hot, quote-unquote, political topic, so I think regular reporting is something that we would want.
Fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just going to be brief. I have a motion that if we could put that on the screen, that City Council designate Councillor Joe Cressy and Councillors Mihevc as newcomer advocates who will promote integration and inclusion of refugees to the civic, economic, cultural life of the city for the term of office until December 31st, 2016, until a successor is appointed. Councillors Cressy and Mihevc were 2 of the leaders who came forward, who brought various community groups and organizations together to hash out a coherent and thoughtful plan in which Toronto can live up to its reputation as a successful city of settlement. I would simply reiterate some of the comments that I made yesterday, my reflections of the roundtable that I attended on behalf of the mayor, where we met with Minister John McCallion and Provincial Minister Michael Chan, and of course Health Minister, Provincial Health Minister Eric Hoskins, as well as a wide range of different community groups. In those discussions, we all spoke from the same voice, that we made it clear that Canada and Toronto would be a strong safe haven for newcomers worldwide, that we would do our best to make sure that they are brought here not to fail but to succeed, that we would do everything we can. And at the same time, there was a general understanding that when newcomers come from conflict zones, they understand that the roots of those conflicts stay in those countries, and that we begin anew here. And that is why social cohesion is so successful in Toronto. I do recall earlier this year meeting with a delegation of members of Parliament from Sweden who were facing a refugee crisis in their borders, and how Toronto and how Canada has been successful in settling its refugees. And we spoke for some time about some of the strategic initiatives that we put in place. I mentioned to Minister McCallion that as a municipality, our revenues are restricted in supporting newcomers after that first year, after they come off the government-sponsored initiative and some of the private-sponsored initiatives as well. And that housing allowances are vital after that first year, and of course, I advocated for a national housing strategy. At the same time, mental health continues to be one of the major challenges, not only in the immigration and settlement docket, but across all of society. And a national strategy on mental health is certainly essential. And finally, I reminded the Minister that our funding for our settlement office ends in March, and that renewal of that program would be most welcome. He said, I think that's something we can do, and there was a laugh in the room. But from going forward, I think for everybody here, this is a good opportunity to reinvest in our settlement office, to look at what we do and how good we do it, and to fix what needs fixing, to make sure our initiatives and our programs are properly funded. And I think when you look at how we bring people into the city, that will be the trickle down of how we have the kind of civility, discipline, prosperity for people to raise families, to start businesses, to go to school, to get an education, and to build a new life here. And I think that is really the long-term goal of when we take these issues very seriously, and that we do things properly from the offset, and that we work with our provincial and federal counterparts and our community agencies with the commitment that we're known for. And I think in that way, Toronto will continue to be a great place to bring newcomers and have them succeed in our great city.
Councillor Cho.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'll be very brief. I know we have many items to deal with. I will support all the good motions, and I'd like to thank many councillors and the excellent staff. But I'd like to mention a couple of things. One is Torontonians, we are very generous people, and I'm so glad that our new Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, said we're going to bring 25,000 refugees from Syria. I don't think all these people will be here by the end of the first quarter of next year. That's why I raised the question. I'm very proud to say that my executive assistant, Horace Nijan, he already sponsored. He lives with one refugee family, and his wife would become taxi driver, bringing school, bringing to work, and the amount of work the family is doing, and that's Torontonians. I also like to mention that we have a great organization called the Muslim Welfare Center, and I called the community meeting twice, with the Muslim community, Hindu community, Christian community, all the community faith leaders, and everybody agreed to help these refugees. Now, Muslim Welfare Center, they already sent 2.5 tons of winter clothes and the non-perishable food by ship to Lebanon. And I brought over 10 volunteers to help the Muslim Welfare Center. This is a great community, and I also like to remind that we have a great mayor. He was the first mayor in Canada that sponsored the one Syrian refugees. When other mayor, other cities say they don't want to refugee. Torontonians, we have a great community, very generous, and I'm so glad that the city takes a great leadership to welcome these very, very needy people. Thank you.
Okay, if we can put the motions on the screen. Ring the bells. Motion by Councillor Mihevik. All in favor? Okay. Who asked for recorded vote?
Councillor Cho did.
Oh, Councillor Cho? Recorded vote.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Karachanis. Councillor Peruzza, please.
Councillor Palacio, please. Councillor Cressy, Councillor DiCiano, Councillor Ainsley, please.
The amendment carries unanimously, 35 in favor.
Okay. Next one. By Councillor Pasternak. All in favor? Carried. Item as amended. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Page 4, ED 8.4, Design Exchange Operations and Funding Update. Councillor Holliday, you held the item down. Do you have questions for staff?
Thank you, Speaker. If I just may get some clarification, the motion discusses the design exchange, but there's a lot of dialogue in the back of it about, in the back of the report, about $200,000 of funding. It's not directly in the recommendations, but could I get some understanding about the purpose of that money and the out-year plan for that money, for the $200,000?
So the $200,000 is now in our base budget. It was recommended by council on a one-time basis, and then encouraged by council to look at putting it in our budget. That's to help the design exchange as it has lost its $500,000, Section 37 that it got for over 20 years. Excuse me. So it's an important institution. It's been in the city for a long time. It does some terrific work in supporting a facility that has both cultural and industrial support activities. So we felt it was very appropriate for the city to support it like we do many other such institutions, but not to the degree of $500,000. So we've encouraged them to look for other funding. We've gone through a number of iterations. They now have a solid business plan, and they have reduced their operating deficit to almost zero this year and are showing a small positive in their pro forma for next year. So we're very confident they've turned the corner on this.
Is the $200,000 required in perpetuity, or is there a plan to wean off of that grant?
For nonprofit institutions like this, it's normal for government bodies to support them, as we do many organizations. So I would expect, as long as they run a good shop, that we would do the $200,000.
Are there other similar museums or organizations that are receiving grants that are similar in scale?
We in fact support some with much larger funds in the cultural arena. We support the Gardner Museum with a much smaller amount, so it varies. This would be in the mid-range, if you will.
My concern is that that $200,000 could blossom into $300,000 to $400,000 to $500,000. How would you rate the risk going forward? Is that being adequate funds to keep this museum afloat?
We wouldn't have made the $200,000 permanent in our budget application if we weren't confident that they'd turn the corner in the way that they were operating their the museum. And so we're confident that with the board they have in place and the management they have in place, that the $200,000 is there. Our discipline is such that there is no more money. They've got to figure out how to run their day-to-day operations with a much bigger budget on their own.
And for clarity, the $200,000 this year, was that a net plus to your grants budget, or do you find that from within the money that you have to allocate to various organizations of this type?
It was within the increasing amount of money that council is directed to support arts and culture in the city.
Generally arts and, so that's the per capita amount that's growing?
Correct.
Okay, so if it didn't go to this museum, would it go to another worthy organization?
Yes.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Holliday to release the item. Okay, on the item, on favor, carried. Page 4, ED 8.5, redesigning the vacant commercial and industrial tax relief program. Councillor Layton, you held the item down. Okay, so we'll just move the item. Okay, so on the item, page 4, ED 8.5, all in favor? Carried. Now we're going to go back to the 8.9, which is Canada 150, planning for 2017, that Councillor Thompson was releasing. He had a motion. Councillor Pasternak had a motion. Councillor Fletcher held it down. So Councillor Fletcher. Where's Councillor Fletcher? Okay, so can we put Councillor Pasternak's motion on this, on the, and Councillor Thompson? Do we have their motions? Okay, that's Thompson's motion. Councillor Fragadakis, Councillor Thompson was trying to release it earlier, but Councillor Fletcher held it down. She's not here, so we're going to deal with the item. No, because they've already moved the motion. That's Councillor Thompson's motion. On favor? Carried. We can put Councillor Pasternak's motion on the screen. We have to move the agenda along. We can't be waiting. No, but Councillor Thompson already moved it previously. Oh, is he? Okay. So Councillor Pasternak withdrew his motion. So on favor of Councillor Pasternak withdrawing their motion? Carried. Deputy Mayor Minawang, did you have something? Yeah, okay. No, we're not at quick releases. Yeah. Yes, I know. But I thought that the Deputy Mayor had a motion on this. No. Item as amended on recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Wong Tam.
Councillor Robinson, please.
That's a happy place. Sorry.
The item as amended is adopted. The vote is 33 to 1.
Okay. Okay, we're not doing quick releases, Councillor Shiner. We're going through the agenda. Okay, Councillor Shiner.
And I want to move it along, and I have to go back to the Shiva House. And there were two items I held that I think are not contentious. One was the one I reopened, which staff have asked if I want to deal with. I just want to support the staff recommendations.
Which item was it, Councillor Shiner?
Staff have the item number.
Pardon?
Planning and growth.
Oh, the one that was open from yesterday.
Yeah, I've now resolved that issue. So I can just support the staff recommendations. No, I don't have yesterday's agenda in front of me now.
Do we have the motion?
Same motion as was passed before, just the staff recommendations. The committee recommendations. Just releasing it.
Okay.
Could you just give everyone the title of it?
Councillor Shiner is releasing PG 8.3, which we reopened today, which was on yesterday's agenda. All in favor? Carried. Okay.
And I can also release 8.5, official plan review, neighborhoods policies.
Councillor DiCiano, you? Where's PE?
PG 8.5.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant PE. Okay, PG, you're releasing that one?
Yes.
PG 8.5?
Yes.
Okay, on page 4, where are the motions? Okay, John, but if you have motions,
Well, no one here is holding it. No one has advised me that they had any motions on it. I spoke to a number of members of council.
Councillor Shiner, there are motions.
Does the clerk have them? There's no motions.
Okay, no motions. Okay, yes. Page 4, PG 8.5, official plan 5-year review. Councillor Shiner is releasing the item. All in favor? Carried.
Thank you.
All right. Our next item is page 4, PE 8.5, revisions to the tree bylaw. Councillor DiCiano. You held the item down?
Thank you, Speaker.
Do you have questions to staff?
At this point, I do not, but I believe one of my colleagues has a motion, so I'll put it for, or an amendment, so I'll...
No, I got questions of staff. Questions of staff.
There are no questions of staff at this point for myself.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you, Speaker.
I'll ask, yes. Does anybody have any questions to staff on this item? We're dealing with revisions. Councillor Davis, please. We're dealing with revisions to the tree bylaw. Does anybody have any questions? No? We'll go to speakers. Councillor DiCiano, do you want to speak?
No, thank you.
No?
Good speech.
Councillor Fillion.
Thank you. I have a couple of amendments which I believe the staff concur with. The first is that City Council requests General Manager, Parks, Forestry and Recreation to recommend conditions of approval to provide appropriate tree protection for all Committee of Adjustment applications prior to the committee hearing dates, and when this is not possible, to continue the practice of requesting that the committee make its decision conditional on urban forestry approval. And 2, City Council direct that the proposed revisions to the street tree bylaw, Municipal Code, Chapter 813, Article 2, ensure that the existing process for councillor consultation is maintained. The second part, I think, just speaks for itself. The process still would get streamlined, as which is part of the objectives of the report. Without Amendment 1, however, what we would be doing is getting rid of the applicable law in the case of Committee of Adjustment applications. So just to quickly recap that, if our tree bylaws in and of themselves are not applicable law, meaning the building commissioner cannot refuse to issue a building permit because they have not been complied with. But when an applicant goes to Committee of Adjustment, which in my ward is 98% of the time, with any new houses, then when forestry places a condition on the approval, that becomes applicable law because it's a condition of the zoning bylaw, which is applicable law. So if we were to not do what's in recommendation 1, we would lose a whole whack of tree protection inadvertently, I believe. But the first part of Amendment 1 is very much in keeping with, I believe, what forestry is trying to do, which is to hire more people so that they can report in much more cases in time for the committee hearing, which is obviously the better solution than doing the blanket subject to the conditions of urban forestry. So again, just trying to move with the thrust of the report, but to the extent that the department is not able to meet its objectives of getting reports in on time, we still have the same protection that we have now. So it's kind of a win-win.
Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I believe I have a motion. My motion is simply to request that the general manager have a look at the bylaw of the municipality to the west of us, who are not being deforested right now and have a significantly less red tape bylaw. And I'll remind my colleagues on council that this is a pressing issue in Etobicoke Centre and at Etobicoke York Community Council. And I'm simply requesting to take a look at how another municipality does things and whether or not there is some merit in doing that here. And that is it, very simply. The words are before you. I will also say thank you to the staff of Parks, Forestry and Recreation. The report before us and the recommendations, generally speaking, are removing red tape from the process. And I am supportive of most of their recommendations and not supportive of any of the other amendments that add red tape and cause hassle for private tree owners in this city. Thank you.
Councillor Holliday, there is a question for you. Councillor McMahon, clarification of the motion.
So you're saying the city of Mississauga has a policy that permits the removal of 1 or 2 trees per year by any homeowner?
Correct. I have a copy of it here if you wish to have a look at it.
So that you think that is perfectly fine for us to allow homeowners to remove up to 2 trees per home, per resident of Toronto?
I'm not going to discuss the merits of the policy. I'm discussing here having the general manager have a look at it and comment on whether or not there is a risk or a merit in using a policy of a city right next to us.
This is important to me. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Thompson.
Here.
Sorry, there's
Councillor McMahon, you're asking a question.
Yes,
to
I'm
Councillor
trying to ask a
Holliday.
question. I got distracted by a comment. Councillor Holliday, do you feel that your motion would be in keeping with our tree canopy goals for the City of Toronto?
I couldn't speculate. I mean, I think that needs to be reviewed. It is a different policy direction than what we've got before us with these recommendations and the existing tree bylaw. And again, just looking at to see if there's a better way of doing this.
And are you aware that we're losing, we may lose up to 860,000 ash trees to the emerald ash borer beetle?
I'm not really sure what that has to do with the policy question before us, but
Because we don't want to lose any more trees unnecessarily.
I believe
Okay,
you if you tell me that.
Okay, and final question, do you...
Councillor McMahon, on his motion.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you feel trees are beneficial to our city and our
Okay,
planet?
that's not clarification of the motion. Sorry, Councillor McMahon. Okay. Councillor Crescentti. Clarification of the motion.
No, absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. And Councillor Holliday, I noted in your motion that you're being very generous with your time, the third quarter of next year. Is there a reason for that? Did you discuss that with staff, or can you, would you take a friendly amendment to make it the second quarter of the year?
I would.
And let's move this along. I mean, that's a year from now.
I recognize that our staff are very hardworking and have a lot on their plate, and I did not want to deliberately stress them with a motion like this, but
So the answer is?
I would be okay with that amendment, but I guess I'm indifferent.
No, that's fine. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor De Beermaker, clarification of the motion.
Yes, thank you. I just want to understand the intent and clarify the motion. So would your motion allow if we have 500,000 single-family homes, if next year 100,000 people came in with applications to cut down 2 trees each, then your motion will allow them as of right to cut down those 200,000 trees next year, correct?
My motion discusses risks, and I do not think that's a realistic risk, based on the experiences of the city to the west of us.
But if 100,000 people came in, each asking to cut down 1 tree, your motion would allow them to do that?
I suppose...
As of right?
I suppose in theory, yes. They could also, 100,000 people could jump in the lake. I don't know.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Davis to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I did have a motion, but I will not be moving the motion. And I'm sorry to the clerk staff who worked so hard on it. I had an opportunity to see Councillor Fillion's motion, and knowing that our forestry staff are supportive of Councillor Fillion's motion, then I will be supporting it. I have experienced a great deal of frustration, as have the builders in the City of Toronto, frankly. And I met with Build recently, and one of their large frustrations is how disjointed the development application process is, particularly for small applications that are going to C of A. And one of the things that is most frustrating for them and for councillors who wish to preserve trees in the City of Toronto is that very often an applicant gets to Committee of Adjustment, they have their development approved, they go and get a building permit, a demolition permit, and are knocking down buildings before they have even had a review completed by Urban Forestry. That leaves the prospect of protecting that tree very, very low. And the only way that we can protect that tree is to make the decision of the Committee of Adjustment the applicable law. That means it gives it weight. And it gives it weight if there are conditions placed on that application. So I will support Councillor Fillion's motion. Our Committee of Adjustment has, in general, stopped this practice, and I hope that this motion will restore it. And secondly, I trust that the budget allocation to support the additional staff is in the budget because it was requested last year when we dealt with the service standards for forestry. So this is a good approach to try and ensure that we have consistent reviews done in a timely fashion on trees as part of our development application process. One of the other approvals that is often lagging behind and difficult for the community to understand as well is the transportation review. Transportation Services also looks at them. And they often do their reviews after a report has gone to Committee of Adjustment. So we need to look at that process as well and make it harmonized, and I understand staff are doing that in a joint process across 3 departments, and that will improve this process significantly. Thank you very much.
Councillor McMahon.
Okay, I have a motion, and first I'd like to do a point of privilege to my son, Liam McMahon. It's rare when a teenager actually comes to see his mama. There he is over there. You might remember him when he was fighting to lift the ball hockey ban when maybe about 10 years ago. All right, so I have a motion. And sorry? Yeah, he's tall. So I have, staff is fine with this because I always try and work together with people, and I worked with staff. As you know, when we're on audit committee, we get lots of recommendations, and what I love about audit, the audit department and the committee is that we follow back up. So it's great to give recommendations and accept those recommendations, but it's always good with a follow-up, and that's all this is, just to see how it's working. I think it's a great report. Kudos to you, Mr. Doyle and crew on that. We do, often I'm thrilled that you're filling your positions, and I'd like you to fill them all, and we can help with that. Because we do often hear from people who are doing renos, people who are building condos, whatnot, Committee of Adjustment, that they are waiting for their reports from forestry or sign off from forestry, and we don't want that to happen. And so it's just accelerating, streamlining, and becoming more efficient and reporting back. So I'd like your support. Thank you.
Councillor Robinson to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also have motions to put forward, and these have also been worked on with staff, or I developed them and staff are comfortable with them. And so I just want to say that back in March of 2014, I asked staff to improve the transparency and the application of the city trees protection bylaws. I put forward an 8-part motion, and much of what you're seeing today is part of that, really with the objective of strengthening Toronto's tree canopy. However, I do believe there's room for an improvement, and that's why I have 2 additional motions today, particularly in regard to the relationship between trees and the development review process and how we can better communicate the extent and workings of the bylaws to our residents. So if you see my motions up on the screen, what I'm trying to talk about here is a detailed implementation plan on how we better integrate tree protection into the development process. So trees, in my mind, need to be front and center in the development review and building permit review processes, not something we consider after the fact, because then it's too late. And I think we all have multiple examples, all of us, whether it's working with the Forestry Division or through this Committee of Adjustment, where we have many stories we can tell. So the other thing is, this is really, we've had some emails, I'm sure you have too, people are a bit confused because it seems counterintuitive, some of this content in this new report. In some ways, when people hear about injured trees, they think that's not a good thing, but that's actually, we're trying to preserve the tree. So my second part of my motion asks staff to develop a detailed communication strategy that will help clarify the existing processes and make the bylaws more transparent and accessible to people, to the people in our neighborhoods and our residents. So I'll just leave it at that. I hope I get your support, because I think this is the last bit of the puzzle in making sure we're making sure trees are front and center in the planning process, not thought about after the fact, and also finding a way to, whether it's through a manual or some communication piece, to better articulate to the residents how trees, how we can best save and preserve trees in our city. So thank you for that. And I just want to thank Councillor Glenn DeBarramaker, who is our tree advocate, as well as the Chair of Parks and Environment, Councillor Michelle Berardinetti.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll has a question.
Yes, I just want to be sure, because it's a big motion. But you're not actually looking for any changes to the refinements that are in the main item. This is just incorporating them into planning.
Exactly, yeah, just kind of actually kind of buttoning it down, I think, Councillor Carroll, is what I'm trying to do. The second part of the motion is just to be able to communicate more effectively, because it's a very complex bylaw to navigate. But on the first piece, absolutely, it's to really button down. They're having working group meetings, but this is just to kind of further button down and secure that that's happening in the planning process.
Right. And the intent of your motion, while I applaud it, I just want to make sure that staff hear this. It's not your intention to slow down immediately acting upon the specific refinement that Councillor Fillion's motion brings forward for Committee of Adjustment. You don't want to slow that down in any way?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
No.
Okay, excellent. Yes, thank you.
Are you nuts? No way.
Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge, first of all, former Deputy Mayor Joe Pantalone, whose leadership over a decade ago, he's not here, over a decade ago, created what is, frankly, the most thoughtful, progressive, and balanced approach to maintaining a tree canopy of any North American city. And we should all be proud that we've not only upheld that bylaw, applied it vigorously, but today we've found refinements that simultaneously are more protective of trees, will result in more trees being protected, and which will reduce the wait times and the complexity of people approaching the city when it is necessary to injure or remove a tree. I really think staff have done a marvelous job. It's a thorough and complex treatment of the bylaw. The public will better understand going forward what the issues are. Staff will be more responsive. New enforcement officers will result from what we're approving today. 6 new enforcement officers, which has frankly been one of the big holes. And with the motions, particularly from Councillor Fillion, we'll also tidy up a very tangled process having to do with approvals of trees and the Committee of Adjustment review process, so there's both more clarity and a faster, easier process for people seeking Committee of Adjustment variances when a tree is involved. So to staff, well done, an excellent job. To all of you on council who will support it, I know there might be one holdout at least. I want to say congratulations on what's really a progressive piece of legislation that both improves public service and public transparency and improves the protection of our tree canopy. Thank you.
Councillor DeBarramaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we have collectively chatted with everybody who's moved every motion on the floor today. I would recommend, as the city's tree advocate, and I would say probably one of 44 or maybe 43, 45 minus 1 tree advocates on this council, to adopt and support all of the recommendations before us, except during this holiday season, the motion by Councillor Holyday, which would give as-of-right approval to chop down a tree whenever you feel like it, if it's on your property, once or twice a year, every year for the rest of the time that you may own your property. So that would be basically a gutting of the entire bylaw. The rest of the motions, I think, are very effective. I would like to congratulate many of us who have stood up for the trees, from Councillor Pantalone, Councillor Doucette, who carried the torch last time, to us working in partnership today with many of our colleagues. We went from having a head of government who just a couple of years ago, our own mayor proposed cutting the tree planting budget by $7 million a year. we have a new mayor and a new administration that's promised to increase the tree planting budget by, in fact, doubling it by $7 million a year. So you couldn't get further away from what we had in the past term to this term. It's a very positive environment to be in right now. And certainly, like people who have spoke before me, it's really nice to read a report that provides more protection for trees across the entire city and at the same time makes the permitting process more efficient and faster for developers and homeowners and people going to the Committee of Adjustment so that they get the service they want. Because I'm sure we've all had the call from somebody wanting to build an addition onto their house or add a coffee time donut place onto their plaza who says, I've got all of my feedback except for the forestry staff. I've got this permit, that permit, the other permit, but I can't figure out what to do with these 2 trees. It's taken me 3 months to do this. This process fixes that gap or that slowness in response, and it does it in a way that doesn't weaken the level of protection, doesn't weaken the review of our staff reviewing things. What it does is actually strengthen that role. So again, my hat's off to staff. I hope all of this goes through, except for the holiday motion made during this holiday season. Thank you.
DeGiorgio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wasn't going to speak on this, but I thought I want to just basically speak in support of Councillor Holiday's motion simply because I think you have to look at the intent of his motion. There are many, many, many situations where people do apply to have the removal of a tree, and by virtue of the conditions, there are some that are actually approved. And no, but they do. They do. And what he's saying is, there are some cases where we can really short circuit and just allow the person to remove that one tree, or once a year allow private property owners to remove a tree. That doesn't mean that there's a lot of people out there waiting for the green light to go out and kill trees. Doesn't mean that at all. There are very, very responsible citizens in the City of Toronto that want to maintain trees. But there are extenuating circumstances where they don't want to go through all sorts of processes just simply because it's apparent right from the start. I can remember one example. I can remember the person that was sitting in DiCiano's seat on a short-term basis, not Milchin, Maloney, and what he went through to have this council approve the removal of a tree. And the applicants went through an expenditure of $30,000 to $40,000 before this council permitted the removal of a tree. And Councillor Holiday's motion would say, you know what, save those people $30,000 to $40,000. That's what the intent of his motion is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So let's put the motions on the screen, please. Ring the bells. Do we vote on them numerically? John? Okay, motion number 1 by Councillor Fillion. Recorded vote.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Karygiannis.
Councillor Palacio, please. Councillor Crisanti and Councillor Fletcher, please.
Councillor Perruzza, thank you.
The amendment carries 36 to 1.
Motion number 2 by Councillor Holiday. Recorded vote.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Carroll. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Wong-Tam. And Councillor Matlow, please.
Councillor Robinson and Councillor DiCiano, please.
Councillor Kelly, we need your vote, please. Councillor Wong-Tam, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 8 to 29.
Motion. Councillor Wong-Tam voted the wrong way. She wants to reopen it. All in favor? Carried. Okay, who? Okay, Councillor Carroll. All in favor? Okay, let's vote again. The one that we just reopened.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. And Councillor Lee.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 7 to 30.
Motion number 3 by Councillor McMahon. Do we want a recorded vote on this one too? All in favor? Carried. Pardon?
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Carroll. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor McMahon. And Councillor Moser, please. Councillor Matlow.
Councillor Fragadakis, Councillor Cole, Councillor DiCiano, please.
The motion carries unanimously, 37 in favor.
Okay, motion number 4. All in favor?
Councillor Karygiannis, thank you. Councillor Carroll. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor McMahon.
Councillor DiCiano, please.
Councillor Davis, please. Councillor Perruzza, please.
The amendment carries 36 to 1.
Okay, clauses amended. All in favor? Carried. Our next item is on page 4. Oh, yes. Deputy Mayor Menon Wong would like to release, because he has to leave, on page 5, ST 7.2, appointments to fill council member vacancies on pension boards.
The motion is the City Council refer the item to the City Manager for a review of the composition of the 4 pension boards and to report to the January 28th meeting of Executive Committee. This motion was based on the groundswell of people that wanted to be on these pension boards.
Been there, done that.
They were clamoring that the excitement in these committee meetings was just immeasurable. So we're going to refer this to the City Manager to see if he can help council out so that we can actually have proper representation on the boards.
Okay.
Unless you don't want to accept this and we can.
Okay, On the referral motion, on favor? Carried. Thank you. So now we'll go to page 4, PE 8.7. Pardon? Well, Councillor Fillion, I don't see any more that you've held. Pardon? No, Councillor Fillion, you can only do it if you held the items down.
No, Councillor Robinson has one.
Oh. Well, Councillor Robinson, okay. No, let's just continue with the agenda, sorry. I'm not going to, the staff have to be on track here. I'm trying, that's why I said I'm not going to go back and forth. We're not just going to be flip-flopping every 2 minutes. I did it for the deputy mayor because he indicated he had to leave. So on page 4, PE 8.7, options for winter public access to Grenadier Pond. Councillor Robinson held the item down. Do we have questions to staff on this item? Okay, put your name down, Councillor Robinson. Councillor Holliday, questions?
I'm happy to let Councillor Robinson go first.
No, it's okay. Please, Councillor Holliday, go.
Thank you, Speaker. Didn't have time to flip my page here, but I understand that one of the recommendations from the committee is that the confidential attachment be released. And I wondered if I could ask the city solicitor what rationale may be provided and if there are any risks, generally speaking, not this specific case, but risks associated with releasing confidential information.
I have very serious concerns about the release of the confidential document. Litigation is a very difficult exercise, and this certainly is not something that should be in the public domain. And if we want to get into the reasons why, more than that, then we would have to go into camera. I can only tell you that I have very, very serious reservations.
Can you confirm for me the reason published here as to why this particular information is being withheld? What's the statement on it?
It's solicitor-client privilege.
Okay.
My responsibility is to advise council of the risks of particular courses of action in order to protect the taxpayers' interests. And this is a solicitor-client privilege document. It advises of risks.
Would I be appropriate to characterize it as high risk in releasing it?
That would be my view.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson. Councillor Robinson?
Okay, thank you. I guess I just wanted to ask about, you know, you didn't have a lot of recommendations on this. It's been working this way for 150 years. I know I've been out there skating years ago, even took my son on a little sleigh, had a great time. You know, should common sense prevail in all of this? I mean, it's been decades and decades. There's not been these hard and fast issues around this.
Through the chair, the report that we submitted to Parks and Environment was an information report without recommendations that outlined some options should council wish to pursue those options. And prior to that, we were asked to report on full skating programs and then asked to report back on a smaller option. So we haven't made any recommendations. We've just provided information for council to consider. And currently, the current system in place right now with signage prohibiting access to the pond in the winter is a system that can continue to exist if council should consider not to act on any of the recommendations of the report.
So just to be clear, all the recommendations came from committee, not from staff?
That's correct.
And just to be clear, the signage that says, you know, skating or activities are prohibited has been working for decades, if not a century?
The signage that's currently on Lake, my understanding is there was supervised skating on Grenadier Pond that came to an end in the late 90s.
Okay, hold on, please. It's way too noisy. Please, members of council. Thank you.
That came to an end, have been corrected in 2001. Since that time, the entire pond has been signed, prohibiting access to the pond in the winter, with signage that was developed in collaboration with our risk management and legal colleagues.
Okay, and the last question is, High Park, it's like a destination park, it's iconic in Toronto. Does it have its own portfolio, meaning for budget and staffing? Does it have its own line item in your overall operating budget?
It does.
And how much would that, can you give me a?
Apologies through you, the Chair, I didn't bring the High Park budget with me, but I can certainly provide that information
Well,
to you.
that's okay. I shouldn't have drilled down that deeply, but basically you're saying High Park has its own allocated budget because it's such a big.
There is a specific operating budget that is allocated to High Park. It's a fairly significant budget, given the size of the park.
So staffing and operational
Correct.
needs.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Min Wong.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. How many weeks are you proposing to allow this to stay open for?
So through the Chair, the recommendation through committee is for an 8-week operating season of ice monitoring of the pond.
Fair enough. And that ice monitor, so that your cost is what's your cost per week?
The cost is, well, it's a $50,000 budget, so the operating cost is approximately $5,000. The first year at a minimum would have to be done through contracting the ice monitoring activities through an external company.
So what's the operating cost of an outdoor rink?
It's roughly $1,000 a week. No, sorry, 7 to 10.
An outdoor rink, an artificial ice outdoor rink is approximately $7,000 to $10,000 a week, depending on the state of the maintenance of the size of the rink.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to make sure I understood something in an answer you gave to Councillor Robinson. The City of Toronto did operate outdoor rinks or an outdoor skating program and ice testing and all that up to 2001?
Through the Chair, that's correct. Prior to 2001, the ice monitoring and testing was done through Toronto Police Marine Unit.
So if you're saying, we should just go to a common sense practice like our kids did and our grandkids did, you're actually advocating for having a city program, aren't you?
I'm not sure how to answer that question.
You don't have to.
You're absolutely sure how to do it.
Councillor Campbell?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, 10 years ago, do we have signs up prohibiting skating on the rink?
That's correct.
We did, and with this, we will be taking those signs down.
So what's proposed in the option that's before council would be that there would be a designated area on Grenadier Pond that would be tested, and the ice would be monitored for thickness, and a signage system, as outlined in the report, that would alert the public as to the thickness and the safety of the ice in that designated area. The prohibiting access to the pond signs in areas outside of that designated area would continue to be there because the ice would only be tested in that one designated area.
So the signs prohibiting skating in the past, was that a bylaw, or was that just advice, or?
Because we're not testing it, it's unsafe.
It's my understanding is it's not a bylaw, but it's a policy, considering that we can't confirm the safety of the ice.
It's not like a no parking restriction where somebody can be fined. Nobody was fined under that prohibition. Let me rephrase the question. Were any skaters fined for violating the prohibition?
Skaters can be fined. There are signs, indicating that access to the ice is not allowed. If there is a complaint that's made through bylaw, bylaw officers can come out and issue fines.
What bylaw would be broken if there's no? Because earlier you said there's no bylaw.
My understanding is that it's the parks bylaw.
Well, there is a bylaw.
Yeah.
Okay. So will you be bringing?
Right.
Will you be bringing to council a bylaw revision?
The provisions allow, as approved and by the general manager. So if there is council direction, I think the discretion around access to open bodies of water is within the purview of the general manager's delegated authorities.
So we're going to spend $50,000 on the monitoring of the thickness of the ice. Is that correct?
Correct.
Correct. And how is that $50,000 being spent to monitor the ice? Somebody goes over once a day, he does some taps on it. How does that work? How does it get up to $50,000?
So the $50,000, I can't give you a line-by-line breakdown of exactly how it's spent, but the ice monitoring program would include, as I indicated a few moments ago, we would bring an external ice monitoring company in with professional expertise in this area.
There are
to
companies.
train.
There are companies that monitor the ice.
That's correct. There
are they coming down from Barrie or something, or what?
We haven't found any local companies. There is a company that we have found in Quebec. We understand there may be others in Ottawa, around the national capital region.
So we're going to hire somebody to come in from Quebec or Ottawa to monitor the ice at Grenadier Pond to the tune of $50,000.
The approach that we've looked at is to bring experts in from as far as potentially from Quebec to train our staff on how to properly do ice monitoring. And once that training is completed, then our staff would take over those responsibilities.
We could probably go up to Lake Simcoe and get some ice fishers to come down and train our staff.
The types of measurements that...
Councillor Grimes can do it. Okay, well, that's fine. You've answered my questions. Thank you.
Councillor Grimes is volunteering. You can go ice fishing, ice fishing. Councillor Doucette.
I'm glad everyone is enjoying this conversation. We'll be skating on thin ice, I'm sure, at some point in time. So, to Janie, she's tucked down there again. When do we actually put up the signs right now which say danger, ice unsafe, keep off?
My understanding is that as soon as the weather turns cold, the signs are put up when there's some imminent danger that the ice is there.
So you aren't aware that the signs are actually up right now? We're sitting here in plus temperature, and I will show later the signs which are saying thin ice, stay off, are actually up right now, and people are actually still fishing.
Apologies, Councillor. As the Director of Parks has just told me that it is part of the winter preparation work that our crews will perform, and if they're in and around Grenadier Pond, that would be when they begin that work.
Great. You would agree that these signs are not keeping people off the ice on Grenadier Pond?
Through the chair, that's correct. Our understanding is that there has been for many, many years ongoing skating on Grenadier Pond when the pond is frozen.
Right. Why did we stop testing in 2001?
Through the chair, through discussions with Toronto Police in 2001, the police were concerned, as I understand it to be, not being involved personally in those discussions, that there was a safety issue around continued safety and access to the ice.
Are you aware that TRCA has spent a lot of money over the last 10 years revamping around the pond with vegetation and reeds and things like that?
I am.
And are you aware that with the people coming onto the ice right now, they are trampling this habitat which we're trying to use for bird nesting and fish nesting or breeding? Sorry, fish don't nest. Actually, yes, fish do nest.
We are aware of the conditions around the pond and actively try and resolve some of those issues.
Would you agree that if we do put up a sign, which was in the report, talking about the conditions of the pond, letting people know it's not a manicured pond, it's not going to be flooded and flat as a mill pond, it's probably the wrong expression, but anyway. And if we have that flag system, it would encourage people who are visiting the park from out of area to come onto the ice where they can see the flag system, and that could help the decimation we're having right now with the vegetation around the pond.
And your question is?
Would she agree that having the sign and the flag would encourage people to enter the pond ice at that location?
Through the chair, I would agree with that as a premise around accessing the pond.
So right now, the signs we have up are really because of liability.
That's correct. I would ask my colleagues in risk and liability to speak specifically to the signs, but there is an obligation under the Occupiers Liability Act to sign that area appropriately.
Would you agree that your option 2, which has been recommended by Parks and Environment Committee, including the chair, which I'm sorry she's not able to be with us at this point, that would be testing the designated area, which would improve the safety feature in that area?
Through the chair, I can say that it would provide people with additional information as to how thick the ice is. I can't really speak to whether it would improve the safety of it, not knowing, the actual usage that would occur as a result.
But option 2, which we're looking at, it's not a fancy skating program, is it? It's basically go in, designate an area, test the ice thickness, use a red and yellow flag system. We're not doing hot chocolate, we're not doing bonfires, we're not doing skating parties, we're not doing warming sheds and all that. It's just a very basic skate on a natural pond.
Through the chair, just to clarify, it's not actually a skating program. It's an ice monitoring program, yep. And the activities then that would take place on the ice would be, at the discretion of the people that are actually accessing the ice.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So if this a motion came forward that would ask you or request you to find this $50,000 within your existing budget, whether it's the High Park budget or another budget, would you be able to do that?
Through the chair, if directed by council, we can certainly adjust the service levels within High Park to accommodate this. If it is a new service level and a service enhancement, so as you know, with other service enhancements we'd be requested to do, it would be in addition to the existing budget.
So are you sure you wouldn't be able to find it anywhere within your budget?
It wouldn't be an item, just as we have many service enhancement requests from council. It would be difficult to discern this one from those others and to absorb them into the budget.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Crawford.
So from Councillor Robinson, I guess this is to legal. Does this, if we agree to this, does it make it more liable? Does this make us as a city more liable?
I think our advice is very clearly set out in the legal opinion that's attached to the report.
Okay. Thank you. You're right. I apologize.
Yeah, that's my fault. Sorry, Barry.
Councillor Grimes, questions?
Speaker, are you aware that my community, the Humber Bay Shores community and the ponds down at Humber Bay, there's a request to reinstate the ponds down there that was originally slated when I was a kid. We all played there. There's a request coming to reinstate those also?
I was recently made aware of that request.
So would it be safe to say the $50,000 we would be spending on an ice monitor that's probably only a kilometer and a half away would go to both, and good to train these people would be a great thing to do?
Councillor, we haven't. I think it would be fair to say that if we were to move forward with this program, we would try to use those resources as best we could in whatever area of the city that we could.
You didn't have to answer that, but thanks.
You're so nice, You're such a...
Councillor Cressy, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very briefly, I just wanted to follow up on the Budget Chief's questions. So the cost would be $50,000, that's correct?
Through the chair, the research that we've done is that there would be an additional cost of $50,000 to support the program.
And so just following up on the Budget Chief's questions, if we agree to this, you mentioned that staff would have to adjust service levels, perhaps in the Hyde Park area. What does that mean?
To clarify, we have budgets, as indicated, for all the parks in the city and for the parks branch that are allocated towards a number of different activities. If we were to absorb this in the budget, it would have to be absorbed into, those service levels and some of the other activities, either in the park or throughout, various areas of the city.
So in High Park or in other areas of the city. So what does that look like? Is that less snow clearing? Is that less staff? What are we talking about?
Through the chair, it could include a combination of any of those things.
Okay, so it would be a cut in service level somewhere to make up this cost.
There would be an impact on service level in some other area within the division.
Is there another way of saying impact? I'm kidding. Thank you.
Okay.
We do snow clearing in parking on steps and stuff.
Councillor Burnside.
Madam Speaker, I know it's an 8-week operating period in the course of a normal winter. Do you have any idea of how many actual days the ice would be fit for skating?
Through you, Madam Chair, it would be dependent on the weather.
But in an average winter in the past?
Our understanding is that in past years, when the weather has supported ice on the pond, that it was anywhere between 10 and 15 days per season where the ice was safe to use.
10 to 15 days?
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Okay. That's it for the questions. Now we'll go to the speakers. Councillor Robinson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be very brief. I really question the costs associated with this. I think this is an iconic destination in our city. It's something we celebrate as Torontonians.
Do you have a motion?
I do.
Can you present your motion?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm a bit tired. There it is, my motion. So my motion is basically proposing that we fund the options for winter public access to Grenadier Pond using existing resources within parks, forestry, and recreational operating budget. So basically, as I said, I'll be very brief. I really feel that this can be achieved. I had talked to Councillor Doucette, and I credit her for trying to deal with this issue. It's very difficult one to address, and I thought maybe she was comfortable with it. She did indicate she was comfortable with it. I'm not sure she still is, but bottom line is I'm proposing this, that if we want to pursue this, then I think we should look at doing that within our existing operating budget. And the bottom line is that every division has contingencies and has staff that they move around, that they gap. As we know, our parks during the summer, spring, summer, fall, are very busy. We have lots of staff. And in the winter time, things transition. Parks, it doesn't require as much work. And, a lot of our parks and the stairs into our parks are shut down. And so I think there must be a great opportunity to look at within and to be able to fund this if indeed staff want to proceed with it. But I would love to just give staff the flexibility of trying to deal with this issue. As you heard, the recommendations came from committee, not from staff. And, the system that's been in place, you heard staff say today, has worked very effectively for a long, long time. So that's what I'm proposing, that if we are to pursue this, that we do it within existing resources.
Okay, we do have a question for you by Councillor Davis, clarification of the motion.
I guess I would like to understand better. Councillor Robinson, you've just explained that you said there will be functions that will no longer be required in the winter time, and so we can reallocate staff resources to this. Are you aware that those people are actually laid off?
Yeah, I'm very aware there's seasonal workers, there's part-time workers, there's also a lot of management, but during the winter season they're doing a lot of planning, business planning for the next season. What I'm saying is there must be some contingency or wiggle room to address this issue. I'm not sure, maybe they don't need the entire $50,000, so this gives staff flexibility to assess exactly what they need to do this. And even pilot it to see if it even works, or whether it makes us more liable, I don't know. But bottom line is that I think that every division has some opportunity to address these types of issues that come up.
You're aware of all of the other additional costs that we've asked them to accommodate in this budget already?
Yeah, there's lots of service request enhancements for every
Okay.
division, and those all have to be weighed.
And
So maybe this should be forwarded to Budget Committee, and Budget Committee decide that not even to pursue it. What I'm saying is, if the local councillor and the committee want to pursue it, can we try to do it within existing budget? That's what I'm asking.
So what I'm trying to understand is what is the system that has worked well up until now?
Well, if you were listening to the questioning,
I was.
What I was advised is signage prohibiting the activity on that pond is what's been in place, and it's worked.
And did you hear the answer to Councillor Doucette's question, which was, are people ignoring the signs and skating anyway? Did you hear the answer to that one?
And
the answer was yes.
I get to answer the questions.
Councillor Davis, if you're asking a question, wait for the answer.
Yes, so I did hear that. I've actually seen photo evidence with the signs and lots of people skating behind them, behind the signs. So the bottom line is that seems to have worked. Common sense has prevailed over the years.
That people are skating despite the signs that say no skating.
Well, there's lots of lakes across our province which people have to determine whether they can skate on or snowmobile on. There's tree branches in our parks which kids decide whether they can climb or not, or parents. We can't be out testing tree branches on a regular basis to make sure one's not going to crack or fall. So I'm saying, how far do we go with this? And so I'm questioning the common sense around this, but also I'm saying if we're going to pursue this, I think we should try to do it within existing operating line items, whether it's staffing or whether it's operating dollars.
Okay, that was your last question. Councillor Doucette, clarification of the motion.
Thank you very much. You had commented that status quo is working. Are you aware that for the last 2 years, MLS has sent bylaw officers to the pond to give tickets out to the residents who are skating?
Yes, you mentioned that to me earlier today.
And that is one of the reasons this is all coming forward, because residents don't want to be paying $100 and something to skate on a natural pond.
Right. Yeah, you shared that with me today.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
My focus is really about the resources versus the logistics. You would know more about that as a local councillor, and I respect that.
I appreciate your answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Doucette to speak.
Madam Speaker, can I speak from the back here, because I do have some pretty pictures.
Okay.
Thank you very much. So what we have before us today is option 2, which is one of the packages put forward by city staff.
You have a motion, Councillor?
I do have a motion. Thank you very much. So I have a motion. And the motion is, it's item 2, but changing some numbers here. So instead of requesting $50,000 for 2016, I'm requesting $25,000 for 2016. And then the underlying part with a goal of an additional $25,000 funding to be achieved in future years for a total of $50,000. We've heard from city staff that option 2 will cost us $50,000. Also in the report, it said it would be starting in 2015, 2016. Well, good luck to anyone who wants to go skating on Grenadier Pond right now. We're 2015, and I can guarantee you, by January 1st, we will not have any ice on Grenadier Pond. We probably won't have any ice on Grenadier Pond thick enough for this year. So we don't actually need the $50,000 for 2015 to 2016. We could very well need some funds at the end of 2016 if for December is very, very cold. So I'm trying to be realistic here. The Parks and Direct staff need to know to put into their budget how much they need to run this program. If it doesn't run in 2016, they will have some extra money which they can put towards 2017. So what you have heard is I'm not asking for a big skating program. I am asking for the bare minimum of testing the ice in the designated area with a flag system. Red flag will say, stay off, it is not safe. Yellow flag will say, use it at your own risk. And the reason I'm doing this right now, if I could use the overhead, please. This sign, as you heard, is actually up right now. Now, this was last winter with people skating behind it. People are ignoring this sign. My belief is that if we do the testing and have a flag system, when the red flag goes up, they will say, hey, the city's testing it, they say it is not safe. They will stay off. Hopefully that will help our liability and the risks. The yellow flag will say, you may use this at your own risk. What will also be there is a very well written sign, which would say, this is not a pristine pond. This is not a regular ice rink. There will be humps and bumps. It's not going to be smooth skating. It tells people what their risks are. I am also requesting that we have a map here of the designated area, so I know it will be marked on the ice, but it's actually where people will enter, will know where the designated area is. People have been skating on Grenadier Pond for over 100 years. We are not going to stop them. They will be skating. So whether we continue using the signage we've got now and continue sending bylaw officers out to give out hundreds of dollars of fines, which is not fair on residents, here is a system where we could do some testing, do a flag system, and allow people to know what risks they are doing. People don't only skate on this pond, they cross-country ski, they snowshoe, they play shinny. They clear the snow themselves. They will continue to clear the snow themselves because we are not paying for that. As you've heard, I'm not asking for a full skating program. We don't want a full skating program. That's what residents have told me. This is a destination pond, so it is not just my residents walking on there. We do have other people. Right now, we can have over 200 people on a weekend skating. They are ignoring your signs. I'm sorry, but they are. So as I say, my hope is with the flag system, people will abide by the red flag. We will actually make it safer. That is my goal, is to make it safer for people who want to go onto the ice to know when to completely stay off. That is really what I'm asking you today to support. This will probably not be fully implemented until the 2016-2017 winter. I've been hearing we're having a warm winter, so we may not even have to worry about it this year. But I want to be fair to park staff to ask the correct amount of money to get into the budget eventually so they know what is expected of them and they can do this program and do it well. And residents won't be having to take their shoes to the middle of a pond to avoid bylaw officers who, I can tell you, I can give them a list of other things to go and do where people are breaking the bylaws. Thank you very much. I really hope you can support this. We've tried to be as frugal as possible, but do a system which people will abide by. And I know those signs have to go out now, but really, why put a sign up now saying it's dangerous when you've only got water there and no ice? Thank you very much.
Okay, we do have questions for you. Councillor Moser, clarification of the motion.
Yeah, thank you, and I want to applaud all the work you've done on this. I represent an area, very green area, with a large pond at the bottom of the Rouge, and people have been skating there informally for years. So, would you support if this happens? If I support this, would you support if I come back? The same issue as this. It's exactly the same, parallels this exactly. And over the years, I haven't come to council to ask for money to test it. People have seen the sign, they've used it at their own risk. So once we open this up to this, and I think there's different situations in different areas in the city where this parallels this exactly.
So my suggestion to you, Councillor, is let's use this as a pilot project. Let's let the staff get a system in place. Let's show that it can work. Give it a year to try, or a year of a cold winter where we actually do get people skating on the pond. Let's do a pilot project. And then I would say that we should be encouraging people to use all our natural ponds. But let's do this as a pilot project and let staff get a system in place, because then it will be very easy to implement it in other areas.
So my concern has always been the amount of money we would spend on it if we expand it to the different pond areas all over the city. Collectively we have to be consider our budget process.
Yes. If we are training some city staff to do the testing, and they're testing the pond once a day, I'm sure they'd have opportunities to then go and test other, which would actually reduce the cost of each of the ponds. That's my guess. I may not be right. I'm not on budget or on parks.
Okay, thank you. Questions are for clarification of the motion. Councillor Karagianis?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Clarification of the motion.
I really want to thank my colleague for putting this forward. I'm just wondering if she envisions that, let's say it's not appropriate to skate on there, there's a red flag that goes in. Will that stop the residents from going in?
I believe that residents are ignoring the signs because the signs are up right now. They are up from, as you've heard, when winter staff go out to get the park ready for winter, they put the signs up. The red flag just has to be pulled up a pole, so therefore the red flag won't go up until it starts.
Once we get a scheme and a regime going, and there's the green flag for yes, go out on the ice,
no.
Yellow flag, skate on your own, or red flag, you're not supposed to go on it. Once we do this, do you think the red flag will stop people from going out on the ice?
I think it will, because we'll be putting a red flag up when it's dangerous, and we'll be changing it to a yellow flag when the thickness of that ice in the designated area is deemed suitable.
How many people right now would you say you estimate are breaking the rules and going out on the ice?
I have been heard of 100, 200 people skating in a day on the pond. In the last 2 winters, because it has been very cold.
So 200 people go on the ice regardless of what we tell them?
Yes.
So even if we put the red flag in, if we put the regime in the system, don't you think some people will go out on the ice?
You can put a stop sign up and not everyone stops at it, but I really feel that because the residents will know we're making an effort to make an area safe for them, that they will abide by it.
Would you also support an amendment or that says that we should look at other areas? I mean, I got an area in my constituency that I can certainly use. Would you be willing to support such an amendment, a friendly amendment?
I would say let's do a pilot project, let the staff get a system going, and then I've heard from several councillors today who would be interested in implementing this in their area.
Have you talked to staff to see what this will cost us overall if we go down the direction?
I have only, to be honest, looked at Grenadier Pond because that is in my ward, and because residents were complaining and across the city that they had bylaw officers chasing them around the pond because they were skating with the signs.
But on all due respect, and I appreciate where you're coming from, but I mean, if this floats for Grenadier Park, then I'm going to start a request from my area and say, hey, what about we got a little pond at Steeles and McNichol and Kennedy. They will say, what about us? What are we so different from Grenadier Park? Are we chopped liver? I mean, so
no,
if
definitely not.
So
as I say, I would say let's do as I said to the councillor before, Councillor Moser, let's do a pilot project, and you talk to staff.
So you wouldn't be supportive to a friendly amendment for us to look at other parks?
If this pilot project works, then yes.
Thank you. The questions are for clarification of the motion that's before us today, not on any other parks in the city. Councillor Burnside. Clarification.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, and I probably missed this, but you mentioned about tickets. So were tickets actually issued?
Tickets were issued the last 2 years. Bylaw officers have gone down to the pond. They do not go onto the pond. They stand on the land. The people who are skating gather up their shoes and their boots, put them in the middle of a pond, and skate in circles. So the bylaw officer is standing there waving tickets at people. Yes, they did give out some tickets.
Do you know how many?
I don't know exact number, to be honest, but they have given out some tickets, and they're over $100 a ticket.
And you made the comment about people not stopping at stop signs. Do you not think that at the end of the day, people make the decision whether it's safe or not? So even if there's a red flag and it's -10, they're going to go on the ice, and if there's no flag but it's +10, they're probably not?
I believe because it's a destination park, people come to the park, don't know the ice. We have other residents in other parts of the city, the harbour. Local residents skate there because they test the ice and they know the safety of it. I am trying to protect as many other residents who come to the area who aren't familiar with our ice. And I do believe the flag system is a heck of a lot better than what we've got now when we're in +degrees and we've got signs up saying it's dangerous, thin ice, stay off.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, clarification of the motion.
I'm wondering if I missed it in your presentation on the motion. Is there a place where this red flag system works?
That would have to be a question of staff, I'm afraid.
So you don't know that. You don't know then if it has ever been tested or contested in court over an injury suit?
I'm afraid I'm not legal and I couldn't answer that. I know, I hate to say, as a parent, we used to use it in playgrounds when the playground was safe and not safe, because it informed residents and students whether they should be going on the equipment or not, and that worked very well. Even when the playgrounds were open to the community in the weekends, if there was a red flag up, they knew it was icy or slippery and they would stay off it.
So we don't know if it's been tested in court either. Well, we do know if it's been tested in court in playgrounds, because there are many cases where playgrounds have caused massive lawsuits. We do, flag or no flag.
So no, I can't answer your question. I'm sorry, Councillor.
Okay. So we don't know how it might impact on the legal opinion in the confidential attachment.
Can't talk to the purple papers.
Okay. No.
Councillor Robinson, questions?
Just 30 seconds.
No problem.
Seconds, Councillor Doucette.
No problem.
So I'm just thinking if we allocate 50,000 eventually into the budget, and it's like you kind of alluded into your comments, if it's a warm year, a warm winter like an El Nino, they really might only need 5,000, because that's really the only part of the winter that you might even be able to skate. You know, it might be more of a pond than actual ice rink. Well, how do we address that? Because we cut this check for 50,000. It's in their budget. My recommendation was just to actually have them find the money within the budget and use it as required or as needed. So, I guess if there's this extra money, how would that be addressed?
I can't answer exactly how the accounting side would work, but it's like other things. When we have funding for snow clearing, if we don't use all our money for snow clearing each year, where does that reserve go? Where does that extra money go? It would be the same kind of thing.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, question.
I changed my mind, Speaker. There's no point to it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I do have a motion. The motion replaces recommendation number 3 and ensures that the confidential attachment number 1 remains confidential. If I may elaborate on that, I questioned our city solicitor and she provided advice, caution about releasing the confidential information, and she confirmed what I suspected, that this would be high risk. And I hope that my colleagues on council recognize this and take that into consideration when considering this motion. About the item in general, I come from a family of skaters. My dad, my children, myself, we love this sport. And when I heard about this, I said, that's fantastic, what a shiny idea. Mother Nature giving us a recreation opportunity for free. And then I got the report. And the confidential report, which I can't discuss here the contents of, but it is something that councillors look at and weigh in the decision making. And as I went through the report, a lot of the shine started to come away. And in the discussion we had here at council today, the shine went further away when I heard the general manager say that perhaps in a winter we would get 10 or 15 days out of safe ice out of this. An average winter. I thought to myself, okay, but out of those, maybe only some of them are on a weekend. And many of those days are weekdays when kids are in school and maybe there won't be a very high demand. And I thought about High Park. It's a place I visit. The family visits. It's a great place. And I thought, well, if I want to go skating at night, all I'd have to do is just go a couple of 100 meters up the hill to the skating rink that's already there. And so we've got a proposal before us for $50,000 that gives us a few days of skating next to a facility that we already have. And I thought further, you know, I've got a body of water in Ward 3, I've got a pond. You know, I think if we open the door to a program like this at a cost like this, we're kind of on the hook to start considering this all over the city, and I'm not sure that that's sustainable. It's a novel idea, and I'm really glad that we looked at it. But sometimes our role as councillors, we have to use our right brain here to think about the practicality of the issue and think about what it means to the taxpayers of the city. And spending $50,000 at this location to get, you know, a few days at best of recreation out of it is, to me, is not exactly a balanced proposal. So unfortunately, with a heavy heart, I simply can't support the recommendations. And I would ask my colleagues to take some of those facts into consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand and rise and applaud my neighbour and colleague, Councillor Doucette. I'd go back to 2005, the strike year of the NHL. I talked to NHL alumni at the point, come out and let's play Hockey Day in Canada on the pond. And I just got shot down by staff every which way. But to me, I played there as a kid, and you know, we'd go out there for hours. They had a fire pit at Grenadier Pond there on the other one side. It was a phenomenal place to skate. And, you know, I have Humber Bay Park, the ponds that were built down in Humber Bay. They are now requesting we come back. I played there as a kid. They're requesting we bring back the ponds. Down in Colonel Sam Smith Park, down in the marina, they're skating there like crazy. Just go on Facebook and see the pictures. But, you know, I don't think it's going to cost us $50,000. We do monitor our beaches. We have people go monitor our beaches. This is something we can train our staff on very, very easily. But I still, Councillor Perks, he'll drive me down there. I'll be the first guy to go out. We know it's safe. But I think the easy way to do is go to the Parks Yard and get a pole, Janie, and just stick it in there. And if it's cold enough, you stick your tongue on the pole. And if it sticks, you just keep going out and keep skating. So that's the cheap way to do it. But congratulations to Councillor Doucette on bringing this forward again, and I'll definitely be supporting it, but I think you're going to hear more of these come forward, so congratulations.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like us to take a step back and think about what the public interest issues are here. One of the first issues that we have to bear in mind is that the public in general will not obey a law they believe is a bad law, that it's irrational, that it's ill thought out. And that's the situation we find ourselves in. Members of the public believe that an outright ban on skating on Grenadier Pond is irrational, that it's not protective of anything, that it's only about us protecting ourselves from a potential lawsuit. And people look at that and they say, well, if the city isn't going to make a decent and sound judgment about this, I'll make my own judgment. That creates risk because people don't have the equipment and expertise to test the ice on their own the way a professional who could look at the specific circumstances of Grenadier Pond, which is different from other ponds in terms of its water flow and some of the issues and the salinity and all of those things. If, however, we approach that and say, well, let's present people with a rational law. Let's present people with a law they can trust. If they know that we have applied expertise and judged whether or not the ice is safe, and we put up the red flag, they'll know, oh, there's a good reason not to skate today. Unlike the circumstance we're in now, where they just believe that there is no good reason to listen to the city. So I know some of the questions were targeted at saying, well, won't people just be scofflaws anyway? No, they won't be scofflaws anyway. When there's a sound and rational basis for the city regulating, and we present the public with information, they will make sound and rational decisions. And instead of spending a lot of money to pay inspectors to chase people around trying to give them tickets, we'll actually be spending money providing a service. That's the first public interest issue. The second is this notion that we can simply find the money to do this service within existing budgets. You heard very, very clearly from the General Manager of Parks, Forestry and Recreation that given that she's been required to find inflation, to find other savings, to meet the Mayor's target, to do a whole bunch of things, that there is nothing there. If we want to take the $50,000 out, as Councillor Robinson suggested, That's a service. Some other service vanishes. So please don't support Councillor Robinson's motion. Instead, prefer Councillor Doucette's. Finally, I want to speak to the issue of whether or not to release the confidential report. And I find myself somewhat constrained because I can't talk about what's in there. But here's the public interest issue. In many, many instances, our city solicitor provides us with the legal arguments that she anticipates for a particular development application or a particular legal issue that we are in with someone who sued us, or if we're trying to issue an injunction or whatever. And absolutely, we don't want to tip our hand and offer the opposition a chance to prepare, a chance to see all of our internal reasoning and all of that. That's fine and good. But I want to focus on something the city solicitor said about this case, why we shouldn't do it. She said she has a duty to protect the taxpayer's interest. And that's true. And there are people out there, unscrupulous people, who will sue the deep pockets anytime they can. I just had a little bit of fun looking up some of the frivolous lawsuits out there in the world where people fake bus crashes. There's a famous case in Sheffield where the bus driver organized with a pal to drive the car into the bus, and 35 people in a bus that typically only has 4 passengers that time of day all filed whiplash cases. I know there are people out there looking for a way to sue the City of Toronto. But on the other hand, the deliberations we go through on whether or not to open up this ice are part of a public conversation. And our duty isn't only to taxpayers, it's to citizens, to have them understand why we take the decisions we take, to understand what the issues are. It's their money that we would spend on a lawsuit. It's their ice. We have a duty not only to protect their pocketbook, but to inform them as to why decisions are taken on this council so that we can reinstate a deeper belief that we make rational decisions here and that they can sit in a coffee shop and argue over the evidence. And I want to remind you, it's not as if, although our staff are excellent, they're giving us advice that no other lawyer in the world could ever conceive of. It's not as if our staff are the only staff who've ever taken a course in personal injury law. There's no reason why the public shouldn't be informed in this instance of what evidence we weighed to come to the decision we came to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I just spoke to my colleague and I said that I won't be able to support her. But I think in retrospect or second thought, I think it's probably worth supporting this motion with a caveat that once this goes through, we'll look at other areas in the city. Because if we don't, then the people of High Park are going to say, whoops, we're privileged. But if we signal out there that Madam Chair, I was wondering if the noise at the back. Thank you.
Please, Councillor Cressy, Mihevik, Grimes, Councillor Carroll. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that it's probably worth supporting, and I will encourage other colleagues to support it on a trial basis, provided, of course, with the caveat that next year we look at other areas. Maybe we can look at 4 or 5 within the city that where our constituents can gravitate to. I know the people from the Etobicoke and the west part of the city will gravitate to Grenadier Park, but there's other areas that we can certainly look at, and I think that's probably worth looking at and worth moving along with in order to see what we can do next year, because skating on ice, outdoors, climate change, of course, will probably prevent us a couple of times to do this, but I think it's a good idea, and I think it will be great fun for the family. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Cho.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising to say not to support Councillor Doucette's motion. I usually support Councillor Doucette's motion, but not this one. The main reason is a safety issue, okay? Global warming is real red flag. Children are children. In your presentation, Councillor Doucette, there's a sign, danger, is not allowed, but still children skate. You know, in my word, this is a true story. This 11-year-old boy, his name is Brinton, and he got drowned in the pond. And it wasn't a very thin ice, but he tried to save his friends. Children are children. There's a sign. We saw that children are skating. What makes us think that if it's a red flag, children will like come and they skate? You know, most motions, especially Councillor Doucette, I've been supporting because she really cares. She works hard for the community, and she's doing this for the same reason. But because of global warming and the children, they don't observe. Now, especially when we say we're going to monitor, public and children feel, oh, they've been monitoring, so I could keep them safe. I don't know whether even if there's a sign, it may become legal issue if some accident happens. Now, let me give another real example. October 1996, my first son got born. That was some 45 years ago. And on that day, we had this much snow. All the school closed. Today, you know, this is almost mid of December. No snow, no freezing, no nothing. You know, we have to be really sensible. We live in the awful time global warming, and then we all pass this kind of thing. If any child get accidentally drowned, you know, the public will say, what kind of councils we have? Don't they have any sense of common sense? You know, I'm a grandparent and grandfather. I have 6 children. I cannot control them even. Right? So we don't have a curfew at the Hyde Park. Say we have a monitoring and all that. So if we allow that, the other areas say, oh, we want to have a pond, we want to have a outdoor skating. We cannot say no. The increase of danger will go way high. I don't worry about too much budget. We talk about $50,000, but I'm really talking about the safety and life of our children. And I don't think we really monitor. And there was a sign, children didn't respect. What makes us think if it's a red flag, oh, this is red flag, children are children. So maybe I'm too old-fashioned, but I'm not going to support, and that is why we have to really consider very carefully. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cho. Councillor Burnside, you're up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When this debate first started, I actually thought it was a great idea. And then I heard more and more from other councillors. First of all, this premise that if it's a sensible law, everyone will obey it. Well, we only have to look at all the people going through red lights to realize that that's not the case. I question how much effect these signs will have. There's been no evidence that it's worked anywhere else. And the fact that for 10 to 15 days of skating, we're going to pay between $25,000 to $50,000 makes absolutely no sense to me. And lastly, when I hear councillors saying, hey, I think it's a good idea, I'll support it in your ward because I want you to support it in my ward, that's exactly what's wrong with City Hall. I will not be supporting it.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll. But Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Davis, please.
So Councillor Perruzza is deciding whether or not he speaks to this issue.
Okay, Councillor Carroll to speak.
Well, Madam Speaker, this is very difficult for me. I know that this is a ward-wide struggle for the local councillor, and I'll be disappointing her. I listen to the radio, so I know I'm probably disappointing Matt Galloway at this very moment as well. I just have trouble squaring this with what all the things that we have going on in the budget. This is essentially we've turned a bit of a dilemma into a new and enhanced budget request. whatever source you find for this year, ultimately what we're going to end up doing if we introduce this red flag program, and you heard the Me Too-itis starting immediately, my seatmate here, there are other ponds in town, and now we're managing a red flag program. That's bodies, that's people, that's ongoing operating burden. And that's quite apart from the liability issue. And the liability issue isn't that someone falls through the ice and dies. We can get to them in 10 minutes, maybe 12, maybe 10. So that's just brain damage. Those are actually the more expensive lawsuits, where they don't die. And that's what happens under the ice. And that's why staff get so worried about it. People know that. I'm not breaking any confidences in saying that. People know that that's the issue around ice. People who live in snowmobile areas and put these signs up all the time in the spring saying, please don't snowmobile here, and leave them up 365 days a year because they're just trying to drive the message home. Please don't do this. We don't want to take any liability for it. That's why they do that. And that's why it's been proposed here. But quite apart from those liabilities, in order to skirt around them and try and appease folks, we're now turning this into a new and enhanced request. But the budget's not being launched until Wednesday. But you want council to take a position now and make this happen. So you may hear joy, joy, happy joy, joy on Metro Morning tomorrow morning. But 2 months from now, when you look at the contents of the Parks, Forestry and Recreation budget, you may eat your words. You may wonder what you're losing to add this new and enhanced request. And so those are my two concerns. Those are my two concerns. And I'm sorry that I have those concerns. I know that the council is really split on this because we're all Canadians who love to strap on our skates. But I'm just having trouble squaring it on those bases, and I hope that the councillor will understand. And you know, if we feel that we do like the budget and there are no pressures, certainly it could be moved as a budget motion when the contents of it are in front of us.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I hadn't intended to speak, but I must admit I was a little surprised at the direction and the conversation seems to be going, and so I thought I would put my 2 cents into it. People skate at Grenadier Pond. They do. They will skate this year. They skated last year. In fact, they skated more than 100 years ago. Meanwhile, as people are skating and continue to skate, we have signs that the city puts up that says, don't skate. Yet we acknowledge that people will continue to skate. It is a complete and utter abdication of responsibility on the part of our city, and it is not in the public interest. People will skate, we accept they're going to skate, we're going to tell them not to skate, but they're going to skate anyway and we're not going to do anything about it. That's not good enough. We should and can demand better, and that's why our committee, the Parks and Environment Committee, the entire committee unanimously, I should note, endorsed the recommendations from Councillor Doucette, which are smart, they're practical, they're not onerous, they're not too expensive. In fact, what they will do is allow us as a city to test the ice to make sure it's safe. Considering people are skating anyway, we might as well test it. And it will have a flag system whereby if people are going to go at their own risk, we have given them an indication of whether it's safe or not. That's just smart and practical. If we don't pursue this action today, people will continue to skate this winter, they'll continue to skate next year, and it won't be as safe as if we'd acted today. And so to me, as a city, if we don't do this, we will continue to function imperfectly, which isn't good enough. We can demand better. We should demand better. And to the councillors who say the reason we shouldn't do it is because of the budget, well, then let's address that in a couple weeks' time. But not doing something today because of what's coming in a few weeks' time is not the right answer. Thank you.
Josh? Let's go, Tony. He's against it.
Councillor Perruzza?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, you sit here and you almost want to say, geez, this is like a no-brainer, right? The city manager has this kind of money in his leftover paper budget. This isn't a budget issue, from my perspective. This isn't a big public policy issue about us providing an additional service. Right? This is about whether or not it's safe, smart, and practical to say to people, go ahead and put yourself at risk because we think we know better than you. Sure, people have skated and will continue to skate on Grenadier Pond. All right. I've been up to Ottawa. People skate on the Rideau Canal, a little further north. Skating season is a little longer. They lower the canal. They make it safer. Wonderful. It's absolutely wonderful. It's a wonderful winter activity up in Ottawa. But I believe that the problem we fall into when we look at this issue here is this. We are encouraging more and more stormwater retention ponds across our city as part of our development exercise. And more of these things are appearing everywhere. The truth of the matter is that even in the coldest of winters, at best, you've heard, you get maybe a week, maybe two, of what would otherwise be safe skating time. If you put up a sign at Grenadier Pond that says, you are now safe to skate during this period, most people would conclude from that, then it's okay to go skate on Downsview Stormwater Retention Pond. Or on the back of St. Basil's Pond. Because same weather, same cold, same conditions. Why wouldn't I be able to skate there as well? Well, the reality is that water drains from those ponds. You get left with floating ice dangling in the air. So you're basically going to put people in a position for a few days of the year when it's a really, really, really cold winter to say, you know what, it's safe to go out and skate on a pond somewhere. Doesn't matter what pond and where. That's what you're doing.
You're a soccer player.
Well, you know what? I went to a high school that had a pond, St. Basil's, the old St. Basil's site. It's now a city community center. And as kids, we used to run out on this pond, clear the snow, and skate. We would start doing that from November onwards. Well, I didn't know then, what I know now, that we were all putting ourselves at great, great risk in doing that. Because it would have been very easy to go through that ice. And then later, when the Brazilian order that ran the school basically said, every time they saw us, they would run down and shoo us off this thing. Now I get it, I understand. They didn't want anybody falling through the ice, because the ice may not have been safe enough. I think that's reasonable. That's a precaution we should take. I think what we should be doing is we should be building more and more outdoor rinks where people can just simply go out and skate. You know, those low-cost rinks that, where you introduce the pipes, and they're kind of removable. In the summertime, you can use those areas for other things, and in the wintertime, you can use them for safe skating rinks for people, and bring them closer and bring them nearer their neighborhoods. So I believe on this one, I think we should err on the side of caution, and I'm not supporting the initiative, because I just think that there's not enough in it. Once every 3 or 4 years, for a week or two, you might be able to go out and skate on a pond because somebody said it's safe to do so. And I'm not sure that we should be putting people at risk in that way. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, are there any more speakers? Okay, we can ring the bells.
make it an attraction. Ice caverns. As a package.
Okay, we're going to do them in order, numeric order. First motion is by Councillor Robinson. Yes, recorded vote. Recorded vote, Councillor Robinson's motion number 1.
Councillor Wong-Tam, please. Councillor Carmichael Grab.
Councillor Holliday, please.
Councillor Carroll, thank you. No. Councillor Carmichael Grab, thank you very much.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 17 to 20.
Okay. Motion number 2 by Councillor Doucette. Recorded vote.
Councillor Wong-Tam, please.
The amendment carries 23 to 14.
Okay, next motion by Councillor Holliday, motion number 3. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Pasternak, please.
Councillor Cole, please. Thank you.
Councillor Pasternak, please.
Motion carries 28 to 9.
Item as amended, all in favor? Carried. Record, okay. Okay.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Carroll, please.
Cross. Democrat. Girls lacrosse.
The item as amended carries 28 to 9.
Okay, members of council, I'm going to need, it's 8:15. We have approximately 13, 14 items left. So I need direction on, are we coming back tomorrow or are we finished yet? Okay, hold on, I got everybody's hand up. I'll take Councillor Grimes. Councillor Grimes?
Motion to go to 9 o'clock.
No, what's the point?
I can move my motion. I have a motion to move to 9 o'clock.
Councillor Grimes is moving that we extend to 9 o'clock, and we can finish by 9 o'clock. Okay? Recorded vote. Well, if we finish before 9, that's a bonus, but Yeah. But we should finish the items by 9 o'clock.
Councillor
Councillor-
Mihevik?
Yes.
Councillor Cressy? Mayor Tory, please. Councillor
Councillor
Crisanti?
Perruzza, please. Councillor Perruzza, please.
The motion carries 29 to 8.
Okay, let's do quick releases. Councillor Robinson first. Councillor Fletcher, put your name up on the screen.
Yeah, this is CC 11.9.
Okay, hold on, Councillor Robinson. Just a sec. I'm sorry. Okay, so Councillor Thompson, you have a motion that you'd like to add, so can you get up and add? So this way we'll give staff enough time to circulate.
Yes, to consent an assignment of sublease of Leon's furniture store at the Roundhouse.
Okay, on favor, carried. Councillor Robinson, quick
Yes,
release.
so so page 8, CC 11.9, Civic Theatres Toronto Board Appointments, and I'll quickly say I had the great honor of chairing this this endeavor, and I want to thank Councillor McConnell, Councillor Crawford, and Councillor Fillion for being part of this. There's two motions I'd like to put on the screen. One is a technical motion from staff, where you see it's underlined, and those just that technical amendment is that we still have to, when we put forward motions, cite the 3 former boards, or this kind of the boards that are transitioning. And of course, you see our star-studded lineup of citizen members that will make up this board. So it's a very impressive group. We had a great experience doing these interviews. And the second motion that I would like to put up is, we've come to a decision on who we would like to identify as our chair of this committee, and that is Robert J. Foster, who's a very accomplished individual, as many of you know. And so this motion supports the appointment of Robert Foster as the chair of this new and exciting board.
Okay, so on the motion number 8 by Councillor Robinson.
Could I have a recorded vote?
Yes.
Thanks. So, thank you very much.
Okay, recorded vote.
It's exciting.
Yes.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
A.
Councillor Perruzza, please, your vote. Councillor Matlow. Councillor Davis, please. Councillor Davis.
The motion carries unanimously 35 in favor.
Okay, motion B. We still have votes. All in favor? Carried. Clauses amended. All in favor? Carried. Okay, Councillor Robinson?
Yes, so the next one I have is MM 11.45. It's a confidential document, paperwork that you have in front of you. This is a settlement that just actually transpired yesterday. The hearing is in January, and it's a development again on Bayview Avenue near Wilcott Road. And the residents have been actively involved in this, as have city staff. Again, I would like the opportunity to have a recorded vote so I can vote against it because of the intensification that's happening on Bayview Avenue. We have moved the design guidelines just at this meeting, which will be implemented down the road. This respects it, but it doesn't follow the design guidelines. So on principle, I will be voting against this. But as I said, city staff basically feel this is the best we can do on this.
Okay, members' motion MM 11.45, recorded vote.
They did it, the developer did it yesterday.
Councillor Lee, please. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Doucette, please.
Councillor Cole. Councillor Crisanti, please.
The amendment does not carry. The vote is 16 to 19.
No, but we were just voting on, on the item. Okay, on the item. I didn't know we were voting on an amendment. I thought we were voting on the member's motion.
In January.
No,
What was the
so
vote?
what happened? It's the member's motion.
This is what was on the screen. This is what was on the screen, an amendment. That's what they voted on. I still need instructions. Now we have to
Okay, so now we have the member's motion to vote on.
adopt the staff recommendations without the amendment. That's what you're doing now.
Okay, so there's an amendment, and there's the actual staff directions report.
I thought you were just releasing the member's motion, Councillor Robinson. So now you moved an amendment, and then we still have the member's motion to move. So on the motion,
No, the amendment has to carry.
the amendment did not carry.
I don't think it was very clear what we were voting on.
Well,
and that-
exactly. That's the problem, Councillor Robinson, is because we had the two. So now we have the members' Yeah. No, just a sec, John. Members of council are confused on what we voted on.
No, we're not. No, we are not. We know exactly what we voted on.
Okay, now we have the member's motion to vote on. Recorded vote. We have to be very careful when we do these releases and motions, because we're not paying attention, and that's what happens. Yeah.
Councillor Mihevc, please. Councillor Cole. Councillor Crisanti. Councillor Mihevc, we have your vote, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Crisanti, when you're seated.
The item carries 33 to 3.
Councillor Mihevc, you can move that motion. Do you want to move a motion to reopen? Okay. On the amendment, he wants to open up. Okay. Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much, Speaker. While I appreciate it's within council's rights to reopen a vote, that right is gone once we have moved on and adopted the item. You can't say I want to go back 4 votes and change something.
You can also reopen it. Move to reopen it.
You're wrong, Justin.
What says the clerk?
And in my professional...
Maybe 9 o'clock wasn't such a good idea.
If we have to, okay, members of council. Okay, just a sec. If we have to reopen, we have to reopen it all, not just. Okay, Councillor de Bermaker, you're moving to reopen both of them. All in favor? Recorded vote. Recorded, yeah.
Councillor Mihevc, please. Councillor DiCiano, please.
Councillor Perks, please, and Councillor Karagianis.
The motion to reopen carries 27 to 8.
So we'll put it on the screen. Yeah, Councillor Robinson, you have to place the amendment again. No, don't, just place it.
Okay, the amendment is in support of what the residents want, which is a landscaping buffer. So it's a very positive thing.
Okay, recorded vote. Councillor Layton.
I take it there's a section in our procedural bylaw on reopening matters. And I just think, just so in the abundance of caution, could we have some clarity from the clerk's office as to reopening a matter to change the outcome?
No,
Can we just get some clarity about how this relates to the procedural bylaw?
Councillor Layton, we have opened many items. We opened one earlier to allow member council to vote. We can open
I agree,
items.
but to change the outcome of the item, can we just? I wasn't here for the original vote. I don't know how I would have voted. You'll find out in a second if the clerk can just assure me that this is the appropriate course. Listen, Glenn.
Okay, can the clerk just comment, please? Okay.
I want you to remember the Paula Fletcher bike lane vote. You didn't allow it. It would have changed the outcome. Remember that, Angela? Remember University of Oxford? We wouldn't let Paula reopen because it would have changed the outcome?
The item has been reopened, as we do. The previous decision stands unless we change it, which council is now considering doing by having the amendment moved afresh, not re-voted on, but voted anew. So it is all perfectly in accordance with procedure bylaw and Robert's Rules of Order.
On a point of order, Speaker, I'm terribly confused here. We have two procedures that we follow when an item is in front of us. One is we reopen it, allowing members to correct their vote. The other is that we reconsider a decision we have already taken. My understanding has always been a reconsideration requires a two-thirds vote. So this is not so is that what we have done? We are reconsidering the entire item. So we can ask questions of the mover. We can ask to go in camera.
Yes.
I have in-camera questions.
Okay, so we'll hold the item down because it's not a quick item. Councillor Wong Tam, quick item.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do believe mine are quick. On page 14 and 15, the first item is MM 11.41, 175 to 191
Okay,
Dundas Street East.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
MM 11.41,
Very last item on the page 14.
You're releasing?
Yes, please, for the...
Okay. MM 11.41, Councillor Wong Tam is releasing. All in favor? Carried. Okay?
And on page 15, I have a quick amendment to be added to the staff report. And
That's on members' motion 11.42.
That's correct.
Okay?
And the clerks will put that on the screen shortly. It's a few words, but a few very important words. And of course, both items that you'll be voting that you will vote on are being dealt with at a pre-hearing at the OMB tomorrow morning at 10. So, thank you very much.
Okay, so the amendment for members' motion 11.42 by Councillor Wong Tam is on the screen. On favor on the amendment? Carried. Clauses amended? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Page 8, CC 11.7, appointment of members to the Toronto Community Housing Corporations Board. I have an amendment. With that, we'll move the panel selection.
Okay, we
No, we
can
didn't.
put the amendment on the screen.
And that would just be to respectfully request the Corporation Board of Directors that we're appointing to consider naming Kevin Marshman as the Vice Chair.
Okay, we have the amendment on the screen. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Okay.
Members' motion that I'd sent earlier, if I could just do that on a quick release. For adding the vacancy, filling the vacancy on the film board.
That's MM 1150, right?
Thank you, yes.
Okay. So you're just
I'm
moving
releasing that
that?
and asking, yes, releasing for a move, yep.
Okay, members' motion MM 1150, appointment of a member to the Toronto Film, Television, and Digital Media Board. Councillor Fletcher is moving. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I have two member motions that I've asked questions of staff. First one is 11.6, which is the Westwood Theatre site and the Section 37 motion. I can release that one.
Okay, so members' motion 11.6, Councillor Carroll's releasing. On favor? Carried.
And Madam Speaker, 11.46, I can release, but I'm going to want a recorded vote. I'm going to want to be recorded in the negative. Councillor Holliday will be happy to hear this. I don't usually vote against appeals, but having asked questions of staff, this is a part of Keele that badly needs to be regenerated, and Committee of Adjustment has approved 3 stories with a back alley entrance to parking at the back, and this is revitalization if ever I've seen it. So I doubt a planner or a lawyer will want to represent us at the OMB.
So you're releasing members' motion 11.46?
Yes, and I'd like to be recorded in the negative.
Okay, recorded vote. That's at OMB hearing appeal for 1745 Keele Street. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Wong Tam.
Councillor Mihevc, please.
Councillor Carroll, you have the Lillian Street one as well, you're not? Okay.
Deputy Mayor, please.
The item carries 29-6.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Speaker. MM 11.51. This is a little bit complicated. It really does deal with a head leasee who's having some problems with two other leasees on the property. And simply what I'm seeking to do here is to actually have our city real estate be involved with respect to the process of this leasing challenge that has cropped up over the last 12 hours.
Okay, so Councillor Thompson is moving members' motion 11.51. On favor? Carried. Councillor McConnell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since I expect that we won't be here tomorrow, I will move the recommendations of staff in the final supplementary on TE 12.11, and I'm sorry, I don't know what the page is.
Page 7.
Page 7. And basically, it is to include, there's some change, it's a technical change to include some of the discussion that was made between the Community Council with the local landowners. Are they entirely happy? I don't think they are entirely happy, but I think we've gone as far as the staff are willing to go, and I think that we still retain a very good heritage plan, and I think that frankly, to make it non-mandatory, which is what some of the property owners wished, is just a non-starter given that it took us 10 years to get here. So with that, I'd like to thank the staff and the landowners who have engaged in this and hope that we will not be at the OMB. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor McConnell is releasing item on page 70, 12.11. On favor? Carried. Oh, sorry. On the amendment, on favor? Yes, okay.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, please. Councillor McMahon, Councillor Wong-Tam, please. Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Lee, and Councillor Perks.
Councillor Cressy, Councillor Mihevc, please.
The amendment carries unanimously, 31 in favor.
Okay, item as amended. Recorded.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Cressy, please. Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Fletcher, please.
Councillor DiGiorgio. Councillor Perks, please.
The item as amended carries unanimously, 31 in favor.
Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members' motion MM 11.49. This is 500 Lakeshore Boulevard West. OP amendment and zoning amendment applications. This is the supplementary report, and it's urgent because we need to enact the bills in order to commence work.
Okay, so Councillor Cressy is moving members' motion 11.49. On favor? Carried. Councillor Holliday, do you want to release your item? Okay, because we have to go on camera. So we have two more public ones, and then we're going in camera. Councillor Perks?
I've reviewed the confidential documents. I don't need to go on camera to ask my questions. I'll ask them offline.
Well, Councillor Carroll said she needed to go on camera on her item.
Okay.
Councillor
Just
Carroll?
trying to be of assistance.
That's what I was told. She had to go on camera.
And in future, nothing, nothing.
So we have to go on camera. So, Councillor Holliday, okay, then we'll do it, there's 2 items left, public, which is Councillor Robinson, you've held down PW 9.5 sewers bylaw, pollution prevention, and then Councillor Holliday with the construction staging area. And the others is in camera. So can we have a motion to go in camera? Yes, Councillor DiCiano?
I believe I'm holding down members' motion 11.16.
Yes.
So you didn't mention that we're...
Yeah, I forgot, sorry.
Okay.
11.16. No, 11.13 is not held.
Okay, let's go.
11 points,
Hey, let's go.
yes, sorry, yes. Okay, so could we have a motion to go in camera?
Wait, can't we do the ones
Why?
first?
What's the item in camera?
Just the one item.
Why don't we do it last?
Last.
Do it last.
Okay, Councillor Carroll? Go ahead, read the motion.
The council recesses public session to meet as committee of the whole in closed session to consider CC 11.1, 11 Lillian Street, 132 to 114 Savannah Avenue.
Why can't we do that last?
Direction report for OMB Ward 6, reasons for confidential information, advice and communication that are subject to the disclosure of
Ward 6. That's not Ward 6. That's not Ward 6.
They'll fix the ward, they'll fix the ward. Okay. On favor of going in camera, carried, so 10 minutes, vacate the council chamber.